by Robert Howard. The Apache Mountain War. Someday, maybe, when I'm old and gray in the whiskers, I'll have sense enough not to stop when I'm riding by Uncle Shadrach Polk's cabin, and Aunt Tascosa Polk hollers at me. Take the last time, for instance. I ought to have spurred Captain Kidd into a high run when she stuck her head out in the winder and yelled, "Breckinridge! Oh, Breckinridge!" But I reckon Pap's right when he says nature give me so much muscle she didn't have no room left for brains. Anyway, I reined Captain Kidd around, ignoring his playful efforts to bite the muscle out of my left thigh, and I rode up to the stoop and taken off my coonskin cap. I said, "Well, Aunt Tascosa, how air you all?" "You may well ask how air we," she said bitterly. "How should a poor weak woman be farin' with a critter like Shadrach for a husband? It's a wonder I got a roof over my head, or so much as a barrel of bar meat put up for the winter. The place is goin' to rack and ruin. Look at that there busted axe handle, for instance. Is a poor weak female like me got to endure such abuse?" "You don't mean to tell me Uncle Shadrach's been beating you with that axe handle?" I says, scandalized. "No," says this poor weak female. "I busted it over his head a week ago, and he's refused to mend it. It's liquor has been Shadrach's ruin. When he's sober, he's a passable figure of a man, as men go. But swiggin' blue ruin has brung him to shame and degradation." "He looks fat and sassy," I says. "Beauty ain't only skin deep," she scowls. "Shadrach's like Dead Sea fruit, fair and fat-bellied to look on, but ready to dissolve in dust and whiskey fumes when prodded. Do you know where he is right now?" And she glared at me so accusingly that Captain Kidd recoiled and turned pale. "No," I says. "Whar?" "He's over at the Apache Mountain settlement a-lappin' up liquor," she snarled. "Just a-rootin' and a-wallerin' in sin and corn juice, riskin' his immortal soul and blowin' in the money he got off'n his coon hides. I had him locked in the corn crib, aimin' to plead with him and appeal to his better nature. But whilst I was out behind the corral cuttin' me a hickory club to do the appealin' with, he kicked the door loose and skun out. I know whar he's headin', to Joel Garfield's still house, which is a abomination in the sight of the Lord and ought to be burnt to the ground and the ashes squinched with the blood of the wicked. But I can't stand here listening to your gab. I got hominy to make. What you been wasting my time like this for? I got a good mind to tell your pap on you. You light a shuck for Apache Mountain and bring Shadrach home." "But," I said, "don't you give me no arguments, you impertinent scoundrel," she hollered. "I should think you'd be glad to help a poor weak female critter, 'stead o' wasting your time gambling and fighting in such dens of iniquity as war paint. I want you to fix some way so's to disgust Shadrach with drink for the rest of his natural life, and if you don't, you'll hear from me, you good-for-nothing—" "All right," I yelled, "all right. Anything for a little peace. I'll get him and bring him home and make a teetotaler out of him if I have to strangle the old son of a—" "How dast you use such language in front of me?" she hollered. "Ain't you got no respect for a lady? I'll be expletive blanked if I know what the expletive deleted world's comin' to. Get out of here and don't show your homely mug around here again unless you got Shadrach off a rum for good." Well, if Uncle Shadrach ever took a swig of rum in his life, It was 'cause they warn't no good red corn whiskey within reach. But I didn't try to argue with Aunt Tascosa. I lit out down the trail, feeling like I'd been tied up to an Apache stake with a whole tribe sticking red-hot Spanish daggers into my hide. Aunt Tascosa affects a man that way. I heard Captain Kidd heave a sigh of relief plumb up from his belly, too, as we crossed a ridge, and her distant voice was drowned out by the soothing sounds of a couple of bobcats fighting with a timber wolf. I thought, what calm and happy lives them simple critters lived without no Aunt Tascosa. I rode on, forgetting my own troubles and feeling sorry for poor Uncle Shadrach. They warn't a mean bone in his carcass. He was just as good-natured and hearty a critter as you'd ever meet, even in the Humboldts. But his main objective in life seemed to be to stow away all the corn juice they is in the world. As I rode along, I racked my brain for a plan to break Uncle Shadrach of this here habit. I like a dram myself, but in moderation, never more'n a gallon or so at a time, unless it's a special occasion. I don't believe in a man making a hog out of hisself, and anyway, I was sick and tired running Uncle Shadrach down and fetching him home from his sprees. I thought so much about it on my way to Apache Mountain that I got so sleepy I seen I was getting into no state to ride Captain Kidd. He got to looking back at me now and then, and I knowed if he seen me dozing in the saddle, he'd try his darndest to break my neck. I was passing Cousin Bill Gordon's barn about that time, so I thought I'd go in and take me a nap up in the hayloft, and maybe I'd dream about a way to make a water drinker out of Uncle Shadrach, or something. I tied Captain Kidd and started into the barn, and what should I see but Bill's 3 youngest boys engaged in daubing paint on Uncle Jeopard Grimes' favorite jackass, Joshua. "What are you all doing to Joshua?" I demanded, and they jumped back and looked guilty. Joshua was a critter which Uncle Jeopard used for a pack mule when he went prospecting. He got the urge maybe every 3 or 4 year, and between times Joshua just ate and slept. He was the sleepinest jackass I ever seen. He was snoozing now, whilst them young idiots was working on him. I seen what they was at. Bill had loaned the feller some money which had a stored down to war paint, and the feller went broke and give Bill a lot of stuff out of the store for pay. They was a lot of paint amongst it. Bill packed it home, though I don't know what he aimed to do with it, because all the houses in the Humboldts was log cabins which nobody ever painted, or if they did, they just whitewashed 'em. But anyway, he had it all stored in his barn, and his boys was smearing it on Joshua. He was the darndest sight you ever seen. They'd painted a big stripe down his spine like a Spanish Mustang, only this stripe was green instead of black, and more stripes curving over his ribs and down under his belly, red, white, and blue, and they'd painted his ears green. "What you all mean by sech doin's?" I asked. "Uncle Jeopard'll plumb skin you all alive. He sets a lot of store by that there Jack." "Aw, it's just funnin'," they said. "He won't know who done it." "You go scrub that paint off," I ordered 'em. "Joshua'll lick it off and get pisoned." "It won't hurt him," they assured me. "He got in here yesterday and ate 3 cans of paint and a bucket of whitewash. That's what give us the idee. He can eat anything. Eatin'est Jack you ever seen." "Hee hee hee," snickered one of 'em. "He looks like a drunkard's dream." Instantly an idea hit me. "Gimme that jackass," I exclaimed. "He's just what I need to cure Uncle Shadrach Polk of drinking liquor. One glimpse of that there Jack in his present state, and Uncle Shadrach'll think he's got the delirious tremens, and get so scared he'll swear off whiskey for life." "If you aims to lead Joshua to Joel's stillhouse," they said, You'll be all day getting there. You can't hustle Joshua." "I ain't gonna lead him," I said. "You all hitch a couple of mules to your pa's spring wagon. I'll leave Captain Kidd here till I get back." "We'll put him in the corral behind the barn," they says. "Them poles are set 4 foot deep in concrete, and the fence is braced with railroad iron. So maybe it'll hold him till you get back, if you ain't gone too long." When they got the mules hitched, I tied Joshua's legs and laid him in the wagon bed, where he went to sleep, and I climbed onto the seat and lit out for Apache Mountain. I hadn't gone far when I run over a rock and woke Joshua up, and he started braying and kept it up till I stopped and give him a ear of corn to chew on. As I started off, I seen Dick Grimes' youngest gal peeping at me from the bresh, and when I called to her, she run off. I hoped she hadn't heard Joshua braying. I knowed she couldn't see him, laying down in the wagon bed, but he had a very peculiar bray, and anybody in the Humboldts could recognize him by it. I hoped she didn't know I had Joshua, 'cause she was the derndest tattletale in the Bear Creek country, and Uncle Jeppard is such a cross-grained old cuss you can't explain nothing to him. He was born with the notion that the whole world was plotting agin him. It hadn't been much more'n good daylight when I rode past Uncle Shadrach's house, and I'd pushed Captain Kidd pretty brisk from there. The mules made good time, so it warn't noon yet when I come to Apache Mountain. As I approached the settlement, which was a number of cabins strung up and down a brushy run, I swung wide of the wagon road and took to the trails, because I didn't want nobody to see me with Joshua. It was kind of tough going because the trails was mostly footpaths and not wide enough for the wagon, and I had to stop and pull up saplings every few yards. I was scared the noise would wake up Joshua and he'd start braying again, but that jackass could sleep through a bombardment long as he weren't being jolted personal. I was pretty close to the settlement when I had to get out of the wagon and go ahead and break down some brush so the wheels wouldn't foul, and when I laid hold of it, a couple of figures jumped up on the other side. One was Cousin Buckner Kirby's gal, Kit, and t'other was young Harry Braxton from the other side of the mountain, and no kin to none of us. "Oh," says Kit, kind of breathless. "What you all doing out here?" I scowled, fixing Harry with an eye which made him shiver and fuss with his gun belt. "Are your intentions, Honorable Braxton?" "I don't know what business it is of yourn," said Kit bitterly. "I makes it mine," I assured her. "If this young buck can't come sparking you at a respectable place an hour, why, I figures—" "Your remarks is ignorant and insultin'," says Harry, sweating profusely, but game. "I aims to make this here young lady my wife, if it weren't for the toughest prospective father-in-law ever blighted young love's sweet dream with a number 12 boot in the seat of the pants. To put it in words of one syllable, so's even you can understand, Breckinridge," says Kit, "Harry wants to marry me, but Pap is too derned mean and stubborn to let us. He don't like the Braxtons, 'count of one of 'em skun him on a hoss swap 30 years ago." "I don't love 'em myself," I grunted. "But go on." "Well," she says, "after Pap had kicked Harry out of the house 5 or 6 times, and dusted his britches with birdshot on another occasion, we kind of got the idee he was prejudiced agin Harry. So we has to take this here method of seeing each other." "Why don't you all run off and get married anyway?" I asked. Kit shivered. "We wouldn't dare try it. Pap might wake up and catch us, and he'd shoot Harry. I'd taken a big chance sneaking out here today. Ma and all the kids are all over visiting a few days with Aunt Washita, but Pap wouldn't let me go for fear I'd meet Harry over there. I snuck out here for a few minutes. Pap thinks I'm gathering greens for dinner, but if I don't hustle back, he'll come looking for me with a hickory gad." "Aw, shucks," I said. "You all gotta use your brains like I do." "You leave it to me. I'll get your old man out of the way for the night and give you a chance to skip." "How'll you do that?" Kit asked skeptically. "Never mind," I told her, not having the slightest idea how I was going to do it. "I'll tend to that. You get your things ready, and you, Harry, you come along the road in a buckboard just about moonrise, and Kit'll be waiting for you. You all can get hitched over to Warpaint. Buckner won't do nothing after you're hitched." "Will you, sure enough?" says Harry, brightening up. "Sure I will," I assured him. "Vamoose now, and get that buckboard." He hustled off, and I said to Kit, "Get in the wagon and ride to the settlement with me. This time tomorrow, you'll be a happy married woman, sure enough." "I hope so," she said, sad-like. "But I'm betting something'll go wrong and Pap'll catch us, and I'll eat my meals off the mantel board for the next week." "Trust me," I assured her as I helped her in the wagon. She didn't seem much surprised when she looked down in the bed and seen Joshua all tied up and painted and snoring his head off. Humboldt folks expects me to do unusual things. "You needn't look like you thought I was crazy," I says irritably. "That critter is for Uncle Shadrach Polk." "If Uncle Shadrach sees that thing," says she, "he'll think he's seeing worse'n snakes." "That's what I aim for him to think," I says. "Who's he staying with?" "Us," says she. I says. "That there complicates things a little. Where at does he sleep?" "Upstairs," she says. "Well," I says, "he won't interfere with our elopement none. You get out of here and go on home, and don't let your pap suspect nothing." "I'd be likely to, wouldn't I?" says she, and clumb down and pulled out. I'd stopped in a thicket at the edge of the settlement, and I could see the roof of Cousin Buckner's house from where I was. I could also hear Cousin Buckner bellerin', "Kit! Kit! Where air you? I know you ain't in the garden. If I have to come huntin' you, I 'low I'll all keep your britches on," I heard Kit call. "I'm a-comin'." I heard Cousin Buckner subside into grumblings and rumblings like a grizzly talking to himself. I figured he was out on the road which run past his house, but I couldn't see him, and neither he couldn't see me, nor nobody could, which might happen to be passing along the road. I unhitched the mules and tied 'em where they could graze and get water, and I hoisted Joshua out of the wagon, and taken the ropes off of his legs and tied him to a tree and fed him and the mules with some corn I'd brung from Cousin Bill Gordon's. Then I went through the bresh till I come to Joel Garfield's still house, which was maybe half a mile from there up the run. I didn't meet nobody. Joel was by hisself in the still house, for a wonder, but he was making up for lack of trade by his own personal attention to his stock. "Ain't Uncle Shadrach Polk nowhere around?" I asked, and Joel lowered a jug of white corn long enough to answer me. "Naw," he says, "he ain't right now. He's likely still sleeping off the souse he was on last night. He didn't leave here till after midnight," says Joel, with another pull at the jug, "and he was taking all sides of the road at oncet. He'll pull in about the middle of the afternoon and start in to fill in his hide so full he can just barely stagger back to Buckner Kirby's house by midnight or past. I bet he has a fine old time navigating them stairs Buckner's got into his house. I'd be afeared to tackle 'em myself, even when I was sober. A pole ladder's all I want to get into a loft with, but Buckner always did have highfalutin idees. Lately he's been arguing with Uncle Shadrach to cut down on his drinking, 'specially when he's full hisself. Speaking of Cousin Buckner,' I says, Has he been around for his regular dram yet?" "Not yet," says Joel. "He'll be in right after dinner, as usual." "He wouldn't if he knowed what I knowed," I opined, because I'd thought up a way to get Cousin Buckner out of the way that night. "He'd be heading for Wolf Canyon fast as he could spraddle. I just met Harry Braxton with a pack mule heading for there." "You don't mean somebody's made a strike in Wolf Canyon?" says Joel, pricking up his ears. "You never heard nothing like it," I assured him. "Alder Gulch weren't nothing to this." Says Joel, absent-mindedly pouring himself a quart-sized tin cup full of corn juice. "I'm an Injun if it ain't," I says, and drinking me a dram and went back to lay in the bresh and watch the Kirby house. I was well pleased with myself, 'cause I knowed what a wolf Cousin Buckner was after gold. If anything could draw him away from home and his daughter, it'd be news of a big strike. I was willing to bet my 6-shooters against the prickly pear that as soon as Joel told him the news, he'd light out for Wolf Canyon, more especially as he'd think Harry Braxton was going there too, and no chance of him sneaking off with Kit whilst the old man was gone. After a while, I seen Cousin Buckner leave the house and go down the road toward the still house, and pretty soon Uncle Shadrach emerged and headed the same way. Pretty well satisfied with myself, I went back to where I left Cousin Bill's wagon, fried me 5 or 6 pounds of venison I'd brung along for provisions and ate it, and drunk at the creek, then laid down and slept for a few hours. It was right at sundown when I woke up. I went on foot through the bresh till I came out behind Buckner's cow pen and seen Kit milking. I asked her if anybody was in the house. "Nobody but me," she said, "and I'm out here. I ain't seen neither Pap nor Uncle Shadrach since they left right after dinner. Can it be your scheme is actually working out?" "Certainly," I says. "Uncle Shadrach'll be swilling at Joel's still house till past midnight, and your Pap is undoubtedly on his way toward Wolf Canyon. You get through with your chores and get ready to skip. Don't have no light in your room, though. It's just likely your Pap told off one of his relatives to lay in the bresh and watch the house, him being of a suspicious nature. We don't want to have no bloodshed. When I hear Harry's buckboard, I'll come for you. And if you hear any peculiar noises before he gets here, don't think nothing of it. It'll just be me lugging Joshua upstairs." "That critter'll bray fit to wake the dead," says she. "He won't neither," I said. "He'll go to sleep and keep his mouth shut. Uncle Shadrach won't suspect nothing till he lights him a candle to go to bed by. Or if he's too drunk to light a candle and just falls down on the bed in the dark, he'll wake up during the night sometime to get him a drink of water. He's bound to see Joshua sometime between midnight and morning. All I hope is the shock won't prove fatal. You go get ready to skip now." I went back to the wagon and cooked me some more venison, also about a dozen eggs Kit had give me along with some corn pone and a gallon of buttermilk. I managed to make a light snack out of them morsels, and then, as soon as it was good and dark, I hitched up the mules and loaded Joshua into the wagon and went slow and easy down the road. I stopped behind the corral and tied the mules. The house was dark and still. I toted Joshua into the house and carried him upstairs. I heard Kit moving around in her room, but they weren't nobody else in the house. Cousin Buckner had regular stairs in his house like what they have in big towns, like war paint and the like. Most folks in the Bear Creek country just has a ladder going up through a trap door, and some said they would be a jedgment on to Buckner, account of him indulging in such vain and sinful luxury. But I got to admit that packing a jackass up a flight of stairs was a lot easier than what it would have been to lug him up a ladder. Joshua didn't bray nor kick none. He didn't care what was happening to him, so long as he didn't have to do no work personal. I unfastened his legs and tied a rope around his neck and t'other end to the foot of Uncle Shadrach's bunk, and give him a hat I found on a peg to chew on till he went to sleep, which I knowed he'd do pronto. I then went downstairs and heard Kit fussing around in her room, but it warn't time for Harry, so I went back out behind the corral and sot down and leaned my back agin the fence, and I reckon I must have gone to sleep. Just associating with Joshua give a man the habit. First thing I knowed, I heard a buckboard rumbling over a bridge up the draw, and knowed it was Harry comin' in fear and trembling to claim his bride. The moon warn't up yet, but they was a glow above the trees on the eastern ridges. I jumped up and ran quick and easy to Kit's winder. I can move light as a cougar in spite of my size. And I said, "Kit, air you ready?" "I'm ready," she whispered, all of a tremble. "Don't talk so loud." "They ain't nothing to be scared of," I soothed her, but lowered my voice just to humor her. "Your pap is in Wolf Canyon by this time. Ain't nobody in the house but us. I've been watching out by the corral." Kit sniffed. "Weren't that you I heard come into the house while ago?" she asked. "You been dreaming," I said. "Come on, that's Harry's buckboard coming up the road." "Let me get just a few more things together," she whispered, fumbling around in the dark. That's just like a woman. No matter how much time they has aforehand, they always has something to do at the last minute. I waited by the winder, and Harry drove on past the house a few rods and tied the hoss and come back, walking light and soft and plenty pale in the starlight. "Go on out the front door and meet him," I told her. "No, wait." Because all to onct Harry had ducked back out of the road, and he jumped over the fence and come to the winder where I was. He was shaking like a leaf. "Somebody's coming up the road afoot," he says. "It's Pap," gasped Kit. Her and Harry was sure scared of the old man. They hadn't said a word above a whisper you could never have heard 3 yards away, and I was kind of suiting my voice to theirn. "Aw, it can't be," I said. "He's in Wolf Canyon. That's Uncle Shadrach coming home to sleep off his drunk, but he's back a lot earlier than what I figured he would be. He ain't important, but we don't want no delay. Here, Kit, give me that bag. Now let me lift you out of the winder. So. Now you all skin out. I'm going to climb this here tree where I can see the fun. Now get." They crope out the side gate of the yard, just as Uncle Shadrach come in at the front gate, and he never seen 'em, because the house was between 'em. They went so soft and easy, I thought if Cousin Buckner had been in the house, he wouldn't have woke up. They was hustling down the road toward the buckboard, as Uncle Shadrach was coming up on the porch and going into the hall. I could hear him climbing the stair. I could have seen him if there'd been a light in the house, because I could look into a winder in his room and one in the downstairs hall, too, from the tree where I was setting. He got into his room about the time the young folks reached their buckboard, and I seen a light flare up as he struck a match. They weren't no hall upstairs. The stairs run right up to the door of his room. He stood in the doorway and lit a candle on a shelf by the door. I could see Joshua standing by the bunk with his head down, asleep, and I reckon the light must have woke him up, 'cause he throwed up his head and give a loud and ringing bray. Uncle Shadrach turned and seen Joshua, and he let out a shriek and fell backwards downstairs. The candlelight streamed down into the hall, and I got the shock of my life. Because as Uncle Shadrach went pitching down them steps, yelling bloody murder, They sounded a bull's roar below, and out of the room at the foot of the stair came prancing a huge figure waving a shotgun in one hand and pulling on his breeches with the other. It was Cousin Buckner, which I thought was safe in Wolf Canyon. That had been him which Kit heard come in and go to bed a while before. "What's going on here?" he roared. "What you doing, Shadrach?" "Get out of my way!" screamed Uncle Shadrach. "I just seen the devil in the form of a zebra jackass. Let me out of here!" He busted out of the house and jumped the fence and went up the road like a quarter hoss, and Cousin Buckner ran out behind him. The moon was just coming up, and Kit and Harry was just starting down the road. When she seen her old man erupt from the house, Kit screeched like a scared catamount, and Buckner heard her. He whirled and seen the buckboard rattling down the road, and he knowed what was happening. He give a beller and let bam at 'em with his shotgun, but it was too long a range. "Where's my hoss?" he roared and started for the corral. I knowed if he got straddle of that dern long-legged bay gelding of his, he'd ride them poor infants down before they went 10 miles. I jumped down out of the tree and yelled, "Hey there, Cousin Buckner!" "Hey, Buck!" He whirled and shot the tail off of my coonskin cap before he seen who it was. "What you mean, jumping down on me like that?" he roared. "What you doing up that tree? Where you come from?" "Never mind that," I said. "You want to catch Harry Braxton before he gets away with your gal, don't you? Don't stop to saddle a hoss. I got a light wagon hitched up behind the corral. We can run 'em down easy in that." "Let's go!" he roared, and in no time at all we was off, him standing up in the bed and cussing and waving his shotgun. "I'll have his sculp," he roared. "I'll pickle his heart and feed it to my hound dogs. Can't you go no faster?" Them darn mules was a lot faster than I'd thought. I didn't dare hold 'em back for fear Buckner'd get suspicious, and the first thing I knowed we was overhauling the buckboard foot by foot. Harry's critters weren't much account, and Cousin Bill Gordon's mules was laying their bellies to the ground. I don't know what Kit thought when she looked back and seen us tearing after 'em, but Harry must have thought I was betraying 'em. Otherwise, he wouldn't have opened up on me with his 6-shooter. But all he done was knock some splinters out of the wagon and nick my shoulder. The old man would have returned the fire with his shotgun, but he was scared he might hit Kit, and both vehicles was bounding and bouncing along too fast and furious for careful aiming. All to onct, we come to a place where the road forked, and Kit and Harry taking the right-hand turn. I taking the left. "Are you crazy, you blame fool?" roared Cousin Buckner. "Turn back and take the other road." "I can't," I responded. "These mules is running away." "You're a liar," howled Cousin Buckner. "Quit pouring leather onto them mules, you blasted expletive, and turn back. Turn back, cuss you!" With that, he started hammering me in the head with the stock of his shotgun. We was thundering along a road which run along the rim of a sloping bluff, and when Buckner's shotgun went off accidentally, the mules really did get scared and started running away, just about the time I reached back to take the shotgun away from Cousin Buckner. Being beat in the head with the butt was getting awful monotonous, 'cause he'd been doing nothing else for the past half-mile. I yanked the gun out of his hand, and just then the left hind wheel hit a stump, and the hind end of the wagon went straight up in the air, and the pole splintered. The mules run right out of the harness, and me and the wagon and Cousin Buckner went over the bluff and down the slope in a whirling tangle of wheels and legs and heads and profanity. We brung up against a tree at the bottom, and I throwed the ruins off of me and riz, swearing fervently when I saw how much money I'd have to pay Cousin Bill Gordon for his wagon. But Cousin Buckner give me no time for meditation. He'd untangled hisself from a hind wheel and was doing a war dance in the moonlight and frothing at the mouth. "You done that on purpose," he raged. "You never aimed to catch them wretches. You taken the wrong road on purpose. You turned us over on purpose. Now I'll never catch the scoundrel which run away with my dadder. The poor, dumb, trustin', expletive innercent." "Be calm, Cousin Buckner," I advised. "He'll make her a good husband. They're well onto their way to war paint and a happy married life. Best thing you can do is forgive 'em and give 'em your blessing." "Well," he snarled, "you ain't neither my daughter or my son-in-law. Here's my blessing to you." It was a poor return for all the trouble I'd taken, for him to push me into a cactus bed and hit me with a rock the size of a watermelon. However, I'd taken into consideration that he was overwrought and not himself, so I ignored his incivility and made no retort whatever outside of splintering a wagon spoke over his head. I then clomb the bluff, making no reply to his impassioned and profane comments, and looked around for the mules. They hadn't run far. I seen 'em grazing down the road, and I started after 'em, when I heard horses galloping back up the road toward the settlement, and around a turn in the road come Uncle Jepperd Grimes, with his whiskers streaming in the moonlight, and 9 or 10 of his boys riding hard behind him. "There he is!" he howled, impulsively discharging his 6-shooter at me. "There's the fiend in human form! There's the kidnapper of helpless Jassix! Boys, do your duty!" They pulled up around me and started piling off their horses with blood in their eyes and weapons in their hands. "Hold on," I says. "If it's Joshua you fools are after—" "He admits the crime," howled Uncle Jepperd. "Is it Joshua, says you? You know darn well it is. We've been combing the hills for you ever since my granddaughter brought me the news. What you done with him, you scoundrel?" "Aw," I said, "he's all right. I was just going to—" "He evades the question," screamed Uncle Jepperd. "Get him, boys!" "I tell you he's all right," I roared. But they give me no chance to explain. Them Grimeses is all alike. You can't tell 'em nothing. You gotta knock it into their fool heads. They descended on me with fence rails and rocks and wagon spokes and loaded quirks and gun stocks in a way which would have tried the patience of a saint. I always try to be as patient with my errand relatives as I can be. I merely taken their weapons away from 'em and kind of pushed 'em back away from me. And if they'd look where they fell, Jim and Joe and Erath wouldn't have fell down off that bluff and broke their arms and legs. And Bill wouldn't have fractured his skull agin that tree. I handled 'em as easy as babies and kept my temper in spite of Uncle Jepperd dancing around on his hoss and yelling, "Lay into him, boys! Don't be scared of the big grizzly! He can't hurt us!" and shooting at me every time he thought he could shoot without hitting one of his own offspring. He did puncture 2 or 3 of 'em and then blamed me for it, the old jackass. Nobody could have acted with more restraint than I did when Dick Grimes broke the blade of his bowie knife off on my hip bone, and the 7 fractured ribs I give his brother Jacob was a mild retaliation for chawing my ear like he done. But it was an ill-advised impulse which prompted Esau Grimes to stab me in the seat of the britches with a pitchfork. There ain't nothing which sours the milk of human kindness in a man's veins any more than getting pitchforked by a raging relative behind his back. I give a beller which shook the acorns out of the oaks, all up and down the run, and whirled on Esau so quick it jerked the pitchfork out of his hands and left it sticking in my hide. I reached back and pulled it out and wrapped the handle around Esau's neck. Then I'd taken him by the ankles and started remodeling the landscape with him. I mowed down a sapling thicket with him and leveled a cactus bed with him and swept the road with him, and when his brothers tried to rescue him, I beat 'em over the head with him till they was too groggy to do anything but run in circles. Uncle Jepperd came spurring at me, trying to knock me down with his hoss and trample me, and Esau was so limp by this time he weren't much good for a club no more, so I whirled him round my head a few times and throwed him at Uncle Jepperd. Him and Uncle Jepperd and the hoss all went down in a heap together, and from the way Uncle Jepperd hollered you'd have thought somebody was trying to injure him. It was plumb disgusting. 5 or 6 of his boys recovered enough to surge onto me then, and I knocked them all down on top of him and Esau and the hoss, and the hoss was trying to get up and kicking around right and left, and his hooves was going bam, bam, bam on human heads, and Uncle Jepperd was hollering so loud I got to thinking maybe he was hurt or something. So I reached down in the heap and got him by the whiskers and pulled him out from under the hoss and 4 or 5 of his fool boys. "Are you hurt, Uncle Jepperd?" I inquired. "Expletive deleted," responded Uncle Jepperd, rewarding my solicitude by trying to stab me with his bowie knife. This ingratitude irritated me, and I tossed him from me fretfully, and as he was pulling himself out of the prickly pear bed where he landed, he suddenly give a louder scream than ever. Something come ambling up the road, and I seen it was that fool jackass Joshua, which had evidently ate his rope and left the house looking for more grub. He looked like a 4-legged nightmare in the moonlight, but all Uncle Jepperd noticed was the red paint on him. "Help! Murder!" howled Uncle Jepperd. "They've wounded him mortally. He's bleeding to death. Get a tourniquet, quick!" With that, they all deserted the fray, them which was able to hobble, and run to grab Joshua to staunch his bleeding. But when he seen all them Grimeses coming for him, Joshua got scared and took out through the bresh. They all pelted after him, and the last thing I heard as they passed out of hearing was Uncle Jepperd wailing, "Joshua, stop, durn it! This here's your friends. Pull up, dang ye! We wants to help you, you cussed fool!" I turned to see what I could do for the casualties which lay groaning in the road and at the foot of the bluff, but they said unanimous they didn't want no help from a enemy, which they meant me. They one and all promised to pickle my heart and eat it as soon as they was able to get about on crutches. So I abandoned my efforts and headed for the settlement. The fightin' had scared the mules up the road a ways, but I catched 'em and made a hackamore out of one of my galluses, and rode one and led t'other'n, and lit out straight through the bresh for Bear Creek. I'd had a belly full of Apache Mountain, but I swung past Joel's still house to find out how come Cousin Buckner didn't go to Wolf Canyon. When I got there, the still house was dark and the door was shut, and they was a note on the door. I could read a little by then, and I spelt it out. It said, "Gone to Wolf Canyon. Joel Garfield." That selfish polecat hadn't told Cousin Buckner nor nobody about the strike. He'd got hisself a pack mule and lit out for Wolf Canyon hisself. A hell of a relative he was, maybe doing poor Cousin Buckner out of a fortune for all he knowed. A mile from the settlement I met Jack Gordon coming from a dance on t'other side of the mountain, and he said he'd seen Uncle Shadrach Polk fogging down the trail on a mule he was riding bareback without no bridle. So I thought, well, anyway, my scheme for scaring him out of a taste of liquor worked. Jack said Uncle Shadrach looked like he'd seen a herd of haints. It was about daylight when I stopped at Bill Gordon's ranch to leave him his mules. I paid him for his wagon, and also for the damage Captain Kidd had did to his corral. Bill had to build a new one, and Captain Kidd had also run his prize stallion off of the ranch, and chawed the ears off a longhorn bull, and busted into the barn and gobbled up about $10 worth of oats. When I lit out for Bear Creek again, I warn't feeling in no benevolent mood. But, thinks I, it's worth it if it's made a water swigger out of Uncle Shadrach. It was well along toward noon when I pulled up at the door and called for Aunt Tascosa. Judge my scandalized amazement when I was greeted by a deluge of biling water from the winder, and Aunt Tascosa stuck her head out and says, "You buzzard in the form of a human being! How you got the brass to come bugling around here? If I weren't a lady, I'd tell you just what I thought of you, you expletive blanked! Git before I opens up on you with this here shotgun." "Why, Aunt Tascosa, what you talking about?" I asked, combing the hot water out of my hair with my fingers. "You got the nerve to ask," she sneered. "Didn't you promise me you'd cure Shadrach a drinking rum? Didn't you, huh? Well, come in here and look at him. He arrived home about daylight on one of Buckner Kirby's mules, and it about ready to drop, and he's been wrastling ever since with a jug he had hid. I can't get no sense out of him." I went in, and Uncle Shadrach was sitting by the back door, and he had hold of that there jug like a drowning man clutching a straw stack. "I'm surprised at you, Uncle Shadrach," I said. "What in the—" "Shut the door, Breckinridge," he says. "They is more devils onto the earth than is dreamed of in our philosophy. I've had a narrer escape, Breckinridge. I let myself be beguiled by the arguments of Buckner Kirby, a son of Belial which is without understanding. He's been wrastling with me to give up liquor. Well, yesterday I got so tired of his arguments, I said I'd try it a while, just to have some peace. I'd never taken a drink all day yesterday, and Breckinridge, I give you my word, when I started to go to bed last night, I seen a red, white, and blue jackass with green ears standing at the foot of my bunk, just as plain as I sees you now. It were the water that done it, Breckinridge," he says, curling his fist lovingly around the handle of the jug. "Water's a snare and a delusion. I drunk water all day yesterday, and look what it done to me. I don't never want to see no water no more again." "Well," I says, losing all patience, "you're a-going to, by golly, if I can heave you from here to that hoss trough in the backyard." I done it. And that's how come the rumor got started that I tried to drown Uncle Shadrach Polk in a hoss trough because he refused to swear off liquor. Aunt Tascosa was responsible for that there slander, which was a poor way to repay me for all I did for her. But people ain't got no gratitude. Pilgrims to the Pecos. That there wagon rolled up the trail and stopped in front of our cabin one morning just after sunup. We all come out to see who it was, because strangers ain't common on Bear Creek, and not very often welcome neither. They was a long, hungry-looking old coot driving, and 4 or 5 growed boys sticking their heads out. "Good morning, folks," said the old coot, taking off his hat. "My name is Joshua Richardson. I'm heading a wagon train of immigrants which is looking for a place to settle. The rest of 'em's camped 3 miles back down the trail. Everybody we met in these here Humboldt Mountains told us we'd have to see Mr. Roarin' Bill Elkins about settlin' hereabouts. Be you him?" "I'm Bill Elkins," says Pap suspiciously. "Well, Mr. Elkins," says old man Richardson, wagging his chin whiskers, "we'd admire it powerful if you folks would let us people settle somewheres about." Says Pap, pulling his beard. "Whar you all from?" "Kansas," says old man Richardson. "Wichita," says Pap. "Get my shotgun." "Don't you do no such thing, Watchy," says Ma. "Don't be stubborn, William. The war's been over for years." "That's what I say," hastily spoke up old man Richardson. "Let bygones be bygones, I says." "What," says Pap ominously, "is your honest opinion of General Sterling Price?" "One of nature's noblemen," declares old man Richardson earnestly. Says Pap. "You seem to have considerable tact and hoss sense for a red leg, but they ain't no more room on Bear Creek for no more settlers, even if they was Democrats. They's 9 or 10 families now within a retch of 100 square miles, and I don't believe in overcrowdin' a country." "But we're plumb tuckered out," wailed old man Richardson, "and nowheres to go. We have been driv from pillar to post by settlers which got here ahead of us and grabbed all the best land. They claims it whether they got any legal rights or not." "Legal rights be damned," snorted Pap. "Shotgun rights is what goes in this country. But I know just the place for you. It's 10 or 15 days' travel from here in Arizona. It's called Bowie Knife Canyon, and it's just right for farmin' people, which I jedge you all to be." "We be," says old man Richardson, "but how we gonna get there?" "My son Breckinridge will be plumb delighted to guide you there," says Pap. "Won't you, Breckinridge?" "No, I won't," I said. "Why the tarnation have I got to be picked on to ride herd on a passel of tender-footed mavericks?" "He'll get you there safe," says Pap, ignoring my remarks. "He dotes on lending folks a helping hand, don't you, Breckinridge?" Seeing the futility of argument, I merely snarled and went to saddle Captain Kidd. I noticed old man Richardson and his boys looking at me in a very peculiar manner all the time, and when I come out on Captain Kidd, him snorting and bucking and kicking the rails out of the corral like he always does, they turned kind of pale, and old man Richardson said, "I wouldn't want to impose on your son, Mr. Elkins. After all, we wasn't intending to go to that there canyon in the first place." "I'm guiding you to Bowie Knife Canyon," I roared. "Maybe you warn't going there before I saddled my hoss, but you air now. Come on." I then cut loose under the mule's feet with my .45s to kind of put some ginger in the critters, and they brayed and sawed off down the trail, just hitting the high places, with old man Richardson hanging onto the lines and bouncing all over the seat, and his sons rolling in the wagon bed. We come into the camp full tilt, and some of the men grabbed their guns, and the women hollered and jerked up their kids, and one feller was so excited he fell into a big pot of beans which was simmering over a fire, and squalled out that the Injuns was trying to burn him alive. Old man Richardson had his feet braced agin the front gate, pulling back on the lines as hard as he could, and yelling bloody murder. But the mules had the bits betwixt their teeth, so I rode to their heads and grabbed them by the bridles and throwed 'em back onto their haunches. And old man Richardson ought to have knew that the stop would be sudden. 'Twarn't my fault he done a dive off the seat and hit on the wagon tongue on his head, and it weren't my fault neither that one of the mules kicked him and t'other'n bit him before I could untangle him from amongst them. Mules is mean critters, howsoever you take 'em. Everybody hollered amazin', and he riz up and mopped the blood off of his face and waved his arms and hollered, "Calm down, everybody. This ain't nothin' to get excited about. This gentleman is Mr. Breckinridge Elkins, which has kindly agreed to guide us to a land of milk and honey down in Arizona." They received the news without enthusiasm. They was about 50 of them, mostly women, children, and half-grown young'uns. They weren't more'n a dozen fit fighting men in the train. They all looked like they'd been on the trail a long time, and they was all some kin to old man Richardson. Sons and daughters, grandchildren, nieces, nephews, their husbands and wives, and such like. They was one real pretty gal, the old man's youngest daughter Betty, who warn't yet married. They'd jest et breakfast and was hitched up when we arrove, so we pulled out without no more delay. I rode along of old man Richardson's wagon, which went ahead with the others strung out behind, and he says to me, "If this here Bowie Knife Canyon is such a remarkable place, why ain't it already been settled?" "Aw, they was a settlement there," I said, "but the Apaches killed some, and Mexican bandits killed some, and about 3 years ago the survivors got to fighting amongst theirselves and just kind of killed each other off." He yanked his beard nervously and said, I don't know. Maybe we'd ought to hunt a more peaceful spot than that there sounds like." "You won't find no peaceful spots west of the Pecos," I assured him. "Say no more about it. I've made up our minds that Bowie Knife Canyon is the place for y'all, and we're going there." "Well, I wouldn't think of arguing the point," he assured me hastily. "What towns does we pass on our way?" "Just one," I said. "War Smoke, right on the Arizona line. Tell your folks to keep out of it. It's a hangout for every kind of a outlaw. I judge your boys ain't handy enough with weapons to mix in such company." "We don't want no trouble," says he. "I'll tell 'em." So we rolled along, and the journey was pretty uneventful except for the usual mishaps which generally happens to tenderfeet. But we progressed until we was within striking distance of the Arizona border, and there we hit a snag. The rear wagon bogged in a creek we had to cross a few miles north of the line. They'd been a head rise, and the wagons churned the mud, so the last one stuck fast. It was getting on toward sundown, and I told the others to go on and make camp a mile west of War Smoke, and me and the folks in the wagon would foller when we got it out. But that warn't easy. It was mired clean to the hubs, and the mules was up to their bellies. We pried and heaved and hauled, and night was coming on, and finally I said, if I could get them cussed mules out of my way, I might accomplish something. So we unhitched 'em from the wagon, but they was stuck too, and I had to wade out beside 'em and lift 'em out of the mud one by one and tote 'em to the bank. A mule is a helpless critter. But then, with them out of the way, I laid hold of the tongue and hauled the wagon out of the creek in short order. Them Kansas people sure did look surprised. I don't know why. Time we'd scraped the mud off of the wagon and us and hitched up the mules again, it was night, so it was long after dark when we come up to the camp the rest of the train had made in the place I told 'em. Old man Richardson come up to me, looking worried, and he says, "Mr. Elkins, some of the boys went into that there town in spite of what I told 'em." "Don't worry," I says. "I'll go get 'em." I clumb on Captain Kidd without stopping to eat supper, and rode over to War Smoke, and tied my hoss outside the only saloon they was there. It was a small town and awfully hard looking. As I went into the saloon, I seen the 4 Richardson boys, and they was surrounded by a gang of cutthroats and outlaws. They was a Mexican there, too, a tall, slim cuss with a thin black mustache and gilt braid onto his jacket. "So you think you settled in Bowie Knife Canyon, eh?" he says. And one of the boys said, "Well, that's what we was aiming to do." "I think not," he said, grinning like a cougar, and I seen his hand steal to the ivory-handled guns at his hips. "You never heard of Señor Gonzales Zamora?" "No?" "Well, he is a big hombre in this country, and he has use for this canyon in his business. "Start the fireworks whenever you're ready, Gomez," muttered a white desperado. "We're backing your play." The Richardson boys didn't know what the deal was about, but they seen they was up agin real trouble, and they turned pale and looked around like trapped critters, seeing nothing but hostile faces and hands gripping guns. "Who tell you you could settle this canyon?" asked Gomez. "Who bring you here? Somebody from Kansas? Yes? No?" "No," I said, shouldering my way through the crowd. "My folks come from Texas. My granddaddy was at San Jacinto. You remember that?" His hands fell away from his guns, and his brown hide turned ashy. The rest of them renegades give back, muttering, "Look out, boys, it's Breckinridge Elkins." They all suddenly found they had business at the bar, or playing cards, or something, and Gomez found himself standing alone. He licked his lips and looked sick, but he tried to keep up his bluff. "You maybe no like what I say about Señor Zamora," says he, "but he's truth. If I tell him gringos come to Bowie Knife Canyon, he get very mad." "Well, suppose you go and tell him now," I said, and so as to give him a good start, I picked him up and throwed him through the nearest winder. He picked himself up and staggered away, streaming blood and Mex profanity, and them in the saloon maintained a kind of pallid silence. I hitched my guns forward and said to the escaped convict which was tending bar, I says, "You don't want me to pay for that winder, do you?" "Oh, no," says he, polishing away with his rag at a spittoon he must have thought was a beer mug. "Oh, no, 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 no. We needed that winder busted for the ventilation." "Then everybody's satisfied," I suggested, and all the hoss thieves and stagecoach bandits in the saloon give me a hearty agreement. "Well, that's fine," I says. "Peace is what I aim to have, if I have to lick every one in the joint to get it. You boys get back to the camp." They was glad to do so, but I lingered at the bar and bought a drink for a train robber I'd knowed at Chawed Ear once, and I said, "Just who is this cussed Zamora that Mex was spielin' about?" "I don't know," says he. "I never heard of him before." "I wouldn't say you was lying," I said tolerantly. "You're just suffering from loss of memory. Frequently cases like that is cured and their memory is restored by a severe shock or jolt, like a lick onto the head. Now then, if I was to take my 6-shooter butt and drive your head through that whiskey barrel with it, I bet it'd restore your memory right sudden." "Hold on," says he in a hurry. "I just remembered that Zamora is the boss of a gang of Mexicans which claims Bowie Knife Canyon. He deals in hosses." "You mean he steals hosses," I says. And he says, "I ain't arguing. Anyway, the cabin is very convenient for his business. And if you dump them immigrants in his front yard, he'll be very much put out." "He sure will," I agreed, as quick as I can get my hands onto him. I finished my drink and strode to the door and turned suddenly with a gun in each hand. The 9 or 10 fellers which had drawed their guns aiming to shoot me in the back as I went through the door, they dropped their weapons and throwed up their hands and yelled, "Don't shoot!" So I just shot the lights out, then went out and got on to Captain Kidd whilst them idiots was hollering and falling over each other in the dark, and rode out of war smoke, casually shattering a few winder lights along the street as I went. When I got back to camp, the boys had already got there, and the whole wagon train was holding their weapons and scared most to death. "I'm mighty relieved to see you back safe, Mr. Elkins," says old man Richardson. "We heard the shooting and was afeared them bullies had killed you. Let's hitch up and pull out right now. Them tenderfoots is beyond my comprehension. They'd have all pulled out in the dark if I'd let 'em, and I believe most of 'em stayed awake all night, expecting to be butchered in their sleep. I didn't say nothing to them about Zamora. The boys hadn't understood what Gomez was talking about, and they weren't no use getting 'em worse scared than what they generally was. Well, we pulled out before daylight because I aimed to retch the canyon without another stop. We kept rolling and got there pretty late that night. It warn't really no canyon at all, but a whopping big valley, well timbered and mighty good water and grass. It was a perfect place for a settlement, as I pinted out, but Tenderfoot's is powerful peculiar. I happened to pick our campsite that night on the spot where the Apaches wiped out a mule train of Mexicans 6 years before, and it was too dark to see the bones scattered around till next morning. Old man Richardson was using what he thought was a round rock for a pillar, and when he woke up the next morning and found he'd been sleeping with his head onto a human skull, he liked to throw a fit. And when I wanted to stop for the noonday meal in that there grove where the settlers hanged them 7 cattle rustlers 3 years before, them folks got the willies when they seen some of the ropes still sticking onto the limbs, and wouldn't on no account eat their dinner there. You got no idea what peculiar folks them immigrants is till you saw some. Well, we stopped a few miles further on in another grove in the midst of a wide rolling country of plenty of trees and tall grass, and I didn't tell 'em that was where them outlaws murdered the 3 Grissom boys in their sleep. Old man Richardson said it looked like as good a place as any to locate the settlement, but I told him we was going to look over the whole dern valley before we chose the spot. He kind of wilted and said at least for God's sake let 'em rest a few days. I never seen folks which tired out so easy, but I said all right, and we camped there that night. I hadn't saw no signs of Zamora's gang since we come into the valley, and thought likely they was all off stealing hosses somewhere. Not that it made any difference. Early next morning, Ned and Joe, the old man's boys, they wanted to go look for deer, and I told them not to go more than a mile from camp and be careful, and they said they would and sought out to the south. I went back of the camp a mile or 2 to the creek where Jim Dornley ambushed Tom Harrigan 4 years before and taken me a swim. I stayed longer than I intended to. It was such a relief to get away from them helpless tenderfoots for a while, and when I rode back into camp I seen Ned approaching with a stranger, a young white man, which carried himself with an air of great importance. "Hey, Pap," hollered young Ned as we dismounted. "Where's Mr. Elkins? This feller says we can't stay in Bowie Knife Canyon." "Who are you?" I demanded, emerging from behind a wagon, and the stranger's eyes bugged out as he seen me. "My name's George Warren," says he. "A wagon train of us just came into the valley from the east yesterday. We're from Illinois." "And by what right does you order people out of this canyon?" I asked. "We got the fightin'est man in the world guiding us," says he. "I thought he was the biggest man in the world till I seen you, but he ain't to be fooled with. When he heard they was another train in the valley, he sent me to tell you to git. You better, too, if you got any sense." "We don't want no trouble," quavered old man Richardson. "You got a nerve," I snorted. And I pulled George Warren's hat down so the brim came off and hung around his neck like a collar, and turned him around and lifted him off the ground with a boot in the pants, then throwed him bodily onto his hoss. "Go back and tell your champeen that Bowie Knife Canyon belongs to us," I roared, slinging a few bullets around his hoss's feet, "and we gives him 1 hour to hitch up and clear out." "I'll get even for this," wept George Warren as he streaked it for his home range. "You'll be sorry, you big polecat. Just wait till I tell Mr. I couldn't catch what else he said. "Now I bet he's mad," says old man Richardson. "We better go, after all." "Shut up," I roared. "This here valley's ourn, and I intends to defend our rights to it to the last drop of your blood. Hitch them mules and swing the wagons in a circle. Pile your saddles and plunder betwixt the wheels. I got a idee you all fights better behind breastworks. Did you see their camp, Ned?" "No," says he, "but George Warren says it lies about 3 miles east of Iron. Me and Joe got separated, and I was swinging east round the south end of that ridge over there when I met this George Warren. He said he was out looking for a hoss before sunup and seen our camp, and went back and told their guide, and he sent him over to tell us to get out." "I'm worried about Joe," said old man Richardson. "He ain't come back." "I'll go look for him," I said. I'll also scout their camp, and if the odds ain't more'n 10 to 1, we don't wait for them to attack. We goes over and wipes them out pronto. Then we hangs their fool sculps on our wagon bows as a warning to other such scoundrels." Old man Richardson turned pale and his knees knocked together, but I told him sternly to get to work swinging them wagons, and clumb on to Captain Kidd and lit out. Reason I hadn't saw the smoke of the Illinois camp was on account of a thick timbered ridge which lay east of our camp. I swung round the south end of that ridge and headed east, and I'd gone maybe a mile and a half when I saw a man riding toward me. When he seen me, he come lickety-split, and I could see the sun shining on his Winchester barrel. I cocked my .45-90 and rode toward him, and we met in the middle of an open flat. And suddenly we both lowered our weapons and pulled up, breast to breast, glaring at each other. "Breckinridge Elkins," says he. "Cousin Bearfield Buckner," says I. "Air you the man which sent that unlicked cub of a George Warren to bring me a defiance?" "Who else?" he snarled. He always had an awful temper. "Well," I says, "this here is our valley. You all got to move on." "What you mean, move on?" he yelled. "I brung them poor critters all the way from Dodge City, Kansas, where I encountered 'em being tormented by some worthless buffalo hunters, which is no longer in the land of the living. I've led them through fire, flood, hostile Injuns, and white renegades. I promised to lead 'em into a land of milk and honey, and I've been firm with 'em, even when they weakened their selves, even when they begged on bended knee to be allowed to go back to Illinois. I wouldn't hear of it, because, as I told 'em, I knowed what was best for 'em. I had this canyon in mind all the time, and now you tells me to move on." Cousin Bearfield rolled an eye and spit on his hand. I just waited. "What sort of reply does you make to my request to go on and leave us in peace?" he goes on. "George Warren come back to camp wearing his hat brim around his neck and standing up in the stirrups because he was too sore to set in the saddle. So I set 'em fortifying the camp whilst I went forth to reconnoiter. That word I sent you I now repeats in person. You're my blood kin, but principles come first." "Me too," I said. "A Nevada Elkins principles is as lofty as a Texas Buckner's any day. I whooped you a year ago in Cougar Paw." "That's a cussed lie," gnashed he. "You taking a base advantage and land me with an oak log when I warn't expecting it." "Be that as it may," says I, ignoring the fact that you had just beamed me with a rock the size of a water bucket, "the only way to settle this dispute is to fight it out like gents. But we got to determine what weapons to use. The matter's too deep for fists." "I'd prefer butcher knives in a dark room," says he. "Only they ain't no room. If we'd just had a couple of sawed-off shotguns or good double-bitted axes. I tell you, Breck, let's tie our left hands together and work on each other with our buoys." "Nah," I says, "I got a better idea. We'll back our hosses together, then ride for the opposite sides of the flat. When we get there, we'll wheel and charge back, shooting at each other with our Winchesters. Time they're empty, we'll be close enough to use our pistols, and when we've emptied them, we'll be close enough to finish the fight with our buoys." "Good idea," agreed Bearfield. "You always was a brainy, cultured sort of lobo, if you wasn't so damn stubborn. Now me, I'm reasonable. When I'm wrong, I admit it." "You ain't never admitted it so far," says I. "I ain't never been wrong yet," he roared, "and I'll carve the gizzard of the buzzard which says I am. Come on, let's get going." So we started to gallop to the opposite sides of the flat when I heard a voice hollering, "Mr. Elkins! Mr. Elkins!" "Hold on," I says. "That's Joe Richardson." Next minute Joe come tearing out of the brush from the south on a Mustang I hadn't never seen before, with a Mexican saddle and bridle on. He didn't have no hat nor shirt, and his back was crisscrossed with bloody streaks. He likewise had a cut in his scalp which dribbled blood down his face. "Mexicans!" he panted. "I got separated from Ned and rode further than I should ought to had. About 5 miles down the canyon I run into a big gang of Mexicans. about 30 of 'em. One was that fella Gomez. Their leader was a big feller they called Zamora. They grabbed me and taken my hoss and whooped me with their quirts. Zamora said they was going to wipe out every white man in the canyon. He said his scouts had brung him news of our camp and another east of ourn, and he aimed to destroy both of 'em at one sweep. Then they all got onto their horses and headed north, except one man which I believe they left there to kill me before he followed them. He hit me with his 6-shooter and knocked me down, then put up his gun and started to cut my throat with his knife. But I wasn't unconscious like he thought, so I grabbed his gun and knocked him down with it, and jumped on his hoss and lit out. As I made for camp, I heard you and this gent talking loud to each other and headed this way." "Which camp was they going for first?" I demanded. "I don't know," he said. "They talked mostly in Spanish I can't understand." "The duel'll have to wait," I says. "I'm heading for our camp." "And me for mine," says Bearfield. "Listen, let's decide it this way. The one that scuppers the most greasers wins, and the other'n takes his crowd and pulls out." "Bueno," I says, and headed for camp. The trees was dense. Them bandits could have passed either to the west or the east of us without us seeing 'em. I quickly left Joe, and about a quarter mile further on I heard a sudden burst of firing and screaming, and then silence. A bit later I bust out of the trees into sight of the camp, and I cussed earnestly. Instead of being drawed up in a circle, with the men shooting from between the wheels and holding them bandits off like I expected, them derned wagons was strung out like they was heading back north. The hosses was cut loose from some of 'em, and the mules was laying across the poles of others, shot full of lead. Women was screaming and kids was squalling, and I seen young Jack Richardson laying face down in the ashes of the campfire with his head in a puddle of blood. Old man Richardson come limping toward me with tears running down his face. "Mexicans," he blubbered. "They hit us like a hurricane just a little while ago. They shot Jack down like he was a dog. 3 or 4 of the other boys has got knife slashes or bullet marks or bruises from loaded quirt ends. As they rolled off, they yelled they'd come back and kill us all." "Why didn't you throw them wagons round like I told you?" I roared. "We didn't want no fightin'," he bawled. "We decided to pull out of the valley and find some more peaceful place. And now Jack's dead and your stock scattered," I raged, "just because you didn't want to fight. What the hell you ever crossed the Pecos for if you didn't aim to fight nobody? Set the boys together in such stock as you got left." "But them Mexicans taken Betty," he shrieked, tearing his scanty locks. "Most of 'em headed east, but 6 or 7 grabbed Betty right out of the wagon and rode off south with her, driving the hosses they stole from us." "Well, get your weapons and follow me," I roared. "For Lord's sake, forget they is places where sheriffs and policemen protects you, and make up your minds to fight. I'm going after Betty." I headed south as hard as Captain Kidd could run. The reason I hadn't met the Mexicans as I rode back from the flat where I met Cousin Bearfield was because they swung round the north end of the ridge when they headed east. I hadn't gone far when I heard a sudden burst of firing off to the east and figured they'd hit the Illinois camp. But I reckoned Bearfield had got there ahead of 'em. Still, it didn't seem like the shooting was far enough off to be at the other camp. But I didn't have no time to study it. Them gal thieves had a big start. But it didn't do no good. I hadn't rode over 3 miles till I heard the stolen hosses running ahead of me, and in a minute I bust out into an open flat and seen 6 Mexicans driving them critters at full speed, and one of 'em was holding Betty onto the saddle in front of him. It was that blasted Gomez. I come swooping down onto him with a 6-shooter in my right hand and a bowie knife in my left. Captain Kidd needed no guiding. He'd smelt blood and fire, and he come like a hurricane on Judgment Day, with his mane flying and his hooves burning the grass. The Mexicans seen I'd ride 'em down before they could get across the flat, and they turned to meet me, shooting as they come. But Mexicans always was rotten shots. As we come together, I let bam 3 times with my .45, and "3," says I. One of 'em rode at me from the side and clubbed his rifle and hit at my head, but I ducked and made one swipe with my bowie. "4," says I. Then the others turned and hightailed it, letting the stolen hosses run where they wanted to. One of 'em headed south, but I was crowding Gomez so close he whirled round and lit a shuck west. "Keep back, or I kill the girl," he howled, lifting a knife. But I shot it out of his hand, and he gave a yowl and let go of her, and she fell off into the high grass. He kept fogging it. I pulled up to see if Betty was hurt, but she warn't, just scared. The grass cushioned her fall. I seen her pap, and such of the boys as was able to ride was all coming at a high run, so I left her to them, and taken in after Gomez again. Pretty soon he looked back and seen me overhauling him, so he reached for his Winchester, which he'd evidently just thought of using, when about that time his hoss stepped into a prairie dog hole and throwed him over his head. Gomez never twitched after he hit the ground. I turned around and rode back, cussing disgustedly, because Elkins is ever truthful, and I couldn't honestly count Gomez in my record. But I thought I'd scuttle that coyote that runs south, so I headed in that direction. I hadn't gone far when I heard a lot of hosses running somewhere ahead of me and to the east, and then presently I bust out of the trees and come onto a flat which run to the mouth of a narrow gorge opening into the main canyon. On the left wall of this gorge mouth they was a ledge about 50 foot up, and they was a log cabin on that ledge with loopholes in the walls. The only way up onto the ledge was a log ladder, and about 20 Mexicans was running their hosses toward it across the flat. Just as I reached the edge of the bushes, they got to the foot of the wall and jumped off their hosses and run up that ladder like monkeys, letting their hosses run anyways. I seen a big feller with gold ornaments on his sombrero, which I figured was Zamora, but before I could unlimber my Winchester, they was all in the cabin and slammed the door. The next minute, Cousin Bearfield busted out of the trees a few hundred yards east of where I was and started recklessly across the flat. Immediately, all them Mexicans started shooting at him, and he grudgingly retired into the brush again with terrible language. I yelled and rode toward him, keeping to the trees. "How many you got?" he bellered as soon as he seen me. "4," I says, and he grinned like a timber wolf and says, "I got 5. I was riding for my camp when I heard the shooting behind me, so I knowed it was your camp they hit first. I turned round to go back and help you out. When did I ever ask you for any help?" I bristled. Then he said, "But pretty soon I seen a gang of Mexicans coming round the north end of the ridge, so I taken cover and shot 5 of 'em out of their saddles. They must have knowed it was me because they hightailed it." "How could they know that, you conceited jackass?" I snorted. "They run off because they probably thought a whole gang had ambushed 'em." Old man Richardson and his boys had rode up whilst we was talking, and now he broke in with some heat and said, "That ain't the question. The p'int is we got 'em hemmed up on that ledge for the time bein', and can get away before they come down and massacre us." "What you talking about?" I roared. "They're the ones which is in need of getting away. If any massacreeing is did around here, we does it." "It's flying in the face of Providence," he bleated. But I told him sternly to shut up, and Bearfield says, "Send somebody over to my camp to bring my warriors." So I told Ned to go, and he pulled out. Then me and Bearfield studied the situation, setting our horses in the open whilst bullets from the cabin whistled all around us, and the Richardsons hid in the brush and begged us to be careful. "That ledge is sheer on all sides," says Bearfield. "Nobody couldn't climb down onto it from the cliff, and anybody trying to climb that ladder in the teeth of 20 Winchesters would be plumb crazy." But I says, "Look, Bearfield, how the ledge overhangs about 10 foot to the left of that ladder. A man could stand at the foot of the bluff there, and them coyotes couldn't see to shoot him." "And," says Bearfield, "he could sling his rope up over that spur of rock at the rim, and they couldn't shoot it off. Only way to get to it would be to come out of the cabin and reach down and cut it with a knife. Door opens toward the ladder, and there ain't no door in the wall on that side. A man could climb right up onto the ledge before they knowed it, if they didn't shoot him through the loopholes as he come over the rim." "You stay here and shoot 'em when they tries to cut the rope," I says. "You go to hell," he roared. "I see through your hellish plot. You aims to get up there and kill all them Mexes before I has a chance at 'em. You thinks you'll outwit me. By golly, I got my rights and—" "Aw, shut up," I says disgustedly. "We'll both go." I hollered to old man Richardson, "You all lay low in the brush and shoot at every Mex which comes out of the cabin." "What you going to do now?" he hollered. "Don't be rash." But me and Bearfield was already heading for the ledge at a dead run. This move surprised the Mexicans because they knowed we couldn't figure to ride our hosses up that ladder. Being surprised, they shot wild, and all they done was graze my sculp and nick Barefield's ear. Then, just as they began to get their range and start trimming us close, we swerved aside and thundered in under the overhanging rock. We clumb off and tied our horses well apart, otherwise they started fighting each other. The Mexicans above us was yelling most amazing, but they couldn't even see us, much less shoot us. I whirled my lariat, which is plenty longer and stronger than the average lasso, and roped the spur of rock which jutted up just below the rim. "I'll go up first," I says, and Barefield showed his teeth and drawed his bowie knife. "You won't neither," says he. "We'll cut cards. High man wins." So we squatted, and old man Richardson yelled from the trees, "For God's sake, what are you doing now? They're fixing to roll rocks down onto you." "You tend to your own business," I advised him, and shuffled the cards which Barefield hauled out of his breeches. As it turned out, the Mexes had a supply of boulders in the cabin. They just opened the door and rolled them toward the rim, but they shot off the ledge and hit beyond us. Barefield cut and yelped, "A ace! You can't beat that." "I can equal it," I says, and drawed an ace of diamonds. "Ah, wins!" he clamored. "Hearts beats diamonds." "That rule don't apply here," I says. "It were a draw, and—" "Why, you—" says Barefield, leaning forward to grab the deck, and just then a rock about the size of a bushel basket come bounding over the ledge and hit a projection, which turned its course. So instead of shooting over us, it fell straight down and hit Barefield smack between the ears. It stunned him for an instant, and I jumped up and started climbing the rope, ignoring more rocks which was thundering down. I was about halfway up when Barefield came to, and he riz with a bellow of rage. "Why, you dirty double-crossing so-and-so," says he, and started throwing rocks at me. They was a awful racket, the Mexicans howling, guns banging, Barefield cussing, and old man Richardson wailing. "They're crazy, I tell you. They're both crazy as mud hens. I think everybody west of the Pecos must be maniacs." Barefield grabbed the rope and started climbing up behind me, and about that time one of the Mexicans run to cut the rope. But for once my idiotic followers was on the job. He run into about 7 bullets that hit him all to once, and fell down just above the spur where the loop was caught onto. So when I reached my arm over the rim to pull myself up, they couldn't see me on account of the body. But just as I was pulling myself up, they let go of a boulder at random, and it bounded along and bounced over the dead Mexican and hit me right smack in the face. It was about as big as a pumpkin. I give an infuriated beller and swarmed up onto the ledge, and it surprised them so that most of 'em missed me clean. I only got one slug through the arm. Before they had time to shoot again, I made a jump to the wall and flattened myself between the loopholes, and grabbed the rifle barrels they poked through the loopholes and bent 'em and ruined 'em. Barefield was coming up the rope right behind me, so I grabbed hold of the logs and tore that whole side of the wall out, and the roof fell in, and the other walls come apart. In an instant, all you could see was logs falling and rolling, and Mexicans busting out into the open. Some got pinned by the fallen logs, and some was shot by my embattled Kansans and Barefield's Illinois warriors, which had just come up, and some fell off of the ledge and broke their fool necks. One of 'em run agin me and tried to stab me, so I throwed him after them, which had already fell off the ledge, and hollered, "5 for me, Barefield." "Expletive deleted," says Barefield, arriving onto the scene with blood in his eye and his bowie in his hand. Seeing which, a big Mexican made for him with a butcher knife, which was poor judgment on his part, and in about the flick of a mustang's tail, Barefield had a 6th man to his credit. Now this made me mad. I seen some of the Mexicans was climbing down the ladder, so I run after them, and one turned around and missed me so close with a shotgun he burnt my eyebrows. I taken it away from him and hit him over the head with it and yelled, "6 for me too, Cousin Barefield." "Look out," he yelled. "Zamora's getting away." I seen Zamora had tied a rope to the back side of the ledge and was sliding down it. He dropped the last 10 feet and run for a corral which was full of hosses back up the gorge behind the ledge. We seen the other Mexicans was all laid out or running off up the valley, pursued by our immigrants. So I went down the ladder and Bearfield slid down my rope. Zamora's rope wouldn't have held our weight. We grabbed our hosses and lit out up the gorge, around a bend of which Zamora was just disappearing. He had a fast hoss and a long start, but I'd overtook him within the first mile, only Captain Kidd kept trying to stop and fight Bearfield's hoss, which was about as big and mean as he was. After we'd run about 5 miles and come out of the gorge onto a high plateau, I got far enough ahead of Bearfield so Captain Kidd forgot about his hoss. Then he settled down to business and run Zamora's hoss right off his legs. They was a steep slope on one side of us and a 500-foot drop on the other, and Zamora seen his hoss was winded, so he jumped off and started up the slope on foot. Me and Bearfield jumped off too and run after him. Each one of us got him by a leg as he was climbing up a ledge. "Let go my prisoner," roared Bearfield. "He's my meat," I snarled. "This makes me 7. I wins." "You lie," bellowed Bearfield, jerking Zamora away from me and hitting me over the head with him. This made me so mad I grabbed Zamora and throwed him in Bearfield's face. His spurs jabbed Bearfield in the belly, and my cousin give a maddened beller and fell on me fist and tush. And in the battle which followed, we forgot all about Zamora till we heard a man scream. He'd snuck away and tried to mount Captain Kidd. We stopped fighting and looked around just in time to see Captain Kidd kick him in the belly and knock him clean over the edge of the cliff. "Well," says Bearfield disgustedly, "that decides nothing, and our score is a draw." "It was my hoss which done it," I said. "It ought to count for me." "Over my corpse it will," roared Bearfield. "But look here, it's nearly night. Let's get back to the camps before my followers start cutting your Kansans' throats. Whatever fight is to be fought to decide who owns a canyon, it's betwixt you and me, not them." "All right," I said. "If my Kansas boys ain't already killed all your idiots, we'll fight this out somewhere where we got better light and more room. But I just expect to find your Illinoisans writhing in their gore." "Don't worry about them," he snarled. "They're as wild as painters when they smell gore. I only hope they ain't killed all your Kansas mavericks." So we pulled for the valley. When we got there it was dark, and as we rode out of the gorge, we seen fires going on the flat, and folks dancing around them, and fiddles was going at a great rate. "What the hell is this?" bellowed Bearfield. And then old man Richardson come up to us, overflowing with good spirits. "Glad to see you gents," he says. "This is a great night. Jack weren't killed after all, just creased. We come out of that great fight, whole and sound." "But what you doin'?" roared Bearfield. "What's my people doin' here?" "Oh," says old man Richardson, "we got together after you gents left and agreed the valley was big enough for both parties, so we decided to jine together into one settlement and we're celebrating. Them Illinois people is fine folks. They're as peace-lovin' as we are." "Bloodthirsty painters," I sneers to Cousin Bearfield. "I ain't no bigger liar than you air," he says, more in sorrow than in anger. "Come on, they ain't nothing more we can do. We air swamped in a mess of pacifism. The race is degenerating. Let's head for Bear Creek. This atmosphere of brotherly love is more'n I can stand." We sat our hosses there a minute and watched them pilgrims dance and listened to 'em singing. I squints across at Cousin Bearfield's face, and doggone if it didn't look almost human in the firelight. He hauls out his plug of tobacco and offers me first chaw. Then we headed yonderly, riding stirrup to stirrup. Must have been 10 miles before Captain Kidd retches over and bites Cousin Bearfield's hoss on the neck. Barefield's hoss bites back, and by accident Captain Kidd kicks Cousin Barefield on the ankle. He lets out a howl and thumps me over the head, and I hit him, and then we gets our arms around each other and roll in the bresh in a tangle. We've fit for 2 hours, I reckon, and we've been fighting yet if we hadn't scrambled under Captain Kidd's hoofs where he was feeding. He kicked Cousin Barefield one way and me the other. I got up after a while and went hunting my hat. The bresh crackled, and in the moonlight I could see Cousin Barefield on his hands and knees. "Where are ye, Cousin Breckinridge?" says he. "Are you all right?" Well, maybe my clothes was torn more'n his was, and a lip split and a rib or two busted, but I could still see, which is more'n he could say, with both of his eyes swole that way. "Sure I'm all right," I says. "How are you, Cousin Barefield?" He let out a groan and tried to get up. He made her on the second heave and stood there swaying. "Why, I'm fine," he says. "Plumb fine. I feel a whole lot better, Breck. I was afraid for a minute back there, whilst we was riding along, that daggone brotherly love would turn out to be catchin'." Pistol politics. Politics and book learnin' is bad enough took separate. Together, they're a blight and a curse. Take Yeller Dog, for a instance, a mining camp over in the Apache River country, where I was rash enough to take up my abode in onst. Yeller Dog was a decent camp till politics reared its head in our midst and education come slitherin' after. The whiskey was good and middlin' cheap. The poker and faro games was honest if you watched the dealers clost. 3 or 4 piddlin' fights a night was the usual run, and a man hadn't been shot dead in more'n a week by my reckonin'. Then, like my Aunt Tascosa Polk would say, come the deluge. It all begun when 40 Rod Harrigan moved his gamblin' outfit over to Alderville and left our one frame buildin' vacant. And Gooseneck Wilkerson got the idea of turnin' it into a city hall. Then he said we ought to have a mayor to go with it, and announced hisself as candidate. Naturally, Bull Hawkins, our other leadin' citizen, come out agin him. The election was sought for April 11. Gooseneck established his campaign headquarters in the Silver Saddle Saloon, and Bull taken up his'n in the Red Tomahawk on t'other side of the street. First thing we knowed, Yeller Dog was in the grip of politics. The campaign got underway, and the casualties was mountin' daily, as public interest become more and more fatally aroused. And on the afternoon of the 9th, Gooseneck come into his headquarters and says, "We got to make a sweepin' offensive, boys. Bull Hawkins is out-generalin' us. That shootin' match he put on for a prime beef steer yesterday made a big hit with a common herd. He's tryin' to convince Yeller Dog that if elected, he'd provide the camp with more high-class amusement than I could. Breck Elkins, will you pause in your guzzlin' and listen here a minute? As chief of this here political organization, I demand your attention." "I hear you," I says. "I was to the match, and they barred me on a technicality. Otherwise, I would have won the whole steer. It weren't so excitin' far as I could see. Only one man got shot." "And he was one of my voters," scowled Gooseneck. "But we got to outshine Bull's efforts to seduce the mob. He's resortin' to low, underhanded tactics by buyin' votes outright. I scorn sech measures. Anyway, I've bought all I'm able to pay for. We got to put on a show which outdazzles his dern shootin' match." "A rodeo, maybe," suggested Mule McGrath. "Or a good dog fight." Nah, says Gooseneck. "My show will be a symbol of progress and culture. We stages a spellin' match tomorrow night in the city hall. Next mornin', when the polls opens, the voters'll still be so dazzled by the grandeur of our entertainment, they'll elect me by a vast majority. How many men in this here camp can spell good enough to get into a spellin' bee? Says I. I'm confident they's at least 35 men in this camp which can read and write, says Gooseneck. That's plenty. But we gotta find somebody to give out the words. It wouldn't look right for me. It'd be beneath my official dignity. Who's educated enough for the job? I am, says Jerry Brennan and Bill Garrison simultaneous. Then they showed their teeth at each other. They weren't friends nohow. Can't but one get the job, asserted Gooseneck. I test your ability. Can either one of you spell Constantinople? K-O-N, begun Garrison, and Brennan burst into a loud and mocking guffaw and said something pointed about ignoramuses. You deleted expletive, says Garrison bloodthirstily. Gentlemen, squawked Gooseneck, and then ducked as they both went for their guns. They cleared leather about the same time. When the smoke oozed away, Gooseneck crawled out from under the roulette table and cussed fervently. 2 more reliable voters gone to glory, he raged. Breckinridge, why didn't you stop 'em? 'Twarn't none of my business, says I, reaching for another drink, 'cause a stray bullet had knocked my glass out of my hand. Hey, I addressed the barkeep sternly, I see you fixin' to chalk up that there spilt drink agin me. Charge it to Jerry Brennan. He spilt it. Dead men pays no bills, complained the bartender. Seize them petty squabbles, snarled Gooseneck. You argies over a glass of liquor when I've just lost 2 good votes. Drag 'em out, boys, he ordered the other members of the organization, which was emerging from behind the bar and the whiskey barrels where they took refuge when the shooting started. Damn, says Gooseneck with bitterness. This here is a deadly lick to my campaign. I not only loses 2 more votes, but them was the best educated men in camp outside of me. Now who we gonna get to conduct the spellin' match? Anybody which can read can do it, says Lobo Harrison, a hoss thief with a mean face and an ingrown disposition. He'd go a mile out of his way just to kick a dog. Even Elkins there could do it. Yeah, if they was anything to read from, snorted Gooseneck. But they ain't a line of writin' in camp except on whiskey bottles. We got to have a man with a lot of long words in his head. Breckinridge, damn it, just 'cause I told the barkeep to charge your drinks on the campaign expenses ain't no reason for you to freeze onto that bar permanent. Ride over to Alderville and get us an educated man. How'll he know whether he's educated or not? Sneered Lobo, which seemed to dislike me passionately, for some reason or another. Make him spell Constantinople, says Gooseneck. He can't go over there, says Soapy Jackson. The folks has threatened to lynch him for crippling their sheriff. I didn't cripple their fool sheriff, I says indignantly. He crippled hisself, falling through a wagon wheel when I give him a kind of push with a rock. How you spell that there Constantinople word? Well, he spelled it 30 or 40 times till I had it memorized. So I rode over to Alderville. When I rode into town, the folks looked at me coldly and bunched up and whispered amongst theirselves. But I paid no attention to 'em. I never seen the deputy sheriff, unless that was him I seen climbing a white oak tree as I hove in sight. I went into the White Eagle saloon and drank me a dram and says to the barkeep, "Who's the best educated man in Alderville?" Says he, "Snake River Murgatroyd, which deals Monty over to the Elite Amusement Palace." So I went over there, and just as I went through the door I happened to remember that Snake River had swore he was going to shoot me on sight next time he seen me, on account of some trouble we'd had over a card game. But such things is too trivial to bother about. I went up to where he was settin' dealin' Monty, and I says, "Hey, place your bet," says he. Then he looked up and said, "You! Expletive deleted!" and reached for his gun. But I got mine out first and shoved the muzzle under his nose. "Bell, Constantinople," I tells him. He turned pale and said, "Are you crazy?" "Ballot," I roared, and he says, "Constantinople. What the hell?" "Good," I said, throwing his gun in the corner out of temptation's way. "We want you to come over to Yeller Dog and give out words at a spellin' match." Everybody in the place was holding their breath. Snake River moved his hands nervous-like and knocked a jack of diamonds off onto the floor. He stooped like he was going to pick it up, but instead he jerked a bowie out of his boot and tried to stab me in the belly. Well, much as I would have enjoyed shooting him, I noted spiled a spellin' match, so merely taken the knife away from him and held him upside down to shake out whatever other weapons he might have hid, and he began to holler, "Help! Murder! Elkins is killin' me!" "It's a Yeller Dog plot!" somebody howled, and the next instant the air was full of beer mugs and cuspidors. Some of them spittoons was quite heavy, and when one missed me and went bong on Snake River's head, he curled up like a angleworm which has been tromped on. "Look at there!" they hollered, like it was my fault. "He's trying to kill Snake River! Get him, boys!" They then fell on me with billiard sticks and chair legs in a way which has made me suspicious of Alderville's hospitality ever since. Argument being useless, I tucked Snake River under my left arm and started knocking them fool critters right and left with my right fist. And I reckon that was how the bar got wrecked. I never seen a bar a man's head would go through easier than that'n. So pretty soon the survivors abandoned the fray and run out of the door hollering, "Help! Murder! Rise up, citizens! Yeller Dog is at our throats! Rise and defend your homes and loved ones!" You would have thought the Apaches was burning the town the way folks was hollering and running for their guns and shooting at me as I clumb aboard Captain Kidd and headed for Yeller Dog. I left the main road and headed through the bresh for an old trail I knowed about, 'cause I seen a whole army of men getting on their hosses to lick out after me, and while I knowed they couldn't catch Captain Kidd, I was afeared they might hit Snake River with a stray bullet if they got within range. The bresh was pretty thick, and I reckon it was the branches slapping him in the face which brung him to, because all to once he begun hollerin' blue murder. "You ain't taking me to Yeller Dog," he yelled. "You're taking me out in the hills to murder me. Help! Help!" "Ah, shut up," I snorted. "This here's a shortcut." "You can't get across Apache River unless you follow the road to the bridge," says he. "I can too," I says. "We'll go across on the footbridge." With that, he gave a scream of horror and a convulsive wrench, which tore himself clean out of his shirt which I was holding on to. Next thing I knowed, all I had in my hand was a empty shirt, and he was on the ground and scuttling through the bushes. I'd taken in after him, but he was pretty tricky dodging around stumps and trees, and I begun to believe I was going to have to shoot him in the hind leg to catch him when he made the mistake of trying to climb a tree. I rode up onto him before he could get out of reach, and reached up and got him by the leg and pulled him down, and his language was painful to hear. It was his own fault he slipped out of my hand, he kicked so violent. I didn't go to drop him on his head, but just as I was retching down for him I heard hosses running, and looked up, and here come that derned Alderville posse busting through the bresh right onto me. I'd lost so much time chasing Snake River they'd catched up with me. So I scooped him up and hung him over my saddle horn, because he was out cold, and headed for Apache River. Captain Kidd drawed away from them hosses like they was hobbled, so they weren't scarcely in pistol range of us when we busted out on the east bank. The river was up, just a foamin' and a bilin', and the footbridge warn't nothing only just a log. But Captain Kidd's sure-footed as a billy goat. We started across it, and everything went all right till we got about the middle of it, and then Snake River come to and seen the water booming along under us. He lost his head and began to struggle and kick and holler, and his spurs scratched Captain Kidd's hide. That made Captain Kidd mad, and he turned his head and tried to bite my leg, 'cause he always blames me for everything that happens, and he lost his balance and fell off. That would have been all right, too, because as we hit the water, I got hold of Captain Kidd's tail with one hand and Snake River's undershirt with the other, and Captain Kidd hit out for the west bank. They's very few streams he can't swim, flood or not. But just as we was nearly across, the posse appeared on the hind bank and started shooting at me, and they was apparently in some doubt as to which head in the water was me, because some of 'em shot at Snake River too, just to make sure. He opened his mouth to holler at 'em and got it full of water, and darn near strangled. Then all to onct, somebody in the brush on the west shore opened up with a Winchester, and one of the posse hollered, "Look out, boys, it's a trap! Elkins has led us into an ambush." They turned round and hightailed it for Alderville. Well, what with the shooting and a gullet full of water, Snake River was having a regular fit, and he kicked and thrashed so he kicked himself clean out of his undershirt, and just as my feet hit bottom, he slipped out of my grip and went whirling off downstream. I jumped out on land, ignoring the hearty kick Captain Kidd planted in my midriff, and grabbed my lariat off my saddle. Gooseneck Wilkerson come prancing out of the brush, waving a Winchester and yelling, "Don't let him drown, dang yer! My whole campaign depends on that spelling bee. Do something!" I run along the bank and made a throw and looped Snake River round the ears. It warn't a very good catch, but the best I could do under the circumstances, and skin'll always grow back onto a man's ears. I hauled him out of the river, and it was plumb ungrateful for him to accuse me later of dragging him over them sharp rocks on purpose. I like to know how he figured I could rope him out of Apache River without skinning him up a little. He'd swallered so much water he was nigh at his last gasp. Gooseneck rolled him onto his belly and jumped up and down on his back with both feet to get the water out. Gooseneck said that was artificial respiration, but from the way Snake River hollered, I don't believe it done him much good. Anyway, he choked up several gallons of water. When he was able to threaten our lives betwixt cuss words, Gooseneck says, "Git him on your hoss and let's get started. Mine run off when the shooting started. I jest suspected you'd be pursued by them dumb-wits and would take the shortcut. That's why I come to meet you. Come on, we gotta get Snake River some medical attention. In his present state, he ain't in no shape to conduct no spelling match." Snake River was too groggy to set in the saddle, so he hung him across it like a cowhide over a fence and started out, me leading Captain Kidd. It makes Captain Kidd very mad to have anybody but me on his back, so we hadn't went more'n a mile when he retched around and sawed his teeth in the seat of Snake River's pants. Snake River had been groaning very weak and dismal and commanding us to stop and let him down so's he could utter his last words. But when Captain Kidd bid him, he let out a remarkable strong yell and bust into language unfit for a dying man. "Expletive deleted!" quoth he passionately. "Why have I got to be butchered for a yeller dog holiday?" We was reasoning with him when old man Jake Hansen hove out of the bushes. Old Jake had a cabin 100 yards back from the trail. He was about the width of a barn door, and his whiskers was marvelous to behold. "What's this ungodly noise about?" he demanded. "Who's getting murdered?" "I am," says Snake River fiercely. "I'm being sacrificed to the passions of the brutal mob." "You shut up," said Gooseneck severely. "Jake, This is the gent we've consented to let conduct the spelling match." "Well, well," says Jake, interested. "A educated man, eh? Why, he don't look no different from us folks if the blood were wiped off of him. Say, listen, boys, bring him over to my cabin. I'll dress his wounds and feed him, and take care of him and get him to the city hall tomorrow night in time for the spelling match. In the meantime, he can teach my daughter Salome her letters." "I refuse to tutor a dirty-faced cub," began Snake River when he seen a face peeking eagerly at us from the trees. "Who's that?" he demanded. "My daughter Salome," said old Jake. 19 her last birthday, and can't neither read nor write. None of my folks ever could, far back as family history goes, but I want her to get some education." "It's a human obligation," says Snake River. "I'll do it." So we left him at Jake's cabin, propped up on a bunk, with Salome feeding him spoon vittles and whiskey, and me and Gooseneck headed for Yeller Dog, which warn't hardly a mile from there. Gooseneck says to me, "We won't say nothing about Snake River being at Jake's shack. Bull Hawkins is sweet on Salome, and he's so dern jealous-minded it makes him mad for another man to even stop there to say hello to the folks. We don't want nothing to interfere with our show." "You act like you got a lot of confidence in it," I says. "I banks on it heavy," says he. "It's a symbol of civilization." Well, just as we come into town, we met Mule McGrath with fire in his eye and corn juice on his breath. "Gooseneck, listen," says he. "I just got wind of a plot of Hawkins and Jack Clanton to get a lot of our voters so drunk election day they won't be able to get to the polls. Let's call off the spelling match and go over the Red Tomahawk and clean out that rat nest." "Nah," says Gooseneck. "We promised the mob a show and we keeps our word. Don't worry, I'll think of a way to circumvent the heathen." Mule headed back for the Silver Saddle, shaking his head, and Gooseneck sat down on the edge of a hoss trough and thunk deeply. I'd begun to think he'd dropped off to sleep when he riz up and said, "Breck, get hold of Soapy Jackson and tell him to sneak out of camp and stay hid till the morning of the 11th. Then he's to ride in just before the polls open and spread the news that they has been a big gold strike over in Wild Ross Gulch. A lot of fellers'll stampede for there without waiting to vote. Meanwhile, you'll have circulated amongst the men you know are going to vote for me, and let 'em know we are going to work this campaign strategy, with all my men in camp, and most of Bull's heading for Wild Ross Gulch. Right and justice triumphs, and I win." So I went and found Soapy and told him what Gooseneck said, and on the strength of it, he immediately headed for the Silver Saddle and began guzzling on campaign credit. I felt it was my duty to go along with him and see he didn't get so full he forgot what he was supposed to do, and we was putting down the 6th dram apiece when in come Jack McDonald, Jim Leary, and Tarantula Allison, all Hawkins men. Soapy focused his wandering eyes on 'em and says, "Who's this here cluttering up the scenery? Why'n't you mavericks stay over to the Red Tomahawk where you belong?" "It's a free country," asserted Jack McDonald. "What about this here derned spellin' match Gooseneck's bragging about all over town?" "Well, what about it?" I demanded, hitching my harness forward. "The political foe don't live which can beard a Elkins in his lair." "We demands to know who conducts it," stated Leary. "At least half the men in camp eligible to compete is in our crowd. We demands fair play. We're bringing in a cultured gent from another town." I says coldly. Who? Demanded Allison. None of your dang business, trumpeted Soapy, which gets delusions of valor when he's full of liquor. As a champion of progress and civic pride, I challenges the skunk-odored forces of corrupt politics and... Bam! McDonald swung with a billiard ball and Soapy kissed the sawdust. Now look what you done, I says peevishly. If you coyotes can't act like gents, you'll oblige me by getting the hell out of here. If you don't like our company, suppose you tries to put us out, they challenged. So, when I've finished my drink, I've taken their weapons away from 'em and throwed 'em head first out the side door. How was I to know somebody had just put up a new cast-iron hitching rack out there? Their friends carried 'em over to the Red Tomahawk to sew up their sculps, and I went back into the Silver Saddle to see if Soapy had come to yet. Just as I reached the door, he come weaving out, muttering in his whiskers and waving his six-shooter. Do you remember what all I told you? I demanded. Some of it, he goggled, with his glassy eyes wobbling in all directions. Well, get going then, I urged, and helped him up onto his hoss. He left town at full speed, with both feet out of the stirrups and both arms around the hoss's neck. Drink is a curse and a delusion, I told the barkeep in disgust. Look at that sickening example and take warning. Give me a bottle of rye. Well, Gooseneck done a good job of advertising the show. By the middle of the next afternoon, men was pouring into town from claims all up and down the creek. Half an hour before the match was sought to begin, the hall was full. The benches was moved back from the front part, leaving a space clear all the way across the hall. There had been a lot of argument about who was to compete and who was to choose sides, but when it was finally settled, as satisfactory as anything ever was settled in Yaller Dog, they was 20 men to compete, and Lobo Harrison and Jack Clanton was to choose up. By a peculiar coincidence, half of that 20 men was goosenecks, and half was bulls. So, naturally, Lobo choosed his pals, and Clanton choosed his'n. I don't like this, Gooseneck whispered to me. I'd rather they'd been mixed up. This is beginning to look like a contest between my gang and Bull's. If they win, it's going to make me look cheap. Where the hell is Snake River? I ain't seen him, I said. You ought to have made 'em take off their guns. Shucks, says he. What could possibly stir up trouble at such a ladylike affair as a spelling bee? Dang it, where is Snake River? Old Jake said he'd get him here on time. Hey, Gooseneck, yelled Bull Hawkins from where he sat amongst his cohorts. Why don't you start the show? Bull was a big, broad-shouldered hombre with black mustaches like a walrus. The crowd began to holler and cuss and stomp their feet, and this pleased Bull very much. Keep 'em amused, hissed Gooseneck. I'll go look for Snake River. He snuck out a side door, and I riz up and addressed the throng. Gents, I said, be patient. There is a slight delay, but it won't be long. Meantime, I'll be glad to entertain you all to the best of my ability. Would you like to hear me sing Barbary Allen? No, by grab, they answered in one beller. Why, you're going to, I roared, infuriated by this callous lack of the finer feelings. I will now sing, I says, drawing my 45s, and I blows the brains out of the first coyote which tries to interrupt me. I then sung my song without interference, and when I was through I bowed and waited for the applause. But all I heard was Lobo Harrison saying, Imagine what the poor wolves on Bear Creek has to put up with. This cut me to the quick, but before I could make a suitable reply, Gooseneck slid in, breathing heavy. "I can't find Snake River," he hissed, "but the barkeep give me a book he found somewheres. Most of the leaves is tore out, but there's plenty left. I've marked some of the longest words, Breck. You can read good enough to give 'em out. You got to. If we don't start the show right away, this mob'll wreck the place. You're the only man not in the match which can even read a little, outside of me and Bull. It wouldn't look right for me to do it, and I sure ain't gonna let Bull run my show." I knew I was licked. "Ah, well, all right," I said. "I mighta knew I'd be the goat. Gimme the book." "Here it is," he said. "The Adventures of a French Countess. Be darn sure you don't give out no words except them I marked." "Hey," bawled Jack Clanton, "we're getting tired standing up here. Open the ball." "All right," I says. "We commences." "Hey," says Bill, "nobody told us Elkins was gonna conduct the ceremony. We was told a cultured gent from out of town was to do it." "Well," I says irritably, "Bear Creek is my home range, and I reckon I'm as cultured as any snake hunter here. If anybody thinks he's better qualified than me, step up whilst I stomp his ears off." Nobody volunteered. So I says, "All right." I tosses $1 to see who gets the first word. It fell for Harrison's gang, so I looked in the book at the first word marked, and it was a gal's name. "Catherine," I says. Nobody said nothing. "Catherine," I roared, glaring at Lobo Harrison. "What you looking at me for?" he demanded. "I don't know no gal by that name." "Expletive deleted," I says with passion. "That's the word I give out. Spell it, damn it." "Oh," says he. "All right. Katharinn. "That's wrong," I says. "What you mean wrong?" he roared. "That's right." "'Tain't accordin' to the book," I says. "Dang the book," says he. "I know my rights, and I ain't to be euchred by no ignorant grizzly from Bear Creek." "Who you callin' ignorant?" I demanded, stung. "Set down. You spelled it wrong." "You lie," he howled, and went for his gun. But I fired first. When the smoke cleared away, I seen everybody was on their feet preparing for the stampede, such as weren't trying to crawl under the benches. So I said, "Set down, everybody. There ain't nothing to get excited about. The spelling match continues, and I'll shoot the first scoundrel which tries to leave the hall before the entertainment's over." Gooseneck hissed fiercely at me. "Damn it, be careful who you shoot, can't you? That was another one of my voters." "Drag him out," I commanded, wiping off some blood where a slug had notched my ear. "The spelling match is ready to commence again." There was a kind of tension in the air, men shuffling their feet and twisting their mustaches and hitching their gun belts. But I give no heed. I now approached the other side with my hand on my pistol, and says to Clanton, "Can you spell Catharine?" "Catharine, says he. "Right, by golly," I says, consulting the French countess, and the audience cheered wildly and shot off their pistols into the roof. "Hey," says Bill Stark on the other side, "that's wrong. Make him sit down. It spells with a K." "He spelt it just like it is in the book," I says. "Look for yourself." "I don't give a damn," he yelled, rudely knocking the French countess out of my hand. "It's a misprint. It spells with a K or there'll be more blood on the floor. He spelt it wrong, and if he don't set down, I shoots him down. I'm running this show, I bellered, beginning to get mad. You gotta shoot me before you shoots anybody else. With pleasure, snarled he and went for his gun. Well, I hit him on the jaw with my fist, and he went to sleep amongst the wreckage of busted benches. Gooseneck jumped up with a maddened shriek. "Dang your soul, Breckinridge!" he squalled. "Quit canceling my votes! Who are you working for, me or Hawkins?" "Haw, haw, haw!" bellered Hawkins. "Go on with the show. This is the funniest thing I ever seen." Wham! The door crashed open and in pranced old Jake Hansen, waving a shotgun. "Welcome to the festivities, Jake," I greeted him. "Where's—" "You son of a skunk," quoth he, and let go at me with both barrels. The shot scattered remarkable. I didn't get more than 5 or 6 of 'em, and the rest distributed freely amongst the crowd. You ought to 'a' heard 'em holler. The folks, I mean, not the buckshot. "What in tarnation are you doing?" shrieked Gooseneck. "Where's Snake River?" "Gone," howled old Jake. "Run off. Eloped with my daughter." Bull Hawkins riz with a howl of anguish, convulsively clutching his whiskers. "Salome!" he bellered. "Eloped? With a cussed gambolier they brung over from Alderville," bleated old Jake, doing a war dance in his passion. "Elkins and Wilkerson persuaded me to take that snake into my bosom. In spite of my pleas and protests, they forced him into my peaceful, expletive-deleted household, and he stole the poor mutton-headed innocent's blasted heart with his cultured airs and his slick talk. They've run off to get married. It's a political plot," shrieked Hawkins, going for his gun. "Wilkerson done it a purpose." I shot the gun out of his hand, but Jack Clanton crashed a bench down on Gooseneck's head, and Gooseneck kissed the floor. Clanton come down on top of him, out cold, as Mule McGrath swung with a pistol butt, and the next instant somebody lammed Mule with a brick bat, and he flopped down against Clanton, and then the fight was on. Them rival political factions just kinda riz up and rolled together in a wave of profanity, gun smoke, and splintering benches. I have always noticed that the best thing to do in such cases is to keep your temper, and that's what I did for some time, in spite of the efforts of 9 or 10 wild-eyed Hawkinites. I didn't even shoot one of 'em. I kept my head and battered their skulls with a joist I tore out of the floor, and when I knocked 'em down, I didn't stomp on 'em hardly any. But they kept coming, and Jack McDonald was obsessed with the notion that he could ride me to the floor by jumping up astraddle of my neck. So he done it, and having discovered his idea was a hallucination, he got a fistful of my hair with his left and started beating me in the head with his pistol barrel. It was very annoying. Simultaneous, several other misfits got hold of my legs, trying to wrestle me down, and some son of Belial stomped severely on my toe. I had bore my afflictions as patient as Job up to that time, but this perfidy maddened me. I give a roar which loosened the shingles on the roof and kicked the toe stomper in the belly with such fury that he curled up on the floor with a holler groan and taken no more interest in the proceedings. I likewise busted my timber on somebody's skull and retched up and pulled Jack McDonald off my neck like pulling a tick off a bull's hide, and hev him through a convenient winder. He's a liar when he says I aimed him deliberate at that rain barrel. I didn't even know they was a rain barrel till I heard his head crash through the staves. I then shook 9 or 10 idiots loose from my shoulders and shook the blood out of my eyes, and perceived that Gooseneck's men was getting the worst of it, particularly including Gooseneck himself. So I give another roar and prepared to wade through them fool Hawkinites like a bar through a pack of hound dogs, when I discovered that some perfidious sidewinder had got my spur tangled in his whiskers. I stooped to untangle myself just as a charge of buckshot ripped through the air where my head had been an instant before. 3 or 4 critters was rushing me with bowie knives, so I give a wrench and tore loose by main force. How could I help it if most of the whiskers come loose too? I grabbed me a bench to use for a club, and I mowed the whole first rank down with one swipe, and then as I drawed back for another lick, I heard somebody yelling above the melee. "Gold!" he shrieked. Everybody stopped like they was froze in their tracks. Even Bull Hawkins shook the blood out of his eyes and glared up from where he was kneeling on Gooseneck's wishbone with one hand in Gooseneck's hair and a bowie in the other'n. Everybody quit fighting everybody else and looked at the door, and there was Soapy Jackson, a reelin' and a weavin' with a empty bottle in one hand and hollerin', "Big gold strike in Wild Hoss Gulch," he blats. "Biggest the West ever seen. Nuggets the size of ostrich eggs." Gulp. He disappeared in a wave of frenzied humanity as Yeller Dog's population abandoned the fray and headed for the wide open spaces. Even Hawkins ceased his efforts to sculp Gooseneck alive and joined the stampede. They tore the whole front out of the city hall in their flight, and even them which had been knocked stiff come to at the howl of "Gold!" and staggered wildly after the mob, shrieking pitifully for their picks, shovels, and jackasses. When the dust had settled and the thunder of boot heels had faded in the distance, the only human left in the city hall was me and Gooseneck and Soapy Jackson, which riz unsteadily with the prints of hobnails all over his homely face. They sure trampled him free and generous in their rush. Gooseneck staggered up, glared wildly about him, and went into convulsions. At first he couldn't talk at all. He just frothed at the mouth. When he found speech, his language was shocking. "What you spring at this time o' night for?" he howled. "Breckinridge, I said to tell him to bring the news in the mornin', not tonight." "I did tell him that," I says. "Oh, so that was what I couldn't remember," says Soapy. "That lick MacDonald give me so plumb addled my brains. I knowed there was something I forgot, but couldn't remember what it was." "Oh, solo mio," gibbered Gooseneck, or words to that effect. "Well, what you kicking about?" I demanded, peevishly, having just discovered that somebody'd stabbed me in the hind leg during the melee. My boot was full of blood, and they was brand new boots. "It worked, didn't it?" I says. "They're all headed for Wild Hoss Gulch, including Hawkins hisself, and they can't possibly get back afore day after tomorrow." "Yeah," raved Gooseneck. "They're all gone, including my gang. The damn camp's empty. How can I get elected with nobody here to hold the election and nobody to vote?" "Oh," I says, "that's right. I hadn't thunk of that." He fixed me with an awful eye. "Did you," says he in a blood-curdling voice, "did you tell my voters Soapy was going to enact a political strategy?" "By golly," I said, "you know it plumb slipped my mind. Ain't that a joke on me? Get out of my life!" says Gooseneck, drawing his gun. That was a genteel way for him to act, trying to shoot me after all I'd done for him. I'd taken his gun away from him as gentle as I knowed how, and it was his own fault he got his arm broke. But to hear him rave, you would have thought he considered I was to blame for his misfortunes or something. I was so darn disgusted. I clumb on to Cap'n Kidd and shaking the dust of that there camp off of my boots, 'cause I seen they was no gratitude in Yeller Dog. I likewise seen I wasn't cut out for the skullduggery of politics. I had me a notion one time that I'd make a sheriff, but I learnt my lesson. It's like my pap says, I reckon. All the law a man needs, says he, is a gun tucked into his pants. And the main larnin' he needs is to know which end of that gun the bullet comes out of. What's good enough for pap, gents, is good enough for me. Evil Deeds at Red Cougar. I've been accused of prejudice agin the town of Red Cougar on account of my habit of avoiding it if I have to ride 50 miles out'n my way to keep from going through there. I denies the slander. It ain't no more prejudiced for me to ride around Red Cougar than it is for a lobo to keep his paw out of a jump trap. My experiences in that there lair of iniquity is painful to recall. I was a stranger and took in. I was a sheep for the fleecin', and if some of the fleecers got their fingers ketched in the shears, it was their own fault. If I shuns Red Cougar like a plague, that makes it mutual, because the inhabitants of Red Cougar shuns me with equal enthusiasm, even to the p'int of desertin' their wagons and takin' to the bresh if they happen to meet me on the road. I warn't intendin' to go there in the first place. I been punchin' cows over in Utah and was headin' for Bear Creek with the $50 a draw poker game had left me out of my wages. When I seen a trail branchin' off of the main road, I knowed it turned off to Red Cougar, but it didn't make no impression on me. But I hadn't gone far past it when I heard a hoss runnin', and the next thing it busted round a bend in the road with foam flyin' from the bit rings. They was a gal on it, lookin' back over her shoulder down the road. Just as she rounded the turn, her hoss stumbled and went to its knees, throwin' her over its head. I was off of Cap'n Kidd in an instant and ketched her hoss before it could run off. I helped her up, and she grabbed holt of me and hollered, "Don't let 'em get me!" "Who?" I said, taking off my hat with one hand and drawing a .45 with the other. "A gang of desperadoes," she panted. "They've chased me for 5 miles. Oh, please, don't let them get me." "They'll tetch you over my dead carcass," I assured her. She give me a look which made my heart turn somersets. She had black curly hair and big innocent gray eyes, and she was the purtiest gal I'd seen in a coon's age. "Oh, thank you," she panted. "I knowed you was a gent the minute I seen you. Will you help me up onto my hoss?" "You sure you ain't hurt none?" I asked, and she said she warn't. So I helped her up, and she gathered up her reins and looked back down the road very nervous. "Don't let 'em foller me," she begged. "I'm going on." "You don't need to do that," I says. "Wait till I exterminate them scoundrels, and I'll escort you home." But she started convulsively as the distant pound of hooves reached us, and said, "Oh, I dast not. They mustn't even see me again." "But I want to," I said. "Where you live?" "Red Cougar," says she. "My name's Sue Pritchard. If you happen up that way, drop in." "I'll be there," I promised, and she flashed me a dazzling smile and loped on down the road and out of sight up the Red Cougar trail. So I set to work. I uses a rope wove out of buffalo hide, a right smart longer and thicker and stronger than the average riata, because a man my size has got to have a rope to match. I tied said lariat across the road about 3 foot off the ground. Then I backed Captain Kidd into the bushes, and pretty soon 6 men swept around the bend. The first hoss fell over my rope, and the others fell over him, and the way they piled up in the road was beautiful to behold. Before you could bat your eye, they was a most amazin' tangle of kickin' hosses and cussin' men. I chose that instant to ride out of the brush and throw my pistols down on 'em. "Cease that scandalous language and rise with your hands up," I requested, and they done so, but not cheerfully. Some had been kicked right severe by the hosses, and one had pitched over his cayuse's neck and lit on his head, and his conversation weren't no way sensible. "What's the meanin' of this here hold up?" demanded a tall maverick with long yaller whiskers. "Shut up," I told him sternly. "Men which chases a helpless gal like a pack of Injuns ain't fittin' for to talk to a white man." "Oh, so that's it," says he. "Well, let me tell you." "I said shut up," I roared, emphasizing my request by shooting the left tip off of his mustache. "I don't aim to powwow with no dern women chasing coyotes. In my country we decorate a live oak with your carcasses." "But you don't," began one of the others, but Yaller Whiskers profanely told him to shut up. "Don't you see he's one of Ridgway's men?" snarled he. "He's got the drop on us, but our turn'll come. Till it does, save your breath." "That's good advice," I says. "Unbuckle your gun belts and hang 'em on your saddle horns, and keep your hands away from them guns whilst you does it. I'd plumb welcome an excuse to salivate the whole mob of you." So they done it. Then I fired a few shots under the hosses' feet and stampeded 'em, and they run off down the road the direction they come from. Yaller Whiskers and his pals cussed something terrible. "Better save your wind," I advised 'em. "You likely got a good long walk ahead of you before you catches your cayuses." "I'll have your heart's blood for this," raved Yaller Whiskers. "I'll have your sculp if I have to trail you from here to Judgment Day. You don't know who you're monkeying with." "And I don't care," I snorted. "Vamoose!" They taken out down the road after their hosses, and I shot around their feet a few times to kind of speed 'em on their way. They disappeared down the road in a faint blue haze of profanity, and I turned around and headed for Red Cougar. I hoped to catch up with Miss Pritchett before she got to Red Cougar, but she had too good a start and was going too fast a gait. My heart pounded at the thought of her, and my corns begun to ache. It sure was love at first sight. Well, I'd followed the trail for maybe 3 miles when I heard guns banging ahead of me. A little bit later I come to where the trail forked, and I didn't know which'n led to Red Cougar. Whilst I was settin' there wondering which branch to take, I heard hosses running again, and pretty soon a couple of men hove into sight, spurring hard and bending low like they was expecting to be shot from behind. When they approached me, I seen they had badges onto their vests and bullet holes in their hats. "Which is the road to Red Cougar?" I asked politely. "That'n," says the older feller, pinting back the way they'd come. "But if you're aimin' to go there, I advises you to reflect deeply on the matter. Ponder, young man, ponder and meditate. Life is sweet, after all." "What you mean?" I asked. "Who y'all chasin'?" "Chasin' hell," says he, polishing his sheriff's badge with his sleeve. "We're bein' chased. Buck Ridgway's in town." "Never heard of him," I says. "Well," says the sheriff, "Buck don't like strangers no more'n he does law officers, and you see how well he likes them." "This here's a free country," I snorted, "when I stays out of town on account of this here Ridgway or anybody else. There'll be ice in hell thick enough for the devil to skate on. I'm going to visit a young lady, Miss Sue Pritchard. Can you tell me where she lives?" They looked at me very peculiar, and the sheriff says, "Oh, in that case, well, she lives in the last cabin north of the general store on the left-hand side of the street." "Let's get going," urged his deputy nervously. "They may follow us." They started spurring again, and as I rode off I heard the deputy say, "Reckon he's one of 'em?" And the sheriff said, "If he ain't, he's the biggest damn fool that ever lived to come sparking Sue Pritchett." Then they rode out of hearing. I wondered who they was talking about, but soon forgot it as I rode on into Red Cougar. I come in on the south end of the town, and it was about like all them little mountain villages. One straggling street, hound dogs sleeping in the dust of the wagon ruts, and a general store, and a couple of saloons. I seen some hosses tied at the hitching rack outside the biggest saloon, which said Mac's Bar on it, but I didn't see nobody on the streets, though noises of hilarity was coming out of the saloon. I was thirsty and dusty, and I decided I better have me a drink and spruce up some before I called on Miss Pritchard. So I watered Captain Kidd at the trough and tied him to a tree. If I'd tied him to the hitch rack, he'd have kicked the tar out of the other hosses, and went into the saloon. They warn't nobody in there but an old coot with gray whiskers tending bar, and the noise was all coming from another room. From the racket I judged they was a bowlin' alley in there, and the gents was bowlin'. I beat the dust out of my pants with my hat and called for whiskey. Whilst I was drinking it, the feller said, "Stranger in town, eh?" I said I was, and he said, "Friend of Buck Ridgway's?" "Never seen him in my life," says I, and he says, "Then you better get out of town fast as you can dust it. Him and his bunch ain't here. He pulled out just a little while ago, but Jeff Middleton's in there, and Jeff's plenty bad." I started to tell him I weren't studying Jeff Middleton, but just then a lot of whooping bust out in the bowling alley like somebody'd made a tin strike or something, and here comes 6 men busting into the bar, whooping and yelling and slapping one of 'em on the back. "Decorate the mahogany, McVeigh," they whooped. "Jeff's buying. He just beat Tom Grissom here 6 straight games." They surged up to the bar, and one of 'em tried to jostle me aside, but as nobody ain't been able to do that successful since I got my full growth, all he done was sprain his elbow. This seemed to irritate him, because he turned around and said heatedly, "What the hell you think you're doing?" "I'm drinking me a glass of corn squeezins," I replied coldly. And they all turned around and looked at me, and they moved back from the bar and hitched at their pistol belts. They was a hard-looking gang, and the fellow they called Middleton was the hardest-looking one of 'em. "Who are you, and where'd you come from?" he demanded. "None of your damn business," I replied with a touch of old Southern courtesy. He showed his teeth at this and fumbled at his gun belt. "Are you trying to start something?" he demanded, and I seen McVeigh hide behind a stack of beer kegs. "I ain't in the habit of starting trouble," I told him. "All I does is end it. I'm in here drinking me a quiet dram when you coyotes come surging in, hollering like you was the first critter which ever hit a pin." "So you depreciates my talents, eh?" he squalled like he was stung to the quick. "Maybe you think you could beat me, eh?" "I ain't seen the man which could hold a candle to my game," I replied with my usual modesty. "All right," he yelled, grinding his teeth. "Come into the alley, and I'll show you some action, you big mountain grizzly." "Hold on," says McVeigh, sticking his head up from behind the kegs. "Be careful, Jeff. I believe that's—" "I don't care who he is," raved Middleton. "He has give me a mortal insult. Come on, you, if you got the nerve." "You be careful with them insults," I roared menacingly, striding into the alley. "I ain't the man to be bulldozed." I was looking back over my shoulder when I shoved the door open with my palm, and I probably pushed harder than I intended to, and that's why I tore the door off of the hinges. They all looked kind of startled, and McVeigh give a despairing squeak, but I went on into the alley and picked up a bowl ball which I brandished in defiance. "Here's $50, I says, waving the greenbacks. "We puts up 50 each and rolls for $5 a game. That suit you?" I couldn't understand what he said, because he just made a noise like a wolf grabbing a beefsteak, but he snatched up a bulldog and produced 10 $5 bills, so I judged it was agreeable with him. But he had an awful temper, and the longer we played, the madder he got. And when I beat him 5 straight games and taken 25 out of his 50, the veins stood out purple onto his temples. "It's your roll," I says, and he throwed his bowl ball down and yelled, "Blast your soul, I don't like your style. I'm through, and I'm taking down my stake. You gets no more of my money, damn you." "Why, you cheap-heeled piker," I roared. "I thought you was a sport, even if you was a hoss thief, but—" "Don't call me a hoss thief," he screamed. "Well, cow thief then," I says, "if you're so dern particular." It was at this instant that he lost his head to the point of pulling a pistol and firing at me point blank. He would have undoubtedly shot me, too, if I hadn't hit him in the head with my bowl ball just as he fired. His bullet went into the ceiling, and his friends began to display their disapproval by throwing pins and bulldogs at me. This irritated me almost beyond control, but I kept my temper and taken a couple of 'em by the neck and beat their heads together till they was limp. The matter would have ended there without any violence, but the other 3 insisted on taking the thing serious, and I defy any man to remain tranquil when 3 hoss thieves are carving at him with buoys and beating him over the head with 10 pins. But I didn't intend to bust the big ceiling lamp. I just hit it by accident with the chair which I knocked one of my enemies stiff with. And it weren't my fault if one of 'em got blood all over the alley. All I'd done was break his nose and knock out 7 teeth with my fist. How'd I know he was going to fall in the alley and bleed on it? As for that section of wall which got knocked out, all I can say is it's a darn flimsy wall which can be wrecked by throwing a man through it. I thought I'd throwed him through a winder till I looked closer and seen it was a hole he busted through the wall. And can I help it if them scallywags blowed holes in the roof till it looked like a sieve trying to shoot me? It wasn't my fault nohow. But when the dust settled and I looked around to see if I'd made a clean sweep, I was just in time to grab the shotgun, which old man McVeigh was trying to shoot me through the barroom door with. "You ought to be ashamed," I reproved. "A man of your age and venerable whiskers, trying to shoot a defenseless stranger in the back." "But my bowling alley's wrecked," he wept, tearing the aforesaid whiskers. "I'm a ruined man. I sunk my wad in it, and now look at it." "Ah, well," I says, "it warn't my fault, but I can't see an honest man suffer. Here's $75, all I got." "'Tain't enough," says he, nevertheless making a grab for the dough like a kingfisher diving after a pollywog. "'Tain't near enough." "I'll collect the rest from them coyotes," I says. "Don't do it," he shuddered. "They'd kill me after you left." "I want to do the right thing," I says. "I'll work out the rest of it." He looked at me right sharp then and says, "Come into the bar." But I seen 3 of them was coming too, so I hauled 'em up and told 'em sternly to tote their friends out to the hoss trough and bring 'em too. They done so, kind of wabbling on their feet, They acted like they was still addled in the brains, and McVeigh said it looked to him like Middleton was out for the day. But I told him it was quite common for a man to be like that, which has just had a 15-pound bowling ball split into two over his head. Then I went into the bar with McVeigh, and he poured out the drinks. "Are you in earnest about working out that debt?" says he. "Sure," I said. "I always pays my debts, by fair means or foul." "Ain't you Breckinridge Elkins?" says he. And when I says I was, he says, "I thought I recognized you when them fools was badgering you. Look out for them. That ain't all of 'em. The whole gang rode into town an hour or so ago and run the sheriff and his deputy out. But Buck didn't stay long. He seen his gal, then he pulled out for the hills again with 4 men. They's a couple more besides them, you fit, hanging round somewheres. I don't know where." "Outlaws?" I said. And he said, "Sure, but the local law force ain't strong enough to deal with 'em. And anyway, most of the folks in town is in cahoots with 'em and warns 'em if officers from outside come after 'em. They hang out in the hills ordinary, but they come into Red Cougar regular. But never mind them, I was just putting you on your guard. This is what I want you to do. A month ago I was coming back to Red Cougar with a tidy fortune in gold dust I'd panned back up in the hills, when I was held up and robbed. It weren't one of Ridgway's men, it was Three Fingers Clements, an old lone wolf, and the wust killer in these parts. He lives by hisself up in the hills and nobody knows where. But I just recent learned by accident. He sent a message by a sheep herder, and the sheep herder got drunk in my saloon and talked. I learned he's still got my gold and aims to sneak out with it as soon as he's joined by a gang of desperados from Tomahawk. It was them the sheep herder was taking the message to. I can't get no help from the sheriff. These outlaws has got him plumb buffaloed. I want you to ride up into the hills and get my gold. Of course, if you're scared of him—" "Who says I was scared of him or anybody else?" I demanded irritably. "Tell me how to get to his hideout, and I'm on my way." McVeigh's eyes kind of gleamed, and he says, "Good boy. Follow the trail that leads out of town to the northwest till you come to Diablo Canyon. Follow it till you come to the 5th Branch Gulch, opening into it on the right. Turn off the trail then, and follow the gulch till you come to a big white oak tree nigh the left-hand wall. Climb up out of the gulch there, and head due west up the slope. Pretty soon you'll see a crag like a chimney sticking out above a clump of spruces. At the foot of that crag they's a cave, and Clements is living there, and he's a tough old—" "It's as good as did," I assured him, and had another drink. Then went out and clumb aboard Captain Kidd and headed out of town. But as I rode past the last cabin on the left, I suddenly remembered about Sue Pritchard, and I allowed Three Fingers could wait long enough for me to pay my respects on her. Likely she was expecting me and getting nervous and impatient because I was so long coming. So I reined up to the stoop and hailed, and somebody looked at me through a winder. They also appeared to be a rifle muzzle trained on me, too, but who could blame folks for being cautious with them Ridgway coyotes in town? "Oh, it's you," said a female voice. Then the door opened and Sue Pritchard said, "Light and come in. Did you kill any of them rascals?" "I'm too soft-hearted for my own good," I says, apologetically. "I just merely only sent 'em on down the road on foot. But I ain't got time to come in now. I'm on my way up in the mountains to see Three Fingers Clements. I aim to stop on my way back if it's agreeable with you." "Three Fingers Clements?" says she in a peculiar voice. "Do you know where he is?" "McVeigh told me," I said. "He's got a polka dust he stole from McVeigh. I'm going after it." She said something under her breath which I must have misunderstood because I was sure Miss Pritchard wouldn't use the word it sounded like. "Come in just a minute," she begged. "You got plenty of time. Come in and have a snort of corn juice. My folks is all visitin', and it gets mighty lonesome to a gal. Please come in." Well, I never could resist a purty gal, so I tied Cap'n Kidd to a stump that looked solid and went in. She brung out her old man's jug. She said she never drunk none personal. We sat and talked, and there wasn't a doubt we cottoned to each other right spang off. There is some that says that Breckinridge Elkins ain't got a lick of sense when it comes to women folks, among these being my cousin, Bearfield Buckner. But I vow and declare that same is my only weakness, if any, and that likewise it is a manly weakness. This Sue Pritchard was plumb sensible, I seen. She wasn't one of these flighty kind that a feller would have to court with a banjo or a guitar. We talked round about bear traps and what was the best length barrel on shotguns and similar subjects of like nature. I likewise told her one or two of my mild experiences, and her eyes boogered big as saucers. We finally got around to my latest encounter. "Tell me some more about Three Fingers," she coaxed. "I didn't know anybody knowed his hideout." So I told her what all McVeigh said, and she was a heap interested, and had me repeat the instructions how to get there 2 or 3 times. Then she asked me if I'd met any bad men in town, and I told her I'd met 6, and they was now recovering on pallets in the back of the general store. She looked startled at this, and pretty soon she asked me to excuse her 'cause she heard one of the neighbor women calling her. I didn't hear nobody, but I said all right, and she went out the back door, and I heard her whistle 3 times. I sat there and had another snort or so, and reflected that the gal was undoubtedly taken with me. She was gone quite a spell, and finally I got up and looked out the back winder and seen her standing down by the corral talking to a couple of fellers. As I looked, one of 'em got on a bobtailed roan and headed north at a high run, and the other'n come on back to the cabin with Sue. "This here's my cousin, Jack Montgomery," says she. "He wants to go with you. He's just a boy and likes excitement." He was about the hardest-looking boy I ever seen, and he seemed remarkable mature for his years. But I said, "All right, but we gotta get going." "Be careful, Breckinridge," she advised. "You too, Jack. I won't hurt Three Fingers no more'n I got to," I promised her. And we went on our way yonderly, headed for the hideout. We got to Diablo Canyon in about an hour, and went up it about 3 miles till we come to the gulch mouth McVeigh had described. All to onct, Jack Montgomery pulled up and pinted down to a pool we was passing in a holler of the rock, and hollered, "Look there! Gold dust scattered at the edge of the water." "I don't see none," I says. "Light," he urged, taking off his cayuse. "I see it. It's thick as butter along the edge." Well, I got down and bent over the pool, but I couldn't see nothing, and all at once something hit me in the back of the head and knocked my hat off. I turned around and seen Jack Montgomery holding the bent barrel of a Winchester carbine in his hands. The stock was busted off, and pieces was lying on the ground. He looked awful surprised about something. His eyes was wild, and his hair stood up. "Are you sick?" I asked. "What you want to hit me for?" "You ain't human," he gasped, dropping the bent barrel and jerking out his pistol. I grabbed him and taken it away from him. "What's the matter with you?" I demanded. "Are you locoed?" For answer, he run off down the canyon, shrieking like a lost soul. I decided he must have went crazy like sheepherders does sometimes, so I pursued him and catched him. He fit and hollered like a painter. "Stop that," I told him sternly. "I'm your friend, It's my duty to your cousin to see you don't come to no harm." "Cousin hell!" says he with frightful profanity. "She ain't no more my cousin than you be." "Poor feller," I sighed, and throwing him on his belly, reached for his lariat. "You're out of your head and sufferin' from hallucinations. I knowed a sheep herder just like you onct, only he thought he was Sittin' Bull." "What you doin'?" he hollered as I started tying him with his rope. "Don't you worry," I soothed him. "I can't let you go tearing round over these mountains in your condition. I'll fix you so's you'll be safe and comfortable till I get back from Three Fingers Cave. Then I'll take you to Red Cougar and we'll send you to some nice, quiet, insane asylum." "Blast your soul!" he shrieked. "I'm as sane as you be. A damn sight saner, because no man with a normal brain could ignore getting a rifle stock broke over his skull like you done." Whereupon he tries to kick me between the eyes and otherwise give evidence of what I once heard a doctor call his derangement. It was a pitiful sight to see, especially since he was a cousin to Miss Sue Pritchard and would undoubtedly be my cousin-in-law one of these days. He jerked and wrestled, and some of his words was downright shocking, but I didn't pay no attention to his ravings. I always heard the way to get along with crazy people was to humor 'em. I was afeared if I left him layin' on the ground the wolves might chaw him, so I tied him up in the crotch of a big tree where they couldn't reach him. I likewise tied his hoss by the pool where he could drink and graze. "Listen," Jack begged as I clumb onto Captain Kidd. "I give up. Untie me and I'll spill the beans. I'll tell you everything." "You just take it easy," I soothed. "I'll be back soon." "Expletive deleted," says he, frothing slightly at the mouth. With a sigh of pity, I turned up the gulch, and his language, till I was clean out of sight, ain't to be repeated. A mile or so on, I come to the white oak tree and clumb out of the gulch and went up a long slope till I seen a jut of rock like a chimney rising above the trees. I slid off of Captain Kidd and drawed my pistols and snuck forward through the thick brush till I seen the mouth of a cave ahead of me, and I also seen something else too. A man was lying in front of it with his head in a pool of blood. I rolled him over, and he was still alive. His scalp was cut open, but the bone didn't seem to be caved in. He was a lanky old coot with reddish-gray whiskers, and he didn't have but 3 fingers onto his left hand. They was a pack tore up and scattered on the ground nigh him, but I reckon the pack mule had run off. They was also hoss tracks leading west. They was a spring nearby, and I brung my hat full of water and sloshed it into his face and tried to pour some into his mouth, but it warn't no go. When I throwed the water over him, he kinda twitched and groaned, but when I tried to pour the water down his gullet, he kinda instinctively clamped his jaws together like a bulldog. Then I seen a jug settin' in the cave, so I brung it out and pulled out the cork. When it popped, he opened his mouth convulsively and reached out his hand. So I poured a pint or 2 down his gullet, and he opened his eyes and glared wildly around till he seen his busted pack. Then he clutched his whiskers and shrieked, "They got it! My polka dust! I've been hiding up here for weeks, and just when I was gonna make a jump for it, they finds me." "Who?" I asked. "Buck Ridgway and his gang," he squalled. "I was keerless. When I heard hosses, I thought it was the men which was coming to help me take my gold out. Next thing I knowed, Ridgway's bunch had run out of the brush and was beating me over the head with their colts. I'm a ruined man." "Hell's fire," quoth I with passion. "Them Ridgways was beginning to get onto my nerves." I left old man Clements howling his woes to the sky like a timber wolf with the bellyache, and I forked Captain Kidd and headed west. They'd left a trail the youngest kid on Bear Creek could foller. It led for 5 miles through as wild a country as I ever seen outside the Humboldts. Then I seen a cabin ahead on a wide benchland, and that backed agin a steep mountain slope. I could just see the chimney through the tops of a dense thicket. It warn't long till sundown, and smoke was comin' out of the chimney. I knowed it must be the Ridgeway hideout, so I went bustin' through the thicket in such a hurry I forgot they might have a man on the lookout. I'm powerful absent-minded that way. They was one all right, but I was comin' so fast he missed me with his buffalo gun, and he didn't stop to reload, but run into the cabin yellin', "Bar the door quick! Here comes the biggest man in the world on the biggest hoss in creation!" They done so. When I emerged from amongst the trees, they opened up on me through the loopholes with sawed-off shotguns. If it'd been Winchesters, I'd have ignored 'em, but even I'm a little bashful about buckshot at close range when 6 men is shooting at me all at once. So I retired behind a big tree and begun to shoot back with my pistols, and the howls of them worthless critters when my bullets knocked splinters in their faces was music to my ears. They was a corral some distance behind the cabin with 6 hosses in it. To my surprise, I seen one of 'em was a bobtailed roan the feller was riding, which I seen talking with Sue Pritchard and Jack Montgomery, and I wondered if them blame outlaws had captured him. But I warn't accomplishing much shooting at them loopholes, and the sun dipped lower, and I begun to get mad. I decided to rush the cabin anyway, and to hell with their derned buckshot. And I dismounted and stumped my toe right severe on a rock. It always did madden me to stump my toe, and I uttered some loud and profane remarks, and I reckon them scoundrels must have thunk I'd stopped some lead, the way they whooped. But just then I had an inspiration. A big thick smoke was pouring out of the rock chimney, so I knowed they was a big fire on the fireplace where they was cooking supper. And I was sure there weren't but one door in the cabin. So I taken up the rock, which is about the size of an ordinary pig, and throwed it at the chimney. Boys on Bear Creek is ashamed if they have to use more'n one rock on a squirrel in a 100-foot tree across the creek, and I didn't miss. I hit her center, and she buckled and come crashing down in a regular shower of rocks, and most of 'em fell down into the fireplace, as I knowed by the way the sparks flew. I judged that the coals was scattered all over the floor, and the chimney hole was blocked so the smoke couldn't get out that way. Anyway, the smoke began to pour out the winders, and the Ridgewayers stopped shooting and started hollering. Somebody yelled, "The floor's on fire! Throw that bucket of water on it!" And someone else shrieked, "Wait, you damn fool! That ain't water, it's whiskey!" But he was too late. I heard the splash, and then a most amazin' flame sprung up and licked out of the winders, and the fellers hollered louder'n ever and yelled, "Let me out! I got smoke in my eyes! I'm choking to death!" I left the thicket and run to the door just as a man throwed it open and staggered out, blind as a bat and cussin' and shootin' wild. I was afeard he'd hurt himself if he kept tearing around like that, so I taken his shotgun away from him and bent the barrel over his head to kind of keep him quiet. Then I seen to my surprise he was the feller which rode the bobtail roan. I thunk how surprised Sue'd be to know a friend of hern was a cussed outlaw. I then went into the cabin, which was so full of smoke and gunpowder fumes a man couldn't hardly see nothing. The walls and roof was on fire by now, and them idiots was tearing around with their eyes full of smoke, trying to find the door, and one of 'em run head on into the wall and knocked himself stiff. I throwed him outside and got hold of another and to lead him out, and he cut me across the bosom with his bowie. I was so stung by this ingratitude that when I tossed him out to safety I maybe throwed him further'n I aimed to, and it appears they was a stump which he hit his head on. But I couldn't help it being there. I then turned around and located the remaining three, which was fighting with each other, evidently thinking they was fighting me. Just as I started for 'em, a big log fell out of the roof and knocked two of 'em groggy and sot their clothes on fire, and a regular sheet of flame sprung up and burnt off most of my hair, and whilst I was dazzled by it, the surviving outlaw run past me out the door, leaving his smoking shirt in my hand. Well, I dragged the other two out and stomped on 'em to put out the fire, and the way they hollered you'd have thought I was injuring 'em instead of saving their fool lives. "Shut up and tell me where the gold is," I ordered, and one of 'em gurgled, "Ridgway's got it." I asked which one of 'em was him, and they all swore they wasn't, and I remembered the feller which run out of the cabin. So I looked round and seen him just leading the hoss out of the corral to ride off bareback. "You stop!" I roared, letting my voice out full, which I seldom does. The acorns rattled down out of the trees, and the tall grass bent flat, and the hoss Ridgway was fixing to mount got scared and jerked away from him and bolted, and the other hosses knocked the corral gate down and stampeded. 3 or 4 of them run over Ridgway before he could get out of the way. He jumped up and headed out across the flat on foot, wabbling some but going strong. I could have shot him easy, but I was afeared he'd hid the gold somewheres, and if I killed him he couldn't tell me where. So I run and got my lariat and taken out after him on foot, because I figured he'd duck into the thick brush to get away. But when he seen I was overhauling him, he made for the mountainside and begun to climb a steep slope. I followed him, but before he was much more than halfway up, he'd taken refuge on a ledge behind a dead tree and started shooting at me. I got behind a boulder about 75 foot below him and asked him to surrender like a gent, but his only reply was a direct slur on my ancestry and more bullets, one of which knocked off a sliver of rock which gouged my neck. This annoyed me so much that I pulled my pistols and started shooting back at him. But all I could hit was the tree, and the sun was going down, and I was afeared if I didn't get him before dark, he'd manage to sneak off. So I stood up, paying no attention to the slug he put in my shoulder, and swung my lariat. I always uses a 90-foot rope. I got no use for them little bitsy pieces of string most punchers uses. I throwed my noose and looped that tree and sot my feet solid and heaved and tore the dern tree up by the roots. But them roots went so deep, most of the ledge come along with 'em, and that started a landslide. The first thing I knowed, here comes the tree and Ridgway and several tons of loose rock and shale, gathering weight and speed as they come. It sounded like thunder rolling down the mountain, and Ridgway's screams was frightful to hear. I jumped out from behind the boulder, intending to let the landslide split on me and grab him as it went past me, but I stumbled and fell, and that darn tree hit me behind the ear, and the next thing I knowed, I was traveling down the mountain with Ridgway and the rest of the avalanche. It was very humiliating. I was right glad at the time, I recollect, that Miss Sue Pritchard wasn't nowheres near to witness this catastrophe. It's hard for a man to keep his dignity, I found, when he's scooting in a hell slew of trees and brush and rocks and dirt, and I become aware, too, that a snag had tore the seat out of my pants, which makes me some despondent. This, I figured, is what a man gets for losing his self-control. I recollected another time or two when I'd exposed myself to the consequences by exerting my full strength, and I made me a couple of promises then and there. It's all right for a single young feller to go helling around and let the chips fall where they may, But it's different with a man like me, who was almost just the same as practically married. You got to look before you leap was the way I reckoned it. A man's got to think of his wife and children. We brung up at the foot of the slope in a heap of boulders and shale, and I throwed a few 100 pounds of busted rock off of me and riz up and shaking the blood out of my eyes and looked around for Ridgway. I presently located a boot sticking out of the heap, and I laid hold onto it and hauled him out. He looked remarkable like a skint rabbit. About all the clothes he had left onto him besides his boots was his belt, and I seen a fat buckskin poke stuck under it. So I dragged it out, and about that time he sot up groggy and looked round dizzy and moaned feeble. "Who the hell are you?" "Breckinridge Elkins of Bear Creek," I said. "And with all the men they is in the state of Nevada," he says weakly, "I had to tangle with you. What you gonna do?" "I think I'll turn you and your gang over to the sheriff," I says. "I don't hold much with law. We ain't never had none on Bear Creek. But sech coyotes as you all don't deserve no better." "A hell of a right you got to talk about law," he said fiercely. "After plotting with Badger McVeigh to rob old man Clements. That's all I done." "What you mean?" I demanded. "Clements robbed McVeigh of this here dust." "Robbed hell," says Ridgway. "McVeigh is the crookedest cuss that ever lived. Only he ain't got the guts to commit robbery hisself. Why, Clements is an honest miner, the old jackass, and he panned that there dust up in the hills. He's been hiding for weeks, scared to try to get out of the country. We was hunting him too industrious." "McVeigh put me up to committing robbery?" I ejaculated, aghast. "That's just what he did," declared Ridgway, "and I was so overcome by this perfidy, I was plumb paralyzed." Before I could recover, Ridgway gave a convulsive flop and rolled over into the bushes and was gone in an instant. The next thing I knowed, I heard hosses running, and I turned in time to see a bunch of men riding up on me. Old man Clements was with 'em, and I recognized the others as the fellers I stopped from chasing Sue Pritchard on the road below Red Cougar. I reached for a pistol, but Clements yelled, "Hold on! They're friends!" He then jumped off and grabbed the poke out of my limp hand and waved it at them triumphantly. "See that?" he hollered. "Didn't I tell ya he was a friend? Didn't I tell ya he come up here to bust up that gang? He got my gold back for me, just like I said he would." He then grabbed my hand and shaked it, energetic, and says, "These is the men I sent to Tomahawk for, to help me get my gold out. They got to my cave just a while after you left. They're prejudiced agin you, but—" "No, we ain't," denied Yaller Whiskers, which I now seen was wearing a deputy's badge, and he got off and shaking my hand heartily. "You didn't know we was special law officers, and I reckon it did look bad, 6 men chasing a woman. We thought you was a outlaw. We was pretty mad at you when we finally caught our horses and headed back, but I begun to wonder about you when we found them 6 disabled outlaws in the store at Red Cougar. Then when we got to Clements' cave and found you'd befriended him and had lit out on Ridgway's trail, it looked still better for you. But I still thought maybe you was after that gold on your own account. But of course I see now I was all wrong, and I apologizes. Where's Ridgway?" "He got away," I said. "Never mind," says Clements, pumping my hand again. "Kirby here and his men has got Jeff Middleton and 5 more men in the jail at Red Cougar. McVeigh, the old hypocrite, taken to the hills when Kirby rode into town, and we got 6 more of Ridgway's gang tied up over at Ridgway's cabin, or where it was till you burned it down. They're sure a battered mob. It must have been a awful fight. You look like you been through a tornado yourself. Come on with us and our prisoners to Tomahawk. I buys you a new suit of clothes, and we celebrates." "I got to get a feller I left tied up in a tree down the gulch," I said. "Jack Montgomery. He's at local weed or something. He's crazy." They laughed hearty, and Kirby says, "You got a great sense of humor, Elkins. We found him when we come up the gulch and brung him on with us. He's tied up with the rest of them back there. You sure was slick, fooling McVeigh into telling you where Clements was hiding, and fooling that whole Ridgway gang into thinking you aimed to rob Clements. Too bad you didn't know we was officers so we could have worked together. But I gotta laugh when I think how McVeigh thought he was chipping you into stealing for him, and all the time you was just studying how to rescue Clements and bust up Ridgway's gang. Ha ha ha." "But I didn't," I begun dizzily because my head was swimming. "You just made one mistake," said Kirby, "and that was when you let slip where Clements was hiding." "But I never told nobody but Sue Pritchard," I says wildly. "Many a good man has been euchred by a woman," says Kirby tolerantly. "We got the whole yarn from Montgomery. The minute you told her, she snuck out and called in 2 of Ridgway's men and sent one of 'em fogging it to tell Buck where to find Clements, and she sent the other'n, which was Montgomery, to go along with you and lay you out before you could get there. She lit for the hills when we come into Red Cougar, and I bet her and Ridgway are streaking it over the mountains together right now. But that ain't your fault. You didn't know she was Buck's gal. The perfidy of women!" "Gimme my hoss," I said groggily. "I've been scorched and shot and cut and fell on by a avalanche, and my honest love has been betrayed. You sees before you the singed, skint, and blood-soaked result of female treachery. Fate has dealt me the joker. My heart is busted, and the seat is tore out of my pants. Get out of the way. I'm riding." "Where to?" they asked, awed. "Anywheres," I bellers, "just so it's far away from Red Cougar." High Horse Rampage. I got a letter from Aunt Saragossa Grimes the other day, which said, "Dear Breckinridge, I believe time is softening your cousin Bearfield Buckner's feelin's toward you. He was over here to supper the other night, just after he shot the 3 Evans boys, and he was in the best humor I seen him in since he got back from Colorado. So I just kinda casually mentioned you, and he didn't turn near as purple as he used to every time he heard your name mentioned. He just kinda got a little green around the ears, and that might have been on account of him choking on the bar meat he was eating. And all he said was he was gonna beat your brains out with a post oak maul if he ever catched up with you, which is the mildest remark he's made about you since he got back to Texas. I believe he's practically give up the idea of sculping you alive and leaving you on the prairie for the buzzards with both legs broke like he used to swear was his sole ambition. I believe in a year or so it would be safe for you to meet dear Cousin Bearfield, and if you do have to shoot him, I hope you'll be broad-minded and shoot him in some place which ain't vital, because after all, you know it was your fault to begin with. We are all well and nothing's happened to speak of except Joe Allison got a arm broke arguing politics with Cousin Bearfield. Hoping you air the same, I begs to remain, your lovin' Aunt Saragossa. It's heartening to know a man's kin is thinking kindly of him and forgetting petty grudges. But I can see that Bearfield has been misrepresenting things and pisoning Aunt Saragossa's mind agin me. Otherwise she wouldn't have made that there remark about it being my fault. All fair-minded men knows that what happened warn't my fault. That is, all except Bearfield, and he's naturally prejudiced because most of it happened to him. I knowed Bearfield was somewheres in Colorado when I joined up with old man Brant Mulholland to make a cattle drive from the Pecos to the Platte, but that didn't have nothing to do with it. I expects to run into Bearfield almost any place where the liquor is red and the shotguns is sawed-offs. He's a liar when he says I come into the high horse country a purpose to wreck his life and ruin his career. Everything I done to him was in kindness and kindredly affection, but he ain't got no gratitude. When I think of the javelina meat I ate and the barefoot bandits I had to associate with whilst living in old Mexico to avoid having to kill that worthless critter, his present attitude embitters me. I never had no notion of visiting High Horse in the first place, but we run out of grub a few miles north of there, so what does old man Mulholland do but rout me out of my blankets before daylight, and says, "I want you to take the chuck wagon to High Horse and buy some grub. Here's $50. If you spends a penny of that for anything but bacon, beans, flour, salt, and coffee, I'll have your life, big as you be." "Why don't you send the cook?" I demanded. "He's layin' helpless in a chaparral thicket, reeking from the fumes of vanilla extract," says old man Mulholland. "Anyway, you're responsible for this famine. But for your inhuman appetite, we'd have had enough grub to last the whole drive. Get going. You're the only man in the string I trust with money, and I don't trust you no further'n I can heave a bull by the tail." Us Elkins is sensitive about such remarks, but old man Mulholland was born with a conviction that everybody is out to swindle him, so I maintained a dignified silence outside of telling him to go to hell, and harnessed the mules to the chuck wagon and headed for Antioch. I led Captain Kidd behind the wagon, 'cause I knowed if I left him unguarded, he'd kill every he-hoss in the camp before I got back. Well, just as I was coming to the forks where the trail to Gallego splits off from the High Horse Road, I heard somebody behind me thumping a banjo and singing, "Old Nora, he did build the ark." So I pulled up, and pretty soon round the bend come the derndest looking rig I'd seen since the circus come to war paint. It was a buggy, all painted red, white, and blue, and drawed by a couple of wall-eyed pintos, and they was a feller in it with a long-tailed coat and a plug hat and fancy checked vest, and a cross-eyed nigger playing a banjo, with a monkey setting his shoulder. The white man taking off his plug hat made me a bow and says, "Greetings, my mastodonic friend. Can you inform me which of these roads leads to the fair city of High Horse?" "That's leading south," I says. "T'other'n goes east to Gallego. Are you all part of a circus?" "I resents the implication," says he. "In me you behold the greatest friend to humanity since the inventor of corn liquor. I am Professor Horace J. Latimer, inventor and sole distributor of that boon to suffering humanity, Latimer's Lenitive Local Elixir, good for man or beast. He then hoisted a jug out from under the seat and showed it to me and a young feller which had just rode up along the road from Gallego. "A sure cure," says he. "Have you a hoss which has nibbled the seductive loco weed? That huge brute you've got tied to the inn gate there looks remarkable wild in his eye now." "He ain't loco," I says. "He's just bloodthirsty." "Then I bid you both a very good day, sirs," says he. "I must be on my way to allay the sufferings of mankind. I trust we shall meet in high horse." So he drove on, and I started to cluck to the mules, when a young feller from Gallego, which had been eyeing me very close, he says, "Ain't you Breckinridge Elkins?" When I says I was, he says with some bitterness, "That there professor don't have to go to a high horse to find locoed critters. There's a man in Gallego right now, crazy as a bedbug. It's your own cousin, Bearfield Buckner." "What?" says I with a violent start, because they hadn't never been no insanity in the family before, only Bearfield's great-granduncle Esau, who once voted agin Hickory Jackson, but he recovered before the next election. "It's the truth," says the young feller. "He's sufferin' from a hallucination that he's going to marry a gal over to a high horse by the name of Ann Wilkins. They ain't even no gal there by that name. He was havin' a fit in the saloon when I left, me not bearin' to look on the ruins of a once noble character. I'm feared he'll do hisself a injury if he ain't restrained." "Hell's fire!" I said in a great agitation. "Is that the truth?" "True as my name's Lem Campbell," he declared. "I thought, bein' as how you're a relation of his'n, if you could kinda get him out to my cabin a few miles south of Gallego and keep him there a few days, maybe he might get his mind back." "I'll do better than that," I says, jumping out of the wagon and tying the mules. "Foller me," I says, forking Captain Kidd. The professor's buggy was just going out of sight around a bend, and I lit out after it. I was well ahead of Lem Campbell when I overtaken it. I pulled up beside it in a cloud of dust and demanded, "You say that stuff cures man or beast?" "Absolutely," declared Latimer. "Well, turn around and head for Gallego," I said. "I got you a patient." "But Gallego is but a small island village," he demurs. "There's a railroad and many saloons at High Horse, and with a human reason at stake, you sets and monders about railroads," I roared, drawing a .45 and impulsively shooting a few buttons off his coat. "I buys your whole load of loco liquor. Turn around and head for Gallego." "I wouldn't think of arguing," says he, turning pale. "Meshack, don't you hear the gentleman? Get out from under that seat and turn these hosses around." "Yes, sir," says Meshack, and they swung round, just as Lem Campbell galloped up. I hauled out the wad old man Mulholland gimme, and says to him, "Take this dough on to High Horse and buy some grub, and have it sent out to old man Mulholland's cow camp on the Little Yankton. I'm going to Gallego, and I'll need the wagon to lug Cousin Bearfield in." "I'll take the grub out myself," he declared, grabbing the wad. "I knowed I could depend on you as soon as I seen you." So he told me how to get to his cabin, then lit out for High Horse, and I headed back up the trail. When I passed the buggy, I hollered, "Foller me into Gallego. One of you drive the chuck wagon which is standing at the forks, and don't try to shake me as soon as I get out of sight, neither." "I wouldn't think of such a thing," says Latimer with a slight shudder. "Go ahead, and fear not. We'll follow you as fast as we can." So I dusted the trail for Gallego. It warn't much of a town, only just one saloon, and as I rode in I heard a beller in the saloon and the door flew open, and 3 or 4 fellas come sailing out on their heads and picked theirselves up and tore out up the street. "Yeah," I says to myself, "Cousin Barefield's in town all right." Gallego looked about like any town does when Barefield is celebrating. The stores had their doors locked and the shutters up. Nobody was on the streets. And off down across the flat, I seen a man which I taken to be the sheriff, spurring his hoss for the hills. I tied Captain Kidd to the hitch rail, and as I approached the saloon I nearly fell over a feller which was crawling around on his all fours, with a bartender's apron on and both eyes swelled shut. "Don't shoot," says he. "I give up." "What happened?" I asked. "The last thing I remember was telling a feller named Buckner that the Democratic platform was silly," says he. "Then I think the roof must have fell in or something. Surely one man couldn't have did all of this to me." "You don't know my cousin Barefield," I assured him as I stepped over him and went through the door, which was tore off its hinges. I'd begun to think that maybe Lem Campbell had exaggerated about Barefield. He seemed to be acting in just his ordinary normal manner. But an instant later I changed my mind. Barefield was standing at the bar in solitary grandeur, pouring himself a drink, and he was wearing the damnedest looking red, yaller, green, and purple shirt ever I seen in my life. "What," I demanded in horror, "is that thing you got on?" "If you're referring to my shirt," he retorted with irritation, "it's the classiest piece of goods I could find in Denver. I bought it special for my wedding." "It's true," I moaned. "He's crazy as hell. I know no sane man would wear a shirt like that." "What's crazy about getting married?" he snarled, biting the neck off of a bottle and taking a big snort. "Folks does it every day." I walked round him cautious, sizing him up and down, which seemed to exasperate him considerable. "What the hell's the matter with you?" he roared, hitching his harness forward. "I got a good mind to—" "Be calm, Cousin Barefield," I soothed him. "Who's this gal you imagine you're going to marry?" "I don't imagine nothing about it, you ignorant ape," he retorts cantankerously. "Her name's Ann Wilkins, and she lives in High Horse. I'm riding over there right away, and we gets hitched today." I shaken my head mournfully and says, "You must have inherited this from your great-granduncle Esau. Paps always said Esau's insanity might crop out in the Buckners again sometime. But don't worry, Esau was cured and voted a straight Democratic ticket the rest of his life. You can be cured too, Barefield, and I'm here to do it. Come with me, Barefield," I says, getting a good wrestling grip on his neck. "Consarn it," says Cousin Barefield, and went into action. We went to the floor together and started rolling in the general direction of the back door, and every time he comes up on top he'd bang my head again the floor, which soon became very irksome. However, about the 10th revolution I come up on top and pried my thumb out of his teeth and said, "Barefield, I don't want to have to use force with you, but—" "Oh!" That was on account of him kicking me in the back of the neck. My motives was of the loftiest, and they weren't no use in the saloon owner bellyaching the way he done afterwards. Was it my fault if Barefield missed me with a 5-gallon demijohn and busted the mirror behind the bar? Could I help it if Barefield wrecked the billiard table when I knocked him through it? As for the stove which got busted, all I got to say is that self-preservation is the first law of nature, If I hadn't hit Bearfield with the stove, he would have undoubtedly scrambled my features with that busted beer mug he was trying to use like brass knucks. I've heard maniacs fight awful, but I don't know as Bearfield fit any different than usual. He hadn't forgot his old trick of hooking his spur in my neck whilst we was rolling around on the floor. And when he knocked me down with the roulette wheel and started jumping on me with both feet, I thought for a minute I was going to weaken. But the shame of having a maniac in the family revived me, and I throwed him off and riz and tore up a section of the brass footrail and wrapped it round his head. Cousin Bearfield dropped the buoy he'd just drawed and collapsed. I wiped the blood off of my face and discovered I could still see out of one eye. I pried the brass rail off of Cousin Bearfield's head and dragged him out onto the porch by a hind leg, just as Professor Latimer drove up in his buggy. Meshack was behind him in the chuck wagon with the monkey, and his eyes was as big and wide as saucers. "Where's the patient?" asked Latimer, and I said, "This here's him. Throw me a rope out of that wagon. We takes him to Lem Campbell's cabin where we can dose him till he recovers his reason." Quite a crowd gathered whilst I was tying him up, and I don't believe Cousin Bearfield had many friends in Gallego by the remarks they made. When I lifted his limp carcass up into the wagon, one of 'em asked me if I was a law, and when I replied I weren't, pretty short, he says to the crowd, "Why, hell then, boys, what's to keep us from paying Buckner back for all the lickings he's give us? I tell you, it's our chance. He's unconscious and tied up, and this here feller ain't no sheriff." "Get a rope," howled somebody. "We'll hang 'em." They begun to surge forwards, and Latimer and Meshack was so scared they couldn't hardly hold the lines. But I mounted my hoss and pulled my pistols, and says, "Meshack, swing that chuck wagon and head south. Professor, you foller him. Hey, you, get away from them mules." One of the crowd had tried to grab their bridles and stop 'em, so I shot a heel off on his boot, and he fell down hollering bloody murder. "Get out of the way," I bellered, swinging my pistols on the crowd, and they give back in a hurry. "Get going," I says, firing some shots under the mule's feet to encourage 'em. And the chuck wagon went out of Gallego jumping and bouncing with Meshack holding onto the seat and hollering blue ruin. And the professor come right behind it in his buggy. I followed the professor, looking back to see nobody didn't shoot me in the back because several men had drawed their pistols. But nobody fired till I was out of good pistol range. Then somebody let loose with a buffalo rifle, but he missed me by at least a foot, so I paid no attention to it, and we was soon out of sight of the town. I was afeard Bearfield might come to and scare the mules with his bellerin', but that brass rail must have been harder than I thought. He was still unconscious when we pulled up to the cabin, which stood in a little wooded cove amongst the hills a few miles south of Gallego. I told Meshack to unhitch the mules and turn 'em into the corral whilst I carried Bearfield into the cabin and laid him on a bunk. I told Latimer to bring in all the elixir he had, and he brung 10 gallons in 1-gallon jugs. I give him all the money I had to pay for it. Pretty soon Bearfield come to and he raised his head and looked at Professor Latimer sitting on a bunk opposite him in his long-tailed coat and plug hat, the cross-eyed nigger and the monkey sitting beside him. Bearfield batted his eyes and said, "My God, I must be crazy. This can't be real." "Sure, you're crazy, Cousin Bearfield," I soothed him. "But don't worry, we're going to cure you." Bearfield here interrupted me with a yell that turned Meshack the color of a fish's belly. "Untie me, you son of perdition!" he roared, heaving and flopping on the bunk like a python with a bellyache, straining against his ropes till the veins knotted blue on his temples. "I ought to be in High Horse right now, getting married." "See there," I sighed to Latimer. "It's a sad case. We'd better start dosing him right away." Get a drenching horn. What size dose do you give? A quarter at a shot for a hoss, he says doubtfully. But we'll start out with that, I says. We can increase the size of the dose if we need to. Ignoring Barefield's terrible remarks, I was just twisting the cork out of a jug when I heard someone say, "What the hell are you doing in my shack?" I turned around and seen a bow-legged critter with drooping whiskers glaring at me, kind of pop-eyed from the door. "What do you mean, your shack?" I demanded, irritated at the interruption. "This shack belongs to a friend of mine which has lent it to us." "You're drunk or crazy," says he, clutching at his whiskers convulsively. "Will you get out peaceably, or does I have to get violent?" "Oh, a cussed claim jumper, hey?" I snorted, taking his gun away from him when he drawed it. But he pulled a buoy, so I throwed him out of the shack and shot into the dust around him a few times, just for warning. "I'll get even with you, you big lummox!" he howled as he ran for a scrawny-looking sorrel he had tied to the fence. "I'll fix you yet," he promised bloodthirstily as he galloped off, shaking his fist at me. "Who do you suppose he was?" wondered Latimer, kind of shaky. And I says, "What the hell does it matter? Forget the incident and help me give Cousin Barefield his medicine." That was easier said than did. Tied up as he was, it was all we could do to get that there elixir down him. I thought I never would get his jaws pried open, using the poker for a lever. But when he opened his mouth to cuss me, we jammed the horn in before he could close it. He left the marks of his teeth so deep on that horn, it looked like it had been in a bar trap. He kept on heaving and kicking till we'd poured a full dose down him. Then he kinda stiffened out and his eyes went glassy. When we'd taken the horn out, his jaws worked, but he didn't make no sound. But the professor said hosses always acted like that when they'd had a good healthy shot of the remedy. So we left Meshack to watch him, and me and Latimer went out and sat down on the stoop to rest and cool off. "Why ain't Meshack unhitched your buggy?" I asked. "You mean you expect us to stay here overnight?" says he, aghast. "Overnight, hell," says I. "You stays till he's cured, if it takes a year. You may have to make up some more medicine if this ain't enough." "You mean to say we got to wrestle with that maniac 3 times a day like we just did?" squawked Latimer. "Maybe he won't be so violent when the remedy takes hold," I encouraged him. Latimer looked like he was going to choke, but just then inside the cabin sounds a yell that even made my hair stand up. Cousin Barefield had found his voice again. We jumped up, and Meshack came out of the cabin so fast he knocked Latimer out into the yard and fell over him. The monkey was right behind him, streaking it like his tail was on fire. "Oh, Lordy!" yelled Meshack, heading for the tall timber. "That crazy man am busting them ropes like they was twine. He gonna kill us all, sho!" I run into the shack and seen Cousin Barefield rolling around on the floor and cussing amazing, even for him. And to my horror, I seen he'd busted some of the ropes so his left arm was free. I pounced on it, but for a few minutes all I was able to do was just to hold on whilst he throwed me hither and thither around the room with freedom and abandon. At last I kind of wore him down and got his arm tied again, just as Latimer run in and done a snake dance all over the floor. "Meshack is gone," he howled. "He was so scared he run off with the monkey and my buggy and team. It's all your fault." Being too winded to argue, I just heaved Barefield up on the bunk and staggered over and sat down on the other, whilst the professor pranced and whooped and swore that I owed him for his buggy and team. "Listen," I said when I got my wind back. "I spent all my money for that elixir, but when Barefield recovers his reason, he'll be so grateful he'll be glad to pay you hisself. Now forget such sordid trash as money and devote your scientific knowledge to getting Bearfield sane." "Sane?" howls Bearfield. "Is that what you're doing? Tying me up and poisoning me? I've tasted some awful muck in my life, but I never dreamt nothing could taste as bad as that stuff you poured down me. It plumb paralyzes a man. Let me loose, damn it!" "Will you be calm if I unties you?" I asked. "I will," he promised heartily, "just as soon as I festoon the surrounding forest with your entrails." "Still violent," I said sadly. "We better keep him tied, Professor." "But I'm due to get married in High Horse right now," Bearfield yelled, giving such a convulsive heave that he throwed himself clean off of the bunk. It was his own fault, and there weren't no use in him later blaming me because he hit his head on the floor and knocked himself stiff. "Well," I said, "at least we'll have a few minutes of peace and quiet around here. Help me lift him back onto his bunk." "What's that?" yelped the Professor, jumping convulsively as a rifle cracked out in the brush and a bullet whined through the cabin. "That's probably Drooping Whiskers," I says, lifting Cousin Bearfield. "I thought I seen a Winchester on his saddle. Say, it's getting late. See if you can't find some grub in the kitchen. I'm hungry." Well, the Professor had an awful case of the willies, but we found some bacon and beans in the shack and cooked 'em and ate 'em and fed Bearfield, which he'd come to when he smelt the grub cooking. I don't think Latimer enjoyed his meal much because every time a bullet hit the shack he jumped and choked on his grub. Drooping Whiskers was pretty persistent, but he was so far back in the brush he wasn't doing no damage. He was a rotten shot anyhow. All his bullets was way too high, as I pointed out to Latimer. But the Professor weren't happy. I didn't dare untie Bearfield to let him eat, so I made Latimer sit by him and feed him with a knife. And he was scared and shook so he kept spilling hot beans down Bearfield's collar. And Bearfield's language was awful to hear. Time we got through it was long past dark, and Drooping Whiskers had quit shooting at us. As it later appeared, he'd run out of ammunition and had gone to borrow some cartridges from a ranch house some miles away. Bearfield had quit cussing us. He just laid there and glared at us with the most horrible expression I ever seen on a human being. It made Latimer's hair stand up. But Bearfield kept working at his ropes, and I had to examine him every little while and now and then put some new ones on him. So I told Latimer we better give him another dose, and when we finally got it down him, Latimer staggered into the kitchen and collapsed under the table, and I was as near wore out myself as an Elkins can get. But I didn't dare sleep for fear Cousin Bearfield would get loose and kill me before I could wake up. I sat down on the other bunk and watched him, and after a while he went to sleep, and I could hear the Professor snoring out in the kitchen. About midnight I lit a candle, and Bearfield woke up and said, "Blast your soul, you done woke me up out of the sweetest dream I ever had. I dreamt I was fishing for sharks off Mustang Island." "What's sweet about that?" I asked. "I was using you for bait," he said. "Hey, what you doing?" "It's time for your dose," I said. And then the battle started. This time he got my thumb in his mouth and would undoubtedly have chawed it off if I hadn't a kind of stunned him with the iron skillet. Before he could recover himself, I had the elixir down him with the aid of Latimer, which had been woke up by the racket. "How long is this going on?" Latimer asked despairingly. "Ow!" It was Drooping Whiskers again. This time he'd crawled up pretty close to the house, and his first slug combed the Professor's hair. "I'm a patient man, but I've reached my limit," I snarled, blowing out the candle and grabbing a shotgun off the wall. "Stay here and watch Bearfield whilst I go out and hang Drooping Whiskers' hide to the nearest tree." I snuck out of the cabin on the opposite side from where the shot come from, and begun to sneak around in a circle through the brush. The moon was come up, and I knowed I could out-Injun Drooping Whiskers. Any Bear Creek man could. Sure enough, Pretty soon I slid around a clump of bushes and seen him bending over behind a thicket whilst he took aim at the cabin with a Winchester. So I emptied both barrels into the seat of his britches, and he gave a most amazin' howl and jumped higher'n I ever seen a bow-legged feller jump, and dropped his Winchester and taken out up the trail toward the north. I was determined to run him clean off the range this time, so I pursued him and shot at him every now and then, but the derned gun was loaded with bird shot, and all the shells I'd grabbed along with it was the same. I never seen a white man run like he did. I never got close enough to do no real damage to him, and after I'd chased him a mile or so, he turned off into the brush, and I soon lost him. Well, I made my way back to the road again and was just fixin' to step out of the brush and start down the road toward the cabin when I heard hosses comin' from the north. So I stayed behind a bush, and pretty soon a gang of men come around the bend, walking their hosses, with the moonlight glinting on Winchesters in their hands. "Easy now," says one. "The cabin ain't far down the road. We'll ease up and surround it before they know what's happening." "I wonder what the shootin' was we heard a while back," says another, kind of nervous. "Maybe they was fightin' amongst theirselves," says yet another. "No matter. We'll rush in and settle the big feller's hash before he knows what's happening. Then we'll string Buckner up." "Why you reckon they kidnapped Buckner for?" some feller began, but I waited for no more. I riz up from behind the bushes, and the hosses snorted and reared. "Hang a helpless fella because he's licked you in a fair fight, eh?" I bellered, and let go both barrels amongst 'em. They was riding so close grouped, don't think I missed any of 'em. The way they hollered was disgustin' to hear. The hosses was scairt at the flash and roar right in their faces, and they wheeled and bolted, and the whole gang went thunderin' up the road a dern sight faster than they'd come. I sent a few shots after 'em with my pistols, but they didn't shoot back, and pretty soon the weepin' and wailin' died away in the distance. A fine mob they turned out to be, but I thought they might come back, so I sot down behind a bush where I could watch the road from Gallego, and the first thing I knowed I went to sleep, in spite of myself. When I woke up, it was just comin' daylight. I jumped up and grabbed my guns, but nobody was in sight. I guess them Gallego gents had got a bellyful. So I headed back to the cabin, and when I got there, the corral was empty and the chuck wagon was gone. I started on a run for the shack. Then I seen a note stuck on the corral fence. I grabbed it. It said, "Dear Elkins, this strain is too much for me. I'm getting white-haired sitting and watching this devil laying there, glaring at me, and wondering all the time how soon he'll bust loose. I'm pulling out. I'm taking the chuck wagon and team in payment for my rig that Meshack ran off with. I'm leaving the elixir, but I doubt if it'll do Buckner any good. It's for locoed critters, not homicidal maniacs. Respectfully yours, Horace J. Latimer, Esquire." "Hell's fire," I said, wrathfully starting for the shack. I don't know how long it took Bearfield to wiggle out of his ropes. Anyway, he was laying for me behind the door with the iron skillet, and if the handle hadn't broke off when he lammed me over the head with it, he might have did me an injury. I dunno how I ever managed to throw him, because he fit like a frothin' maniac, and every time he managed to break loose from me he grabbed a jug of Latimer's local elixir and busted it over my head. By the time I managed to stun him with a table leg, he'd busted every jug on the place, and the floor was swimmin' in elixir, and my clothes was soaked in it, where they wasn't soaked with blood. I fell on him and tied him up again, then sot on a bunk, and tried to get my breath back, and wondered what in hell to do, because here the elixir was all gone, and I didn't have no way of treating Bearfield, and the professor had run off with a chuck wagon, so I hadn't no way to get him back to civilization. And then, all at once, I heard a train whistle away off to the west and remembered that the track passed through just a few miles to the south. I did all I could for Bearfield. Only thing I could do now was get him back to his folks, where they could take care of him. I run out and whistled for Captain Kidd, and he busted out from around the corner of the house where he'd been laying for me, and tried to kick me in the belly before I could get ready for him. But I weren't fooled. He's tried that trick too many times. I dodged and give him a good bust in the nose. Then I throwed the bridle and saddle on him and brung Cousin Bearfield out and throwed him across the saddle and headed south. That must have been the road both Meshack and Latimer taken when they run off. It crossed the railroad track about 3 miles from the shack. The train had been whistling for High Horse when I first heard it. I got to the track before it come into sight. I flagged it and it pulled up, and the train crew jumped down and wanted to know what the hell I was stopping 'em for. "I got a man here which needs medical attention," I says. "It's a case of temporary insanity. I'm sending him back to Texas." "Hell," says they, "this train don't go nowheres near Texas." "Well," I says, "you unload him at Dodge City. He's got plenty of friends there which'll see that he gets took care of. I'll send word from High Horse to his folks in Texas, telling them to go after him." So they loaded Cousin Bearfield on, him being still unconscious, and I give the conductor his watch and chain and pistol to pay for his fare. Then I headed along the track for High Horse. When I got to High Horse, I tied Captain Kidd nigh the track and started for the depot, when who should I run smack into but old man Mulholland, who immediately gave a howl like a hungry timber wolf. "Where's the grub, you hoss thief?" he yelled before I could say nothing. "Why, didn't Lem Campbell bring it out to you?" I asked. "I never seen a man by that name," he bellered. "Where's my $50?" "Heck," I says, "he looked honest." "Who?" yowled old man Mulholland. "Who, you polecat?" "Lem Campbell, the man I give the dough to for him to buy the grub," I says. "Oh, well, never mind. I'll work out the 50. The old man looked like he was fixing to choke. He gurgled, "Where's my chuck wagon?" "A feller stole it," I said, "but I'll work that out too." "You won't work for me," foamed the old man, pulling a gun. "You're fired. As for the dough and the wagon, I'd take some out of your hide here and now." Well, I'd taken the gun away from him, of course, and tried to reason with him. But he just hollered that much louder and got his knife out and made a pass at me. Now, it always did irritate me for someone to stick a knife in me, so I'd taken it away from him and throwed him into a nearby hoss trough. It was one of these here V-shaped troughs which narrows together at the bottom, and somehow his fool head got wedged and he was about to drown. Quite a crowd had gathered, and they tried pulling him out by the hind legs, but his feet was waving around in the air so wild that every time anyone tried to grab him, they got spurred in the face. So I went over to the trough and taken hold of the sides and tore it apart. He fell out and spit up maybe a gallon of water, and the first words he was able to say, he accused me of trying to drown him on purpose, which shows how much gratitude people has got. But a man spoke up and says, "Hell, big fella didn't do it on purpose. I was right here and I seen it all." And another one said, "I seen it as good as you did, and the big feller did try to drown him too." "Are you calling me a liar?" said the first feller, reaching for his gun. But just then another man chipped in and said, "I don't know what the argument's about, but I bet $1 you're both wrong." And then some more fellers butted in, and everybody started cussing and hollering until it nigh deafened me. Somebody else reaches for a gun, and I seen that as soon as one feller shoots another, there is bound to be trouble, so I started to gentle the first one by hitting him over the head. Next thing I know, someone hollers at me, "You big hyener," and tries to ruin me with a knife. Pretty soon there's hittin' and shootin' all over the town. High horse is sure on a rampage. I just had finished blunting my colts on a varmint's head when I thinks disgustedly, heck, Elkins, you come to this town on a mission of goodwill. You got business to do. You got your poor family to think about. I started to go on to the depot, but I heard a familiar voice screech above the racket. "There he is, Sheriff! Arrest the darn claim jumper!" I whirled around quick, and there was Droopin' Whiskers, a saddle blanket wrapped around him like a Injun, and walking pretty spraddle-legged. He was p'inting at me and hollering like I did something to him. Everybody else quieted down for a minute, and he hollered, "Arrest him, durn him! He throwed me out of my own cabin and ruined my best pants with my own shotgun. I've been to Knife River and come back several days quicker'n I aimed to, and this here big hyener was in charge of my shack. He was too darn big for me to handle, so I come to high horse after the sheriff. Soon as I got 300 or 400 bird shot picked out of my hide." "What you got to say about this?" asked the sheriff, kinda uncertain, like he weren't enjoying his job for some reason or other. "Why, hell," I says disgustedly. "I throwed this varmint out of a cabin, sure, and later peppered his anatomy with birdshot, but I was in my rights. I was in a cabin which had been loaned me by a man named Lem Campbell." "Lem Campbell!" shrieked Droopin' Whiskers, jumping up and down so hard he nigh lost the blanket he was wearing instead of breeches. "That wutless critter ain't got no cabin. He was working for me till I fired him just before I started for Knife River for being so triflin'." "Hell's fire," I says, shocked. "Ain't there no honesty any more? Shucks, stranger, it looks like the joke's on me." At this, Droopin' Whiskers collapsed into the arms of his friends with a low moan, and the sheriff says to me uncomfortably, "Don't take this personal, but I'm afeard I'll have to arrest you, if you don't mind." Just then a train whistled away off to the east, and someone says, "What the hell? They ain't no train from the east due this time of day." Then the depot agent run out of the depot waving his arms, yelling, "Get them cows off'n the track! I just got a flash from Knife River. The train's coming back. A maniac named Buckner busted loose and made the crew turn her around at the switch. Orders gone down the line to open the track all the way. She's coming under full head of steam. Nobody knows where Buckner's taking her. He's looking for some relative of his'n." There was a lot of noise coming down that track, and all of it weren't the noise that a steam engine makes by itself. No, that noise was a different noise, all right. That noise was right familiar to me. It struck a chord in my mind and made me wonder kind of what happened to them train men. "Can that be Bearfield Buckner?" wondered a woman. "It sounds like him. Well, if it is, he's too late to get Ann Wilkins." "What?" I yelled. "Is they a gal in this town named Ann Wilkins?" "They was," she snickered. "She was to marry this Buckner man yesterday, but he never showed up. And when her old beau, Lem Campbell, come along with $50 he'd got someplace, she up and married him. They lit out for San Francisco on their honeymoon. Why, what's the matter, young man? You look right green in the face. Maybe it's something you et." It weren't nothing I et. It was the thoughts I was thinking. Here I had gone and ruined Cousin Bearfield's whole future, and out of kindness. That's what busted me wide open. I had ruined Cousin Bearfield's future out of kindness. My motives had been of the loftiest. I'd tried to cure a hombre what was loco from going locoer yet. And what was my reward? What was my reward? Just that moment I looks up and seen a cloud of smoke a puffin' down the track, and they is a roarin' like the roarin' of a herd of catamounts. "Here she comes round the bend," someone yelled. "She's burnin' up the track. Listen to that whistle. Just bustin' it wide open." But I was already astraddle Captain Kidd and travelin'. The man which says I'm scared of Bearfield is a liar. Elkins fears neither man, beast, nor Buckner. But I seen that Lem Campbell had worked me into getting Bearfield out of his way, and if I waited till Bearfield got there, I'd have to kill him or get killed, and I didn't crave to do neither. I headed south, just to save Cousin Bearfield's life, and I didn't stop till I was in Durango. Let me tell you, the revolution I got mixed up in there was a plumb restful relief after my association with Cousin Bearfield. No cowherders wanted. I hear a gang of buffalo hunters got together recently in a saloon in Dodge City to discuss ways and means of keeping their sculps onto their heads whilst collecting pelts. And pretty soon one of 'em riz and said, "You mavericks make me sick. For the last hour you've been chawing wind about the soldiers trying to keep us north of the Cimarron, and bellyaching about the Comanches, Kiowas, and Apaches which yearns for our hair. You've took up all that time jawing about such triflin' hazards and planning steps to take agin 'em, but you ain't making no efforts whatsoever to protect yourselves agin the biggest menace they is to the entire buffalo huntin' clan, which is Breckinridge Elkins." That just shows how easy prejudiced folks is. You'd think I had a grudge agin buffalo hunters, the way they takes to the bresh whenever they sees me comin', and the way they misrepresents what happened at Cordova is plumb disgustful. To hear 'em talk, you'd think I was the only man there which committed any violence. If that's so, I'd like to know how all them bullet holes got in the Diamond Bar Saloon which I was usin' for a fort. Who throwed the mayor through that board fence? Who sought fire to Joe Emerson's store just to smoke me out? Who started the row in the first place by sticking up insultin' signs in public places? They ain't no use in them fellers trying to act innercent. Any unbiased man which was there, and survived to tell the tale, knows I acted all the way through with as much dignity as a man can act which is being shot at by 40 or 50 wild-eyed buffalo skinners. I had never even saw a buffalo hunter before, because it was the first time I'd ever been that far east. I was taking a pasear into New Mexico with a cowpoke by the name of Glaze Bannock, which I'd met in Arizona. I stopped in Albuquerque, and he went on, heading for Dodge City. Well, I warn't in Albuquerque as long as I'd aimed to be, account of going broke quicker'n I expected. I had just $1 left after paying for having 3 fellers sewed up which had somehow got afoul of my bowie knife after criticizing the Democratic Party. I ain't the man to leave my opponents on the public charge. Well, I pulled out of town and headed for the cow camps on the Pecos, aiming to get me a job. But I hadn't went far till I met a waddy riding in, and he taking a good look at me and Captain Kidd and says, "You must be him. Wouldn't no other man fit the description he give me." "Who?" I says. "Glaze Bannock," says he. "He give me a letter to give to Breckinridge Elkins." So I says, "Well, all right, give me it." So he did, and it read as follers: "Dear Breckinridge, I am in jail in Panther Springs for nothing, All I done was kinda push the deputy sheriff with a little piece of scrap iron. Could I help it if he fell down and fractured his skull, Breckinridge? But they say I got to pay $10 fine, and I have not got no such money, Breckinridge. But old man Garnett over on Buck Creek owes me $10, so you collect from him and come and pay me out of this hen coop. The food is terrible, Breckinridge. Hustle. Your misjudged friend, Glaze Bannock, Esquire. Glaze never could stay out of trouble, not being tactful like me, but he was a pretty good sort of hombre. So I headed for Buck Creek and collected the money off of old man Garnett, which was somewhat reluctant to give up the dough. In fact, he bit me severely in the hind leg whilst I was settin' on him, pryin' his fingers loose from that there 10 spot. And when I rode off down the road with the dinero, he run into his shack and got his buffalo gun and shot at me till I was clean out of sight. But I ignored his lack of hospitality. I knowed he was too dizzy to shoot straight, account of him having accidentally banged his head on a fence post, which I happened to have in my hand whilst we was wrastlin'. I left him waving his gun and howling damnation and destruction, and I was well on the road for Panther Springs before I discovered, to my disgust, that my shirt was a complete ruin. I considered going back and demanding that old man Garnett buy me a new one, account of his being the one which tore it. But he was such a unreasonable old cuss, I decided agin it, and rode on to Panther Springs, arriving there shortly after noon. The first critter I seen was the purtiest gal I'd saw in a coon's age. She come out of a store and stopped to talk to a young cowpuncher she called Curly. I reined Captain Kidd around behind a corn crib so she wouldn't see me in my scarecrow condition. After a while she went on down the street and went into a cabin with a fence around it and a front porch, which showed her folks was wealthy. And I come out from behind the crib and says to the young buck which was smirking after her and combing his hair with the other hand, I says, "Who is that there gal? The one you was just talking to." "Judith Granger," says he. "Her folks lives over to Sheba, but her old man brung her over here on account of all the fellers over there was about to cut each other's throats over her. He's making her stay a spell with her Aunt Henrietta, which is a war hoss if I ever seen one. The boys is so scared of her they don't dast try to spark Judith. Except me. I persuaded the old mud hen to let me call on Judith, and I'm going over there for supper." "That's what you think," I says gently. "Fact is, though, Miss Granger has got a date with me." "She didn't tell me," he begun scowling. "She don't know it herself, yet," I says. "But I'll tell her you was sorry you couldn't show up." "Why, you—" he says, bloodthirsty, and started for his gun, when a feller who'd been watching us from the store door hollered, "By golly, if it ain't Breckinridge Elkins!" "Breckinridge Elkins!" gasped Curly, and he dropped his gun and keeled over with a low gurgle. "Has he got a weak heart?" I asked the feller which had recognized me. And he said, "Aw, he just fainted when he realized how close he come to throwing a gun on the terror of the Humboldts. Drag him over to the hoss trough, boys, and throw some water on him. Breckinridge, I owns that grocery store there, and your pa knows me right well. As a special favor to me, will you refrain from killing anybody in my store?" So I said all right. Then I remembered my shirt was tore too bad to call on a young lady in. I generally has 'em made to order, but they weren't time for that if I was going to eat supper with Miss Judith. So I went into the general store and bought me one. I don't know why they don't make shirts big enough to fit reasonable-sized men like me. You'd think nobody but midgets wore shirts. The biggest one in the store weren't only 18 in the collar, but I didn't figure on buttoning the collar anyway. If I'd tried to button it, it would have strangled me. So I give the feller $5 and put it on. It fit pretty close, but I believed I could wear it if I didn't have to expand my chest or something. Of course, I had to use some of Glaze's dough to pay for it with, but I didn't reckon he'd mind, considering all the trouble I was going to get him out of jail. I rode down the alley behind the jail and come to a barred winder and said, "Hey." Glaze looked out, kind of peaked, like his grub weren't setting well with him, but he brightened up and says, "Hooray! I've been on edge expecting you. Go on round to the front door, Breck, and pay them coyotes the 10 spot, and let's go. The grub I've been getting here would turn a lobo's stomach." "Well," I says, "I ain't exactly got the $10, Glaze. I had to have a shirt because mine got tore, so—" He gave a yelp like a stricken elk and grabbed the bars convulsively. "Air you crazy?" he hollered. "You squanders my money on linens and fine raiment whilst I languishes in a prison dungeon?" "Be calm," I advised. "I still got $5 a yarn and one of mine. All I got to do is step down to a gambling hall and build it up." "Build it up?" says he fiercely. "Listen, blast your hide. Does you know what I've had for breakfast, dinner, and supper ever since I was throwed in here? Beans, beans, beans!" Here he was so overcome by emotion that he choked on the word. "And they ain't even first-class beans neither," he said bitterly, when he could talk again. "They're full of grit and wormholes, and I think the Mex cook washes his feet in the pot he cooks 'em in." "Well," I says, "such cleanliness is to be encouraged, 'cause I never heard of one before which washed his feet in anything. Don't worry, I'll get in a poker game and win enough to pay your fine and plenty over." "Well, get at it," he begged. "Get me out before supper time. I wants a steak with onions so bad I can smell it." So I headed for the Golden Steer Saloon. They weren't many men in there just then, but they was a poker game going on, and when I told 'em I craved to set in, they looked me over and made room for me. They was a black-whiskered cuss which said he was from Cordova, which was dealin', and the first thing I noticed was he was dealing his own hand off the bottom of the deck. The others didn't seem to see it, but us Bear Creek folks has got eyes like hawks. Otherwise we'd never live to get grown. So I says, "I dunno what the rules is in these parts, but where I come from, we almost always deals off the top of the deck." "Air you accusing me of cheatin'?" he demands passionately, fumbling for his weapons, and in his agitation dropping 3 or 4 extra aces out of his sleeves. "I wouldn't think of such a thing," I says. "Probably them marked yards I see sticking out of your boot tops is merely souvenirs." For some reason this seemed to infuriate him to the point of drawing a bowie knife. So I hit him over the head with a brass cuspidor, and he fell under the table with a holler groan. Some of the fellers run in and looked at his boots sticking out from under the table, and one of 'em said, "Hey, I'm the Justice of the Peace. You can't do that. This is an orderly town." And another one said, "I'm the sheriff. If you can't keep the peace, I'll have to arrest you." This was too much, even for a mild-mannered man like me. "Shut your fool heads," I roared, brandishing my fists. "I come here to pay Glaze Bannock's fine and get him out of jail, peaceable and orderly, and I'm trying to raise the dough like a deleted gentleman. But by golly, if you hyenas pushes me beyond endurance, I'll tear down the cussed jail and snake him out without paying no blasted fine." The justice of the peace turned white. He says to the sheriff, "Let him alone. I've already bought these here new boots on credit on the strength of them $10 we gets from Bannock." "But," says the sheriff dubiously, and the J.P. hissed fiercely, "Shut up, you blame fool. I just now recognized him. That's Breckinridge Elkins." The sheriff turned pale and swallowed his Adam's apple and says feebly, "Excuse me, I ain't feeling so good. I guess it's something I ate. I think I'd better ride over to the next county and get me some pills." But I don't think he was very sick from the way he run after he got outside the saloon. If they'd been a jackrabbit ahead of him, he would have trampled the gizzard out of it. Well, they'd taken the black-whiskered gent out from under the table and started pouring water on him, and I seen it was now about supper time, so I went over to the cabin where Judith lived. I was met at the door by a iron-jawed female about the size of an ordinary barn, which give me a suspicious look and says, "Well, what you want?" "I'm looking for your sister, Miss Judith," I says, taking off my Stetson politely. "What you mean, my sister?" says she with a scowl, but a much milder tone. "I'm her aunt." "You don't mean to tell me," I said, looking plumb astonished. "Why, when I first seen you, I thought you was her herself, and couldn't figure out how nobody but a twin sister could have such a resemblance. Well, I can see right off that youth and beauty is a family characteristic." "Go 'long with you, you young scoundrel," says she, smirking and giving me a nudge with her elbow which would have busted anybody's ribs but mine. "You can't soft soap me. Come in. I'll call Judith. What's your name?" "Breckinridge Elkins, ma'am," I says. "So," says she, looking at me with new interest. "I've heard tell of you, but you got a lot more sense than they give you credit for." "Oh, Judith!" she called, and the winders rattled when she let her voice go. "You got company?" Judith come in looking purtier than ever, and when she seen me she batted her eyes and recoiled violently. Who's that?" she demanded wildly. "Mr. Breckinridge Elkins of Bear Creek, Nevada," says her aunt. "The only young man I've met in this whole dern town which has got any sense. Well, come on in and set. Supper's on the table. We was just waiting for Curly Jacobs," she says to me, "but if the varmint can't get here on time, he can go hungry." "He can't come," I says. "He sent word by me he's sorry." "Well, I ain't," snorted Judith's aunt. "I give him permission to just because I figured even a bodacious flirt like Judith wouldn't cotton to such a sapsucker, but—" "Aunt Henrietta!" protested Judith, blushing. "I can't abide the sight of sech weaklins," says Aunt Henrietta, settling herself carefully into a rawhide-bottomed chair which groaned under her weight. "Drag up that bench, Breckinridge. It's the only thing in the house which has a chance of holding your weight outside the sofy in the front room. Don't argy with me, Judith. I says Curly Jacobs ain't no fit man for a gal like you. Didn't I see him strain his fool back trying to lift that there barrel of salt I wanted fotched to the smokehouse? I finally had to tote it myself. What makes young men so blame spindlin' these days?" "Pap blames the Republican Party," I says. "Haw, haw, haw," says she in a guffaw which shook the doors on their hinges and scared the cat into convulsions. "Young man, you got a great sense of humor, ain't he, Judith?" says she, cracking a beef bone betwixt her teeth like it was a pecan. Judith says yes, kind of pallid, and all during the meal she eyed me kind of nervous like she was expecting me to go into a war dance or something. Well, when we was through and Aunt Henrietta had ate enough to keep a tribe of Sioux through a hard winter, she riz up and says, "Now clear out of here whilst I washes the dishes." "But I must help with 'em," says Judith. Aunt Henrietta snorted. "What makes you so eager to work all of a sudden? You want your guest to think you ain't eager for his company? Get out of here." So she went, but I paused to say kind of doubtful to Aunt Henrietta, "I ain't sure Judith likes me much." "Don't pay no attention to her whims," says Aunt Henrietta, picking up the water barrel to fill her dishpan. "She's a flirtatious minx. I've took a liking to you, and if I decide you're the right man for her, you're as good as hitched. Nobody couldn't never do nothing with her but me, but she's learnt who her boss is, after having to eat her meals off the mantel board a few times. Go on in, court her. Don't be backward." So I went on in the front room, and Judith seemed to kind of warm up to me and asked me a lot of questions about Nevada, and finally she says she's heard me spoke of as a fightin' man and hoped I ain't had no trouble in Panther Springs. I told her no, only I had to hit one black-whiskered thug from Cordova over the head with a cuspidor. At that she jumped up like she'd sot on a pin. "That was my Uncle Jabez Granger," she hollered. "How dast you, you big bully! You ought to be ashamed, a great big man like you picking on a little feller like him, which don't weigh a ounce over 215 pounds. "Aw, shucks," I said contritely. "I'm sorry, Judith. Just as I was beginning to like you," she mourned. "Now he'll write to Pap and prejudice him agin you. You just gotta go and find him and apologize to him and make friends with him." "Aw, heck," I said, but she wouldn't listen to nothing else. So I went out and clumb on to Captain Kidd, went back to the Golden Steer, and when I come in, everybody crawled under the tables. "What's the matter with you all?" I said fretfully. "I'm looking for Jabez Granger." "He's left for Cordova," says the barkeeper, sticking his head up from behind the bar. Well, there weren't nothing to do but foller him, so I rode by the jail, and Glaze was at the winder, and he says eagerly, "Air you ready to pay me out?" "Be patient, Glaze," I says. "I ain't got the dough yet, but I'll get it somehow as soon as I get back from Cordova." "What?" he shrieked. "Be calm like me," I advised. "You don't see me getting all het up, do you? I gotta go catch Judith Granger's Uncle Jabez and apologize to the old illegitimate for busting his conch with a spittoon. I'll be back tomorrow, or the next day at the most." Well, his language was scandalous, considering all the trouble I was going to just to get him out of jail. But I refused to take offense. I headed back to the Granger cabin, and Judith was on the front porch. I didn't see Aunt Henrietta. She was back in the kitchen washing dishes and singing, "They've laid Jesse James in his grave," in a voice which loosened the shingles on the roof. So I told Judith where I was going, and asked her to take some pies and cakes and things to the jail for Glaze, account of the beans was ruining his stomach, and she said she would. So I pulled stakes for Cordova. It laid quite a ways to the east, and I figured to catch up with Uncle Jabez before he got there. But he had a long start and was on a mighty good hoss, I reckon. Anyway, Captain Kidd got one of his hellfire streaks and insisted on stopping every few miles to buck all over the landscape, till I finally got sick of his mulishness and busted him over the head with my pistol. By this time we'd lost so much time I'd never overtaken Uncle Jabez at all, and it was getting daylight before I come in sight of Cordova. Well, about sun up, I come on to a old feller and his wife in a ramshackle wagon,
drawed by a couple of skinny mules with a hound dog. One wheel had run off into a sinkhole, and the mules were so poor and good for nothing they couldn't pull it out. So I got off and laid hold onto the wagon, and the old man said, "Wait a minute, young feller, whilst me and the old lady gets out to lighten the load." "What for?" I asked. "Set still." So I hoisted the wheel out, but if it'd been stuck any tighter, I might have had to use both hands. "By golly," says the old man, "I'd have swore nobody but Breckinridge Elkins could do that." "Well, I'm him," I says, and they both looked at me with reverence, and I asked them was they going to Panther Springs. "We aim to," says the old woman, kind of hopeless. "One place is as good as another to old people which has been robbed out of their life savings." "You all been robbed?" I asked, shocked. "Well," says the old man, "I ain't in the habit of burdening strangers with my woes, but as a matter of fact we has. My name's Hopkins. I had a ranch down on the Pecos till the drought wiped me out, and we moved to Panther Springs with what little we saved from the wreck. In a ill-advised moment, I started speculating on buffler hides. I put in all my cash buying a load over on the Llano Estacado, which I aimed to freight to Santa Fe and sell at a fat profit. I happen to know they're fetching a higher price there now than the air in Dodge City. And last night the whole blame cargo disappeared into thin air, as it were. We was stopping at Cordova for the night, and the old lady was sleeping in the hotel, and I was camped at the edge of town with the wagon. During the night somebody snuck up and hit me over the head. When I come to this morning, hides, wagon, and team was all gone, and no trace. When I told the city marshal, he just laughed in my face and asked me how I'd expect him to track down a load of buffalo hides in a town that was full of 'em. Dang him, they was packed and corded neat with my old brand, the Circle A, marked on 'em in red paint. Joe Emerson, which owns the saloon and most all the town, taken a mortgage on our little shack in Panther Springs, and loaned me enough money to buy this measly team and wagon. If we can get back to Panther Springs, maybe I can get enough freightin' to do so we can kinda live anyway." "Well," I said, much moved by the story, "I'm going to Cordova, and I'll see if I can't find your hides." "Thank ye kindly, Breckinridge," says he, "but I gotta ID them hides is already far on their way to Dodge City. Well, I hopes you has better luck in Cordova than we did." So they driv on west, and I rode east, and got to Cordova about an hour after sunup. As I come into the edge of town, I seen a signboard about the size of a door stuck up which says on it, in big letters, "No cowherders allowed in Cordova." "What the hell does that mean?" I demanded wrathfully of a feller which had stopped by it to light him a cigarette. And he says, "Just what it says. Cordova's full of buffler hunters in for a spree, and they don't like cowboys. Big as you be, I'd advise you to light a shuck for somewheres else. Bull Krogan put that sign up, and you ought to see what happened to the last puncher which ignored it." "Expletive deleted," I says in a voice which shook the beans out of the mesquite trees for miles around. And so saying, I pulled up the sign and headed for Main Street with it in my hand. I am as peaceful and mild-mannered a critter as you could hope to meet, but even with me a man can go too damn far. This here's a free country, and no derned hairy-necked buffalo skinner can draw boundary lines for us cowpunchers and get away with it. Not whilst I can pull a trigger. They was very few people on the street, and sech as was looked at me surprised like. "Where the hell is them fool buffalo hunters?" I roared. And a feller says, "They're all gone to the racetrack east of town to race hosses, except Bull Croghan, which is taking hisself a dram in the Diamond Bar." So I lit and stalked into the Diamond Bar with my spurs a jingling and my disposition getting thornier every second. They was a big hairy critter in buckskins and moccasins standing at the bar drinking whiskey and talking to the barkeep, and a flashy dressed gent with slick hair and a diamond horseshoe stick pin. They all turned and gaped at me, and the hunter reached for his belt where he was wearing the longest knife I ever seen. "Who air you?" he gasped. "A cowman," I roared, brandishing the sign. "Are you Bull Croghan?" "Yeah," says he. "What about it?" So I busted the signboard over his head, and he fell onto the floor yelling bloody murder and trying to draw his knife. The board was splintered, but the stake it had been fastened to was a pretty good-sized post, so I took and beat him over the head with it till the bartender tried to shoot me with a sawed-off shotgun. I grabbed the barrel, and the charge just busted a shelf-load of whiskey bottles, and I throwed the shotgun through a nearby window. As I neglected to get the bartender loose from it first, it appears he went along with it. Anyway, he picked himself up off the ground, bleeding freely, and heading east down the street, shrieking, "Help! Murder! A cowboy is killing Croghan and Emerson!" Which was a lie, because Croghan had crawled out the front door on his all fours whilst I was tending to the barkeep. And if Emerson had showed any judgment, he wouldn't have got his skull plate open to the bone. How did I know he was just trying to hide behind the bar? I thought he was going for a gun he had hid back there. As soon as I realized the truth, I dropped what was left of the bung starter and commenced pouring water on Emerson. And pretty soon he sot up and looked round wild-eyed, with blood and water dripping off his head. "What happened?" he gurgled. "Nothing to get excited about," I assured him, knocking the neck off a bottle of whiskey. "I'm looking for a gent named Jabez Granger." It was at this moment that the city marshal opened fire on me through the back door. He grazed my neck with his first slug, and would probably have hit me with the next if I hadn't shot the gun out of his hand. He then run off down the alley. I pursued him and catched him when he looked back over his shoulder and hit a garbage can. "I'm an officer of the law," he howled, trying to get his neck out from under my foot so as he could draw his buoy. "Don't you dast assault no officer of the law." "I ain't," I snarled, kicking the knife out of his hand and kinda casually wiping my spur across his whiskers. "But a officer which lets an old man get robbed of his buffalo hides, then laughs in his face, ain't deservin' to be no officer. Gimme that badge. I demotes you to a private citizen." I then hung him onto a nearby hen roost by the seat of his breeches and went back up the alley, ignoring his impassioned profanity. I didn't go in at the back door of the saloon because I figured Joe Emerson might be laying to shoot me as I came in. So I went around the saloon to the front and run smack onto a mob of buffalo hunters, which had evidently been summoned from the racetrack by the barkeep. They had Bull Croghan at the hoss trough and was trying to wash the blood off of him, and they was all yelling and cussing so loud they didn't see me at first. "Are we to be defied in our own lair by a deleted cow shepherd?" howled Croghan. "Scatter and comb the town for him. He's hiding down some back alley like as not. We'll hang him in front of the Diamond Bar and stick his scalp onto a pole as a warning to all his breed. Just let me lay eyes onto him again." "Well, all you got to do is turn around," I says, and they all whirled so quick they dropped Croghan into the hoss trough. They gaped at me with their mouths open for a second. Croghan riz out of the water, snorting and spluttering and yelling, "Well, what are you waiting on? Grab him!" It was in trying to obey his instructions that 3 of 'em got their skulls fractured, and whilst the others was stumbling and falling over 'em, I backed into the saloon and pulled my 6-shooters and issued a defiance to the world at large, and buffalo hunters in particular. They run for cover behind hitch racks and troughs and porches and fences, and a feller in a plug hat came out and says, "Gentlemen, let's don't have no bloodshed within the city limits. As mayor of this fair city, It was at this instant that Krogan picked him up and throwed him through a board fence into a cabbage patch, where he lay till somebody revived him a few hours later. The hunters then all started shooting at me with 50 caliber Sharp's buffalo rifles. Emerson, which was hiding behind a Schlitz signboard, hollered something amazing account of the holes which was being knocked into the roof and walls. The big sign in front was shot to splinters, and the mirror behind the bar was riddled, and all the bottles on the shelves and the hanging lamps was busted. It's plumb astonishing the damage a bushel or so of them big slugs can do to a saloon. They went right through the walls. If I hadn't kept moving all the time, I'd have been shot to rags. And I did get several bullets through my clothes, and 3 or 4 grazed some hide off. But even so, I had the edge, 'cause they couldn't see me only for glimpses now and then through the winders, and was shooting more or less blind, because I had 'em all spotted and slung lead so fast and close they didn't dast show theirselves long enough to take good aim. But my cartridges began to run short, so I made a sally out into the alley just as one of 'em was trying to sneak in the back door. I hear tell he's very bitter toward me about his teeth, but I like to know how he expects to get kicked in the mouth without losing some fangs. So I jumped over his writhing carcass and run down the alley, winging 3 or 4 as I went, and collecting a pistol ball in my hind leg. They was hiding behind board fences on each side of the alley, but them boards wouldn't stop a .45 slug. They all shot at me, but they misjudged my speed. I move a lot faster than most folks expect. Anyway, I was out of the alley before they could get their wits back, and as I went past the hitch rack where Captain Kidd was champing and snorting to get into the fight, I grabbed my Winchester .45-90 off of the saddle and run across the street. The hunters, which was still shooting at the front of the diamond bar, seen me, and that's when I got my spurs shot off. But I ducked into Emerson's general store, whilst the clerks all run shrieking out the back way. As for that misguided hunter, which tried to confiscate Captain Kidd, I ain't to blame for what happened to him. They're going around now saying I trained Captain Kidd special to jump onto a buffalo hunter with all 4 feet after kicking him through a corral fence. That's a lie. I didn't have to train him. He thought of it himself. The idiot which tried to take him ought to be thankful he was able to walk with crutches inside of 10 months. Well, I was now on the same side of the street as the hunters was, so as soon as I started shooting at 'em from the store windows, they run across the street and taken refuge in a dance hall right across from the store and started shooting back at me. And Joe Emerson hollered louder than ever, because he owned the dance hall too. All the citizens of the town had bolted into the hills long ago and left us to fight it out. Well, I piled sides of pork and barrels of pickles and bolts of calico in the winders and shot over 'em, and I built my barricades so solid even them buffalo guns couldn't shoot through 'em. They was plenty of Colt and Winchester ammunition in the store, and whiskey, so I knowed I could hold the fort indefinite. Them hunters could tell they weren't doing no damage, so pretty soon I heard Krogan bellerin', "Go get that cannon the soldiers loaned the folks to fight the Apaches with. It's over behind the city hall. Bring it in at the back door. We'll blast him out of his fort, by golly." "You'll ruin my store," screamed Emerson. I'll ruin your face if you don't shut up, opined Krogan. Go on. Well, they kept shooting, and so did I, and I must have hit some of 'em, judging from the blood-curdling yells that went up from time to time. Then a most remarkable racket of cussin' busted out, and from the remarks passed, I gathered they'd brung the cannon and somehow got it stuck in the back door of the dance hall. The shootin' kind of died down while they wrestled with it, and in the lull I heard me a noise out behind the store. They weren't no winders in the back, which is why they hadn't shot at me from that direction. I snuck back and looked through a crack in the door, and I seen a feller in the dry gully which run along behind the store, and he had a kerosene can and some matches and was setting the store on fire. I just started to shoot when I recognized Judith Granger's Uncle Jabez. I laid down my Winchester and opened the door soft and easy and pounced out on him, but he let out a squawk and dodged and run down the gully. The shootin' across the street broke out again, but I give no heed because I weren't going to let him get away from me again. I run him down the gully about 100 yards and catched him, and taken his pistol away from him, but he got hold of a rock which he hammered me on the head with till I nigh lost patience with him. But I didn't want to injure him on account of Judith, so I merely kicked him in the belly, then throwed him before he could get his breath back, and sawed on him, and says, "Blast your hide, I apologizes for lambing you with that there cuspidor. Does you accept my apology, you pot-bellied hoss thief?" "Never," says he, rampacious. "A Granger never forgets." So I taken him by the ears and beat his head agin a rock till he gasps, "Let up! I accepts your apology, you deleted expletive." "All right," I says, a-risin' and dustin' my hands. "And if you ever goes back on your word, I'll hang your mangy hide to the—" It was at that moment that Emerson's general store blew up with a ear-splitting bang. "What the hell?" shrieked Uncle Jabez, staggering, as the air was filled with fragments of groceries and pieces of flying timber. "Aw," I said disgustedly. "I reckon a stray bullet hit a barrel of gunpowder. I aimed to move them barrels out of the line of fire, but kind of forgot about it." But Uncle Jabez had bit the dust. I hear tell he claims I hit him unexpected with a wagon pole. I didn't do no such thing. It was a section of the porch roof which fell on him, and if he'd been watching and ducked like I did, it wouldn't have hit him. I clumb out of the gully and found myself opposite from the Diamond Bar. Bull Krogan and the hunters was pouring out of the dance hall whooping and yelling, and Joe Emerson was tearing his hair and howling like a timber wolf with a bellyache because his store was blowed up and his saloon was shot all to pieces. But nobody paid no attention to him. They went surging across the street, and nobody seen me when I crossed it from the other side and went into the alley that run behind the saloon. I run on down it till I got to the dance hall, and sure enough the cannon was stuck in the back door. It weren't wide enough for the wheels to get through. I heard Krogan roaring across the street. "Poke into the debris, boys. Elkins' remains must be in here somewheres unless he was plumb dissolved." That crash! They was a splinterin' of planks, and somebody yelled, "Hey, Krogan's fell into a well or something." I heard Joe Emerson shriek, "Damn it, stay away from there! Don't—" I tore away a section of the wall and got the cannon loose and run it up to the front door of the dance hall and looked out. Them hunters was all ganged up with their backs to the dance hall, all bent over, whilst they was apparently trying to pull Krogan out of some hole he fell into head first. His cussin' sounded kind of muffled. Joe Emerson was having a fit at the edge of the crowd. Well, They'd loaded that there cannon with nails and spikes and lead slugs and carpet tacks and such lack, but I put in a double handful of beer bottle caps just for good measure and touched her off. It made a noise like a thunderclap, and the recoil knocked me about 17 foot, but you should 'a' heard the yell them hunters let out when that hurricane of scrap iron hit 'em in the seat of the britches. It was amazin'. To my disgust, though, it didn't kill none of 'em. Seems like the charge was too heavy for the powder, so all it done was knock 'em off their feet and tear the britches off of 'em. However, it swept the ground clean of 'em like a broom, and left 'em all standing on their necks in the gully behind where the store had been, except Krogan, whose feet I still perceived sticking up out of the ruins. Before they could recover their wits, if they ever had any, I run across the street and started beating 'em over the head with a pillar I tore off the saloon porch. Some, such as was able, ariz and fled howling into the desert. I hear tell some of 'em didn't stop till they got to Dodge City, having run right through a Kiowa war party and scared them poor Injuns till they turned white. Well, I laid holt of Krogan's legs and pulled him out of the place he had fell into, which seemed to be a kind of cellar, which had been under the floor of the store. Krogan's conversation didn't no ways make sense, and every time I let go of him he fell on his neck. So I abandoned him in disgust and looked down into the cellar to see what was in it that Emerson should have took so much to keep it hid. Well, it was plumb full of buffalo hides, all corded into neat bundles. At that, Emerson started to run, but I grabbed him and reached down with the other hand and hauled a bundle out. It was marked with a red Circle A brand. "So," I says to Emerson, impulsively busting him in the snout, "you stole old man Hopkins' hide yourself. Produce that mortgage. Where's that old man's wagon and team?" "I got 'em hid in my livery stable," he moaned. "Go hitch 'em up and bring 'em here," I says, "and if you tries to run off, I'll track you down and sculp you alive." I went and got Captain Kidd and watered him. When I got back, Emerson come up with the wagon and team, so I told him to load on them hides. "I'm a ruined man," sniveled he. "I ain't able to load no hides." "The exercise'll do you good," I assured him, kicking the seat loose from his pants, so he gave a harassed howl and went to work. About this time Krogan sat up and gaped at me weirdly. "It all comes back to me," he gurgled. "We was gonna run Breckinridge Elkins out of town." He then fell back and went into shrieks of hysterical laughter, which was most hair-raising to hear. "The wagon's loaded," panted Joe Emerson. "Take it and get out and be quick." "Well, let this be a lesson to you," I says, ignoring his hostile attitude. "Honesty's always the best policy." I then hit him over the head with a wagon spoke and clucked to the hosses, and we headed for Panther Springs. Old man Hopkins' mules had give out halfway to Panther Springs. Him and the old lady was camped there when I drove up. I never seen folks so happy in my life as they was when I handed the team, wagon, hides, and mortgage over to 'em. They both cried, and the old lady kissed me, and the old man hugged me, and I thought I'd plumb die of embarrassment before I could get away. But I did finally, and headed for Panther Springs again, because I still had to raise the dough to get Glaze out of jail. I got there about sunup, and headed straight for Judith's cabin to tell her I'd made friends with Uncle Jabez. Aunt Henrietta was cleaning a carpet on the front porch and looking mad. When I come up, she stared at me and said, "Good land, Breckinridge, what happened to you?" "Oh, nothing," I says. "Just a argument with them fool buffalo hunters over at Cordova. They'd cleaned an old gent and his old lady of their buffalo hides, to say nothing of their hosses and wagon. So I rid on to see what I could do about it. Them hairy-necked hunters didn't believe me when I said I wanted them hides, so I had to persuade 'em a leetle. Only thing is, they is saying now I was to blame for the whole affair. I apologized to Judith's uncle, too. Had to chase him from here to Cordova. Where's Judith? Gone, she says, stabbing her broom at the floor so vicious she broke the handle off. When she taken them pies and cakes to your fool friend down in the jailhouse, she taken a shine to him at first sight. So she borrowed the money from me to pay his fine. Said she wanted a new dress to look nice in for you, the deceitful hussy. If I'd knowed what she wanted it for, she wouldn't have got it. She'd have got something across my knee. But she paid him out of the jug, and what happened then? I says wildly. She left me a note, snarled Aunt Henrietta, giving the carpet a whack that tore it into 6 pieces. She said anyway she was afeared if she didn't marry him, I'd make her marry you. She must have sent you off on that wild goose chase a purpose. Then she met him, and, well, they snuck out and got married, and are now on their way to Denver for their honeymoon. Hey, what's the matter? Are you sick? I be, I gurgled. The ingratitude of mankind cuts me to the gizzard. After all I did for Glaze Bannock. Well, by golly, this is a lesson to me. I bet I don't never work my fingers to the quick getting another Ranny out of jail.
The Conquering Hero of the Humboldts. I was in Sundance, enjoying myself a little after a long trail drive up from the Cimarron, when I got a letter from Abednego Raxton, which said as follows. Dear Breckinridge, that time I paid your fine down in Tucson for breaking the county clerk's leg, you said you'd give me a hand any time I ever needed help. Well, Breckinridge, I need your assistance right now. The rustlers is stealing me ragged. It has got so I nail my bed kivers to the bunk every night, or they'd steal the blankets right off of me, Breckinridge. Moreover, a stumbling block on the path of progress by the name of Ted Bissett is running sheep on the range next to me. This is more than a man can endure, Breckinridge. So I want you to come up here right away and help me find out who is stealing my stock and bust Ted Bissett's head for him, the low-minded skunk. Hoping you are the same, I begs to remain as usual. Your abused friend, Raxton, Esquire. P.S. That sap-headed misfit Johnny Willoughby, which used to work for me down on Green River, is sheriff here, and he couldn't catch flies if they was bogged down in molasses. Well, I didn't feel it was none of my business to mix into any row Abednego might be having with the sheepmen, so long as both sides fit fair. But rustlers was a different matter. Elkins detests a thief. So I mounted Captain Kidd, after the usual battle, and headed for Lonesome Lizard, which was the nighest town to his ranch. I found myself approaching this town a while before noon one blazing hot day, and as I crossed a right thick-timbered creek, shrieks for aid and assistance suddenly bust the stillness. A hoss also neighed wildly, and Captain Kidd begun to snort and champ like he always does when they is a bar or a cougar in the vicinity. I got off and tied him because if I was going to have to fight some critter like that, I didn't want him mixing into the scrap. He was just as likely to kick me as the varmint. I then went on foot in the direction of the screams, which was growing more desperate every minute, and I presently come to a thicket with a big tree in the middle of it, and there they was.
One of the purtiest gals I ever seen was roostin' in the tree and screechin' blue murder, and they was a cougar climbin' up after her. "Help!" says she wildly. "Shoot him!" I jest wish some of them tenderfoots which calls theirselves naturalists could see this, I says, taking off my Stetson. Elkins never forgets his manners. Some of them has tried to tell me cougars never attacks human beings, nor climbs trees, nor prowls in the daytime. I betcha this would make 'em realize they don't know it all. Just like I said to that in which I seen in Warpaint, Nevada last summer. "Will you stop talking and do something?" she says fiercely. "Ow!" Because he had retched up and made a pass at her foot with his left paw. I seen this had went far enough, so I told him sternly to come down. But all he done was look down at me and spit in a very insulting manner. So I reached up and got him by the tail and yanked him down and whapped him agin the ground 3 or 4 times, and when I let go of him he run off a few yards and looked back at me in a most peculiar manner. Then he shaken his head like he couldn't believe it himself and let a shuck as hard as he could peel it in the general direction of the North Pole. "Why'n't you shoot him?" demanded the gal, leaning as far out as she could to watch him. "Aw, he won't come back," I assured her. "Hey, look out! That limb's gonna break!" Which it did just as I spoke, and she come tumbling down with a shriek of despair. She still held on to the limb with a desperate grip, however, which is why it rapped me so severe on the head when I catched her. "Oh!" says she, letting go of the limb and grabbing me. "Am I hurt?" "I don't know," I says. "You better let me carry you to wherever you want to go." "No," says she, getting her breath back. "I'm all right. Let me down." So I done so, and she says, "I got a hoss tied over there behind that fir. I was riding home from Lonesome Lizard and stopped to poke a squirrel out of a holler tree. It weren't a squirrel, though. It was that dang lion. If you'll get my hoss for me, I'll be riding home. Pap's ranch is just over that ridge to the west. I'm Margaret Brewster." "I'm Breckinridge Elkins of Bear Creek, Nevada," I says. "I'm heading for Lonesome Lizard, but I'll be riding back this way before long. Can I call on you?" "Well," she says, "I'm engaged to marry a feller, but it's conditional. I got a suspicion he's a spineless failure, and I told him flat if he didn't succeed at the job he's working on now, not to come back. I detests a failure. That's why I like your looks," says she, giving me an admiring glance. "A man which can wrastle a mountain lion with his bare hands is worth any gal's time. I'll send you word at Lonesome Lizard. If my fiancé flops like it looks he's going to do, I'd admire to have you call. I'll be awaiting your message with eager heart and honest devotion," I says, and she blushed daintily and clumb on her hoss and pulled her freight. I watched her till she was clean out of sight, then hove a sigh that shook the acorns out of the surrounding oaks, and wended my way back to Captain Kidd in a sort of rose-colored haze. I was so entranced I started to get on to Captain Kidd on the wrong end and never noticed till he kicked me violently in the belly. "Love, Captain Kidd," I says to him dreamily, batting him between the eyes with my pistol butt, "is youth's sweet dream." But he made no response outside of stomping on my corns. Captain Kidd has got very little sentiment. So I mounted and pulled for Lonesome Lizard, which I arrived at maybe an hour later. I put Captain Kidd in the strongest livery stable I could find and seen he was fed and watered, then warned the stable hands not to antagonize him. Then I headed for the Red Warrior Saloon. I needed a little refreshments before I started for Abednego's ranch. I'd taken me a few drams and talked to the men which was foregathered there, being mainly cowmen. The sheepmen patronized the buck and ram across the street. That was the first time I'd ever been in Montana, and them fellers weren't familiar with my reputation, as was showed by their manner. Howsomever, they was perlite enough, and after we'd downed a few fingers of corn scrapings, one of 'em asked me where I was from, provin' they considered me an honest man with nothing to conceal. When I told 'em, one of 'em said, "By golly, they must grow big men in Nevada if you're a sample. You're the biggest critter I ever seen in the shape of a human." "I bet he's as stout as Big John," says one, and another says, "That can't be. This gent is human after all. Big John ain't." I was just fixin' to ask them who this John Varmint was, when one of 'em cranes his neck toward the winder and says, "Speak of the devil and you gets a whiff of brimstone. Here comes John across the street now. He must have seen this gent comin' in and is on his way to make his usual challenge. The sight of a man as big as him is like waving a red flag at a bull." I looked out the winder and seen a critter about the size of a granary comin' across the street from the buck and ram, follered by a gang of men which looked like him, but not nigh as big. "What kind of folks air they?" I asked with interest. "They ain't neither Mexicans nor Injuns, but they sure ain't white men neither." "Aw, they're hunkies," says a little sawed-off cowman. "Ted Bissett brung 'em in here to herd sheep for him, and that big un's John. He ain't got no sense, but you never seen such a hunk of muscle in your life." "Where are they from?" I asked. "Canada?" "Nah," says he. "They come originally from a place called Europe. I don't know where it is, but I jedge it's somewhere east of Chicago." But I knowed them fellers never originated nowheres on this continent. They was rough dressed and wild lookin', with knives in their belts, and they didn't look like no folks I'd ever saw before. They come into the bar room, and the one called John bristled up to me very hostile with his little beady black eyes. He stuck out his chest about a foot and hit it with his fist, which was about the size of a sledgehammer. It sounded like a man beating a bass drum.
"You strong man," says he. "I strong too. We wrestle, eh?"
"Nah," I says. "I don't care nothing about wrastlin'." He give a snort which blowed the foam off of every beer glass on the bar and looked around till he seen an iron rod layin' on the floor. It looked like the handle of a branding iron and was pretty thick. He grabbed this and bent it into a V and throwed it down on the bar in front of me, and all the other hunkies jabbered admiringly. This childish display irritated me, but I controlled myself and drunk another finger of whiskey, and the bartender whispered to me, "Look out for him. He aims to prod you into a fight. He's nearly killed 9 or 10 men with his bare hands. He's a mean one." "Well," says I, tossing $1 onto the bar and turning away, "I got more important things to do than wrestle an outlandish foreigner in a bar room. I gotta eat my dinner and get out to the Raxton Ranch quick." But at that moment Big John chose to open his bazoo. There are some folks which can't never let well enough alone. "'Fraid," jeered he. "Yah, yah." The hunkies all whooped and guffawed, and the cattleman scowled. "What you mean, afraid?" I gasped, more dumbfounded than mad. It'd been so long since anybody's made a remark like that to me. I was plumb flabbergasted. Then I remembered I was amongst strangers which didn't know my reputation, and I realized it was my duty to correct that there oversight before somebody got hurt on account of ignorance. So I said, "All right, you dumb foreign mutton head, I'll wrestle you. But as I went up to him, he doubled up his fist and hit me severely on the nose. And them hunkies all bust into loud, rude laughter. That warn't wise. A man had better twist a striped thunderbolt's tail than hit a Elkins unexpected on the nose. I give a roar of irritation and grabbed Big John and started committing mayhem on him, free and enthusiastic. I swept all the glasses and bottles off of the bar with him, and knocked down a hanging lamp with him, and fanned the floor with him, till he was limp. Then I throwed him the full length of the bar room. His head went through the panels of the back door, and the other hunkies, which had stood petrified, stampeded into the street with howls of horror. So I'd taken the branding iron handle and straightened it out, and bent it around his neck, and twisted the ends together at a knot, so he had to get a blacksmith to file it off after he come to, which was several hours later. All them cowmen was staring at me with their eyes popped out of their heads, and seemed plumb incapable of speech. So I give a snort of disgust at the whole incident, and strode off to get my dinner. As I left, I heard one feller, which was holding on to the bar like he was too weak to stand alone, say feebly to the dumbfounded bartender, "Give me a drink, quick. I never thunk I'd live to see something I couldn't believe when I was looking right smack at it." I couldn't make no sense out of this, so I headed for the dining room of the Montana Hotel and Bar. But my hopes of peace and quiet was an illusion. I'd just started on my fourth beefsteak when a big maverick in star-top boots and store-bought clothes come surging into the dining room and bellered, "Is your name Elkins?" "Yeah, it is," I says, "but I ain't deef. You don't have to yell." "Well, what the hell you mean by interfering with my business?" he squalled, ignoring my reproof. "I don't know what you're talking about," I growled, emptying the sugar bowl into my coffee cup with some irritation. It looked like Lonesome Lizard was full of maniacs which craved destruction. "Who air you, anyhow?" "I'm Ted Bissett, that's who," howled he, convulsively gesturing toward his six-shooter. "And I'm on to you. You're a damn Nevada gunman old Abe Draxton's brought up here to run me off the range. He's been bragging about it all over town, and you start your work by running off my sheep herders." "What do you mean, I run your sheep herders off?" I demanded, amazed. "They run off after you maltreated Big John," he gnashed, with his face convulsed. "They're so scared of you they won't come back without double pay. You can't do this to me, you expletive deleted." A man don't live which can call me that name with impunity. I impulsively hit him in the face with my fried steak, and he give a impassioned shriek and pulled his gun. But some grease had gotten in his eyes, so all he done with his first shot was bust the syrup pitcher at my elbow, and before he could cock his gun again, I shot him through the arm. He dropped his gun and grabbed the place with his other hand and made some remarks which ain't fittin' for to repeat. I yelled for another steak, and Bissett yelled for a doctor, and the manager yelled for the sheriff. The last named individual didn't get there till after the doctor and the steak had arrove, and was set in Bissett's arm. The doctor, I mean, and not the steak, which a tremblin' waiter brung me. Quite a crowd had gathered by this time, and was watching the doctor work with great interest, and offering advice, which seemed to infuriate Bissett, judging from his language. He also discussed his busted arm with considerable passion, but the doctor warn't a bit worried. You never seen such a cheerful gent. He was jovial and gay, no matter how loud Bissett yelled. You could tell right off he was a man which could take it. But Bissett's friends was very mad, and Jack Campbell, his foreman, was muttering something about 'em taking the law into their own hands, when the sheriff came prancing in, waving a 6-shooter and hollering, "Where is he? Point out the scoundrel to me!"
"There he is!"
Everybody yelled and ducked like they expected gunplay. But I had already recognized the sheriff, and when he seen me he recoiled and shoved his gun out of sight like it was red hot or something. "Breckinridge Elkins," says he. Then he stopped and studied a while. Then he told 'em to take Bissett out to the bar and pour some liquor down him. When they'd went, he sat down at the table and says, "Breck, I want you to understand that they ain't nothing personal about this, but I got to arrest you. It's agin the law to shoot a man inside of the city limits." "I ain't got time to get arrested," I told him. "I gotta get over to old Abed Raxton's ranch." "But listen, Breck," argued the sheriff. It was John Willoughby, just like old Abed said. "What'll folks think if I don't jail you for shooting a leading citizen? Election's coming up and my hat's in the ring," says he, gulping my coffee. "Bissett shot at me first," I said. "Why didn't you arrest him?" "Well, he didn't hit you," says Johnny, absently cramming half a pie into his mouth and making a stab at my pertaters. "Anyway, he's got a busted arm and ain't able to go to jail just now. Besides, I need the sheepmen's votes." "Oh, I don't like jails," I said irritably, and he begun to weep. "If you was a friend to me," sobs he, "you'd be glad to spend a night in jail to help me get reelected. I'd do as much for you. The whole county's giving me hell anyway, 'cause I ain't been able to catch none of them cattle rustlers, and if I don't arrest you, I don't have a Chinaman's chance at the polls. How can you do me like this after the times we had together in the old days?" "Oh, stop blubbering," I says. "You can arrest me if you want to. What's the fine?" "I don't want to collect no fine, Breck," says he, wiping his eyes on the oilcloth table cover and filling his pockets with doughnuts. "I figures a jail sentence'll give me more prestige. I'll let you out first thing in the morning. You won't tear up the jail, will you, Breck?" I promised I wouldn't, and then he wants me to give up my guns, and I refuses. "But good gosh, Breck," he pleaded, "it'd look awful funny for a prisoner to keep on his shooting irons." So I give 'em to him just to shut him up. And then he wanted to put his handcuffs onto me, but they weren't big enough to fit my wrists. So he said if I'd lend him some money, he could have the blacksmith make me some leg irons. But I refused profanely. So he said, all right, it was just a suggestion and no offense intended. So we went down to the jail. The jailer was off sleeping off a drunk somewheres, but he left the key hanging on the door, so we went in. Pretty soon along come Johnny's deputy, Bige Gantry, a long, loose-jointed cuss with a dangerous eye. So Johnny sent him to the Red Warrior for a can of beer, and whilst he was gone, Johnny bragged on him a heap. "Why," says he, "Bige is the only man in the county which has ever got within shooting distance of them dern outlaws. He was by hisself, wuss luck. If I'd been along, we'd a scuppered the whole gang." I asked him if he had any idea who they was, and he said Bige believed they was a gang up from Wyoming. Then I said, well, then in that case, they got a hangout in the hills somewheres and ought to be easier to run down than men which scattered to their homes after each raid. Bige got back with the beer about then. Johnny told him that when I got out of jail he was going to deputize me and we'd all go after them outlaws together. So Bige said that was great and looked me over pretty sharp, and we sat down and started playing poker. Long about supper time the jailer come in, looking tolerable seedy, and Johnny made him cook us some supper. Whilst we was eating, the jailer stuck his head into my cell and said, "A gent is out there craving audience with Mr. Elkins." "Tell him the prisoner's busy," says Johnny. "I done so," says the jailer, "and he says if you don't let him in pretty darn quick, he's gonna bust in and cut your throat." "That must be old Abe Braxton," says Johnny. "Better let him in. Breck," says he, "I looks to you to protect me if the old cuss gets mean." So old Abed come waltzing into the jail with fire in his eye and corn liquor on his breath. At the sight of me, he let out a squall which was painful to hear.
Hell if I help you be, you big lummox," he hollered. "I sends for you to help me bust up a gang of rustlers and sheep herders, and the first thing you does is to get in jail."
"'Twarn't my fault," I says. "Them sheep herders started picking on me."
"Well," he snarls, "why didn't you drill Bissett Center when you was at it?"
"I come up here to shoot rustlers, not sheep herders," I said.
"What's the difference?" he snarled.
"Them sheepmen has probably got as much right to the range as you cowmen," I says.
"See such outrageous blasphemy," says he, shocked. "You've bungled things so far, but they's one good thing. Bissett had to hire back his darned hunky herders at double wages. He don't no more mind spending money than he does spilling his own blood, that cussed tightwad. Well, what's your fine?"
"Ain't no fine," I says. "Johnny wants me to stay in jail a while." At this, old Abed convulsively went for his gun, and Johnny got behind me and hollered, "Don't you dast shoot a ossifer of the law."
"It's a spite trick," gibbered old Abed. "He's been mad at me ever since I fired him off of my payroll. After I kicked him off of my ranch, he run for sheriff. And the night of the election, everybody was so drunk they voted for him by mistake, or for a joke, or something. And since he's been in office, he's been letting the sheepmen steal me right out of house and home."
"That's a lie," says Johnny heatedly. "I give you as much protection as anybody else, you old buzzard. I just ain't been able to run any of them critters down, that's all. But you wait. Bige is on their trail, and we'll have 'em behind the bars before the snow falls."
"Before the snow falls in Guatemala, maybe," snorted old Abed. "All right, blast you. I'm going, but I'll have Breckinridge out of here if I have to burn the cussed jail. A Raxton never forgets."
So he stalked out sulphurously, only turning back to snort,
"Sheriff! Bah! 7 murders in the county unsolved since you come into office. You'll let them sheepmen murder us all in our beds. We ain't had a hanging since you was elected."
After he left, Johnny brooded a while and finally says, "The old Lobo's right about them murders, only he neglected to mention that 4 of them was sheepmen. I know it's cattlemen and sheepmen killing each other, each side accusing the other of rustling stock, but I can't prove nothing. A hanging would set me solid with the voters." Here he eyed me hungrily and ventured, "If somebody just up and confessed to some of them murderers?" "You needn't look at me like that," I said. "I never killed nobody in Montana." "Well," he argued, "nobody could prove you never done 'em. And after you was hanged,
Listen here, you, I says with some passion. I'm willing to help a friend get elected all I can, but they's a limit.
oh, well, all right, he sighed. I didn't much figure you'd be willing anyway. Folks is so dern selfish these days. All they thinks about is theirselves. But listen here, if I was to bust up a lynching mob, it'd be nigh as good a boost for my campaign as a legal hanging. I'll tell you what, tonight I'll have some of my friends put on masks and come take you out and pretend like they was gonna hang you. Then when they got the rope around your neck, I'll run out and shoot in the air and they'll run off. And I'll get credit for upholding law and order. Folks always disapproves of mobs unless they happens to be in 'em. So I said, all right. He urged me to be careful and not hurt none of 'em, because they was all his friends and would be mine. I asked him would they bust the door down, and he said there weren't no use in damaging the property like that. They could hold up the jailer and take the key off of him. So he went off to fix things, and after a while, Lige Gantry left and said he was on the trace of a clue to them cattle rustlers, and the jailer started drinking hair tonic mixed with tequila, and in about an hour he was stiffer'n a wet lariat. Well, I laid down on the floor on a blanket to sleep without taking my boots off, and about midnight a gang of men with masks come, and they didn't have to hold up the jailer 'cause he was out cold. So they taken the key off him and all the loose change and plugged tobacco out of his pockets too and opened the door. And I asked, "Are you the gents which is gonna hang me?" And they says, "We be." So I got up and asked them if they had any liquor. One of 'em give me a good snort out of his hip flask. And I said, all right, let's get it over with so I can go back to sleep. He was the only one which done any talking, and the rest didn't say a word. I figured they was bashful. He said, "Let's tie your hands behind you so's to make it look real." And I said, all right. They tied me with some rawhide thongs, which I reckon would have held the average man all right. So I went outside with them, and there was an oak tree right close to the jail, nigh some bushes. I figured Johnny was hiding over behind them bushes. They had a barrel for me to stand on, and I got onto it. They throwed a rope over a big limb and put the noose around my neck, and the feller says, "Any last words?" "Oh, hell," I says, "this is plumb silly. Ain't it about time for Johnny—" At this moment, they kicked the barrel out from under me. Well, I was kind of surprised, but I tensed my neck muscles and waited for Johnny to rush out and rescue me. But he didn't come, and the noose began to pinch the back of my neck. So I got disgusted and says, "Hey, let me down." Then one of them which hadn't spoke up before says, "By golly, I never heard a man talk after he'd been strung up before." I recognized that voice. It was Jack Campbell, Bissett's foreman. Well, I have got a quick mind in spite of what my cousin Bearfield Buckner says, so I knowed right off something was fishy about this business. So I snapped the thongs on my wrists and reached up and caught hold of the rope I was hung with by both hands and broke it. Them scoundrels was so surprised they didn't think to shoot at me till the rope was already broke, and then the bullets all went over me as I fell. When they started shooting, I knowed they meant me no good and acted accordin'. I dropped right in the midst of 'em and brung 3 to the ground with me, and during the few seconds to taken me to choke and batter 'em unconscious, the others was scared to fire for fear of hitting their friends, we was so tangled up. So they clustered round me and started beating me over the head with their gun butts, and I riz up like a bar amongst a pack of hounds and grabbed 4 more of 'em and hugged 'em till their ribs cracked. Their masks come off during the process, revealing the faces of Bissett's friends. I'd saw 'em in the hotel. Somebody prodded me in the hind leg with a buoy at that moment, which infuriated me, so I throwed them four amongst the crowd and hit out right and left, knocking over a man or so at each lick, until I seen a wagon spoke on the ground and stooped over to pick it up. When I'd done that, somebody throwed a coat over my head and blinded me, and 6 or 7 men then jumped onto my back. About this time I stumbled over some feller which had been knocked down and fell on my belly, and they all started jumping up and down on me enthusiastically. I reached around and grabbed one and dragged him around to where I could reach his left ear with my teeth. I would have taken it clean off at the first snap, only I had to bite through the coat which was over my head. But as it was, I done a good job, judging from his awful shrieks. He put forth a supreme effort and tore away, taking the coat with him, and I shaken off the others and riz up in spite of their puny efforts, with the wagon spoke in my hand. A wagon spoke is a good, comforting implement to have in a melee, and very demoralizing to the enemy. This'n busted all to pieces about the 4th or 5th lick, but that was enough. Them which was able to run had all took to their heels, leaving the battlefield strewed with moaning and cussin' figgers. Their remarks was shocking to hear, but I give 'em no heed. I headed for the sheriff's office, mad clean through. It was a few 100 yards east of the jail, and just as I rounded the jailhouse, I run smack into a dim figure which come sneaking through the brush, making a curious clanking noise. It hit me with what appeared to be an iron bar, so I went to the ground with it and choked it and beat its head agin the ground till the moon come out from behind a cloud and revealed the bewhiskered features of old Abednego Raxton. "What the hell?" I demanded of the universe at large. "Is everybody in Montana crazy? What air you doing, trying to murder me in my sleep?" "I weren't, you jack-eared lunkhead," snarled he when he could talk. "Then what'd you hit me with that there pinch bar for?" I demanded. "I didn't know it was you," says he, getting up and dusting his breeches. "I thought it was a grizzly bar when you riz up out of the dark. Did you bust out?" "Nah, I never," I said. "I told you I was staying in jail to do Johnny a favor. And you know what that old son of Belial done? He framed it up with Bissett's friends to get me hung. Come on, I'm going over and interview the dern skunk right now." So we went over to Johnny's office, and the door was unlocked and a candle burning, but he weren't in sight. They was a small iron safe there, which I figured he had my guns locked up in, so I got a rock and busted it open, and sure enough, there my shooting irons was. They was also a gallon of corn liquor there, and me and Abed was discussing whether or not we had the moral right to drink it, when I heard somebody remark in a muffled voice, "Woof, woof, woof." So we looked around and I seen a pair of spurs sticking out from under a camp cot over in the corner. I grabbed hold of the boots they was on and pulled 'em out, and a human figure come with 'em. It was Johnny. He was tied hand and foot and gagged, and he had a lump onto his head the size of a turkey egg. I pulled off the gag, and the first thing he says was, "If you sons of perdition drinks my private liquor, I'll have your heart's blood." "You better do some explaining," I says, resentfully. "What you mean sicking Bissett's friends onto me?" "I never done such," says he heatedly. "Right after I left the jail, I come to the office here, and was just fixing to get hold of my friends to frame the fake necktie party when somebody come in at the door and hit me over the head. I thought it was Lige comin' in and didn't look round. Then whoever it was clouded me. I just a while ago come to myself, and I was tied up like you see."
"If he's telling the truth," says old Abed, "which he seems to be, much as I hates to admit it, it looks like some friend of Bissett's overheard you all talking about this thing, follered Johnny over and put him out of the way for the time being, then raised a mob of his own, knowing Breck wouldn't put up no resistance, thinking they was friends. I told you... Who's that?" We all drawed our irons, then put 'em up as Lige Gantry rushed in, holding on to the side of his head, which was all bloody. "I just had a brush with the outlaws," he hollered. "I've been trailing 'em all night. They waylaid me a while ago 3 miles out of town. They nearly shot my ear off. But if I didn't wing one of 'em, I'm a Dutchman." "Round up a posse," howled Johnny, grabbing a Winchester and cartridge belt. "Take us back to where you had the scrape, Bige." "Wait a minute," I said, grabbing Bige. "Let me see that ear." I jerked his hand away, disregarding the spur he stuck into my leg, and bellowed, "Shot hell! That ear was chawed, and I'm the man which done it. You was one of them illegitimates that tried to hang me." He then whipped out his gun, but I knocked it out of his hand and hit him on the jaw and knocked him through the door. I then follered him outside and taken away the buoy he'd drawed as he rose groggily, and throwed him back into the office. And then I went in and I throwed him out again, then went out and throwed him back in again. "How long is this going on?" he asked. "Probably all night," I assured him. "The way I feel right now, I can keep heaving you in and out of this office from now till noon tomorrow." "Hold up," gurgled he. "I'm a hard nut, but I know when I'm licked. I'll confess, I done it." "Done what?" I demanded. "I hit Johnny on the head and tied him up," he howled, grabbing wildly for the door jamb as he went past it. "I rigged the lynching party. I'm in with the rustlers." "Set him down," hollered Abed, grabbing hold of my shirt. "Quick, Johnny, help me hold Breckinridge before he kills a valuable witness." But I shaken him off impatiently and sought Gantry onto his feet. He couldn't stand, so I held him up by the collar, and he gasped, "I lied about trading shots with the outlaws. I've been fooling Johnny all along. Them rustlers ain't no Wyoming gang. They all live around here. Ted Bissett is the head chief of 'em." "Ted Bissett, eh?"
whooped Abed, doing a war dance and kicking my shins in his glee.
"See there, you big lummox. What'd I tell you? What you think now after showing so darn much affection for them cussed sheepmen? Just shooting Bissett in the arm like he was your brother or something. 'S wonder you didn't invite him out to dinner. You ain't got the—"
"Ah, shut up," I said fretfully. "Go on, Gantry." "He ain't a legitimate sheepman," says he. "That's just a blind, him running sheep. Ain't no real sheepmen mixed up with him. His gang is just the scrapin's of the country, and they hide out on his ranch when things get hot. Other times they scatters and goes home. They're the ones which has been killing honest sheepmen and cattlemen, trying to set the different factions agin each other so as to make stealing easier. The hunkies ain't in on the deal. He just brung 'em out to herd his sheep because his own men wouldn't do it, and he was afeared if he hired local sheep herders they'd catch on to him. Naturally, we wanted you out of the way when we knowed you'd come up here to run down the rustlers, so tonight I seen my chance when Johnny started talking about staging that fake hanging. I follered Johnny and tapped him on the head and tied him up, and went and told Bissett about the business, and we got the boys together, and you know the rest. It was a peach of a frame-up, and it would have worked, too, if we'd been dealing with a human being. Lock me up. All I want right now is a good, quiet penitentiary where I'll be safe." "Well," I said to Johnny after he'd locked Gantry up, "all you got to do is ride over to Bissett's ranch and arrest him. He's laid up with his arm, and most of his men is crippled. You'll find a number of 'em over by the jail. This ought to elect you." "It will," says he, doing a war dance in his glee. "I'm as good as elected right now. And I'll tell you, Breck, 'tain't the job alone I'm thinking about. I'd 'a' lost my gal if I'd lost the race. But she's promised to marry me if I catch them rustlers and got re-elected. And she won't go back on her word, neither." "Yeah?" I says with idle interest, thinking of my own true love. "What's her name?" "Margaret Brewster," says he. "What?" I yelled in a voice which knocked old Abed over on his back like he'd been hit by a cyclone. Them which accuses me of violent and unusual conduct don't consider how my emotions was stirred up by the knowledge that I had went through all them humiliating experiences just to help a rival take my gal away from me. Throwing Johnny through the office winder and kicking the walls out of the building was just a mild expression of the way I felt about the whole darn affair. And instead of feeling resentful, he ought to have been thankful I was able to restrain my natural feelings as well as I had done. Sharp's Gun Serenade. I was heading for war paint, jogging along easy and comfortable, when I seen a galoot coming up the trail in a cloud of dust, just a burning the breeze. He didn't stop to pass the time of day. He went past me so fast, Captain Kidd missed the snap he made at his hoss, which shows he was sure hightailing it. I recognized him as Jack Spragg, a young waddy which worked on a spread not far from war paint. His face was pale and sought in a look of desperate resolution, like a man which has just bet his pants on a pair of deuces, and he had a rope in his hand, though I couldn't see nothing he might be aiming to lasso. He went fogging on up the trail into the mountains, and I looked back to see if I could see the posse, because about the only time an outlander ever heads for the high Humboldts is when he's about 3 jumps and a low whoop ahead of a necktie party. I seen another cloud of dust all right, but it warn't big enough for more than one man, and pretty soon I seen it was Bill Glanton of war paint. But that was good enough reason for Sprague's haste if Bill was on the prod. Glanton is from Texas, original, and whilst he is a sentimental cuss in repose, he's a ring-tailed whizzer with star-spangled wheels when his feelin's is ruffled, and his feelin's is ruffled tolerable easy. As soon as he seen me, he yelled, "Where'd he go?" "Who?" I says. Us Humboldt folks ain't overflowing with casual information.
"Jack Spragg," says he. "You must have saw him. Where'd he go?"
"He didn't say," I says. Glanton ground his teeth slightly and says, "Don't start your darn hillbilly stalling with me. I ain't got time to waste the week or so it takes to get the information out of a Humboldt Mountain varmint. I ain't chasing that misguided idiot to do him injury. I'm pursuing him to save his life. A gal in war paint has jilted him, and he's so broke up about it he's threatening to ride right over the mortal ridge. Us boys has been watching him and following him around, taking pistols and rat poison and the like away from him. But this morning he gives us the slip and taken to the hills. It was a waitress in the Ball and Heifer restaurant which put me onto his trail. He told her he was going up in the hills where he wouldn't be interfered with and hang himself. So that's why he had the rope," I says. "Well, it's his own business, ain't it?" "No, it ain't," says Bill sternly. "When a man is in his state, he ain't responsible, and it's the duty of his friends to look after him. He'll thank us in the days to come. Anyway, he owes me $6, and if he hangs himself, I'll never get paid. Come on, dang it. He'll lynch himself while we stands here jawing." "Well, all right," I says. "After all, I got to think about the reputation of the Humboldts. They ain't never been a suicide committed up here before." "Quite right," says Bill. "Nobody ever got a chance to kill himself up here. Someone else always done it for him." But I ignored this slander, and reined Captain Kidd around just as he was fixing to bite off Bill's hoss's ear. Jack had left the trail, but he left sign a blind man could foller. He had a long start on us, but we both had better hosses than his'n, and after a while we come to where he'd tied his hoss among the brush at the foot of Cougar Mountain. We tied our hosses too and pushed through the brush on foot, and right away we seen him. He was climbing up the slope toward a ledge which had a tree growing on it. One limb stuck out over the edge and was just right to make a swell gallows, as I told Bill. But Bill was in a lather.
"He'll get to that ledge before we can catch him," says he. "What'll we do?"
"Shoot him in the leg," I suggested. But Bill says,
"No, darn it. He'll bust hisself falling down the slope. And if we start after him, he'll hustle up to the ledge and hang hisself before we can get to him. Look there, though. They's a thicket growing up the slope west of the ledge. You circle round and crawl up through it, whilst I get out in the open and attracts his attention. I'll try to keep him talking till you can get up there and grab him from behind." So I ducked low in the brush and ran around the foot of the slope till I come to the thicket. Just before I div into the tangle, I seen Jack had got to the ledge and was fastening his rope to the limb which stuck out over the edge. Then I couldn't see him no more because that thicket was so dense and full of briars it was about like crawling through a pile of fightin' bobcats. But as I wormed my way through it, I heard Bill yell, "Hey, Jack, don't do that, you darn fool."
"Lemme alone," Jack hollered. "Don't come no closer. This here's a free country. I got a right to hang myself if I wanna."
"But it's a damn fool thing to do," wailed Bill.
"My life is ruined," asserted Jack. "My true love has been betrayed. I'm a wilted tumblebug, I mean tumbleweed, on the sands of time. Destiny has slapped the zero brand on my flank." I don't know what else he said, because at that moment I stepped into something which let out a ear-splitting squall and attached itself violently to my hind leg. That was just my luck. With all the thickets they was in the Humboldts, a darn cougar had to be sleeping in that'n, and of course it had to be me which stepped on him. Well, no cougar's a match for a Elkins in a stand-up fight, but the way to lick him, the cougar I mean, there ain't no way to lick a Elkins, is to get your lick in before he can clinch with you. But the brush was so thick I didn't see him till he had hold to me, and I was so stuck up with them darn briars I couldn't hardly move nohow. So before I had time to do anything about it, he had sunk most of his tushes and claws into me and was retching for new holts as fast as he could rake. It was old Brigamer, too, the biggest, meanest, and oldest cat in the Humboldts. Cougar Mountain is named for him, and he's so dang tough he ain't even scared of Captain Kidd, which is plumb pison to all cat animals. Before I could get old Brigamer by the neck and haul him loose from me, he had clawed my clothes all to pieces, and likewise lacerated my hide, free and generous. In fact, he made me so mad that when I did get him loose, I'd taken him by the tail and mowed down the brush in a 15-foot circle around me with him, till the hair wore off his tail and it slipped out of my hands. Old Brigamer then legged it down off the mountain, squalling fit to bust your eardrums. He was the maddest cougar you ever seen, but not mad enough to renew the fray. He must have recognized me. At that moment I heard Bill yelling for help up above me, so I headed up the slope, swearing loud and bleeding freely, and crashing through them bushes like a wild bull. Evidently the time for stealth and silence was past. I busted into the open and seen Bill hopping around on the edge of the ledge, trying to get hold of Jack, which was kicking like a grasshopper on the end of the rope, just out of reach.
"Why didn't you sneak up soft and easy like I said?" howled Bill. "I was just about to argy him out of the notion.
He tied the rope around his neck and was standing on the edge when that racket bust loose in the brush and scared him so bad he fell off of the ledge. Do something." "Shoot the rope in two," I suggested. But Bill said, "No, you cussed fool. He'd fall down the cliff and break his neck." But I seen it warn't a very big tree, so I went and got my arms around it and give it a heave and loosened the roots, then kinda twisted it around so the limb Jack was hung to was over the ledge now. I reckon I busted most of the roots in the process, jedgin' from the noise. Bill's eyes popped out when he seen that, and he retched up kinda dazed-like and got the rope with his buoy, only he forgot to grab Jack before he cut it, and Jack hit the ledge with a resounding thud. "I believe he's dead," says Bill, despairin'ful. "I'll never get that $6. Look how purple he is." "Aw," says I, biting me off a chew of tobaccer. "All men which has been hung looks that way. I remember once the vigilantes hung Uncle Jepperd Grimes, taking us 3 hours to bring him to after we cut him down. Of course he'd been hanging an hour before we found him." "Shut up and help me revive him," snarled Bill, getting the noose off his neck. "You select the damnedest times to converse about the sins of your infernal relatives. Look, he's coming to," because Jack had begun to gasp and kick around. So Bill brung out a bottle and poured a snort down his gullet. Pretty soon Jack sot up and felt his neck. His jaws wagged but didn't make no sound. Glanton now seemed to notice my disheveled condition for the first time. "What the hell happened to you?" he asked in amazement. "Oh, I stepped on old Brigamer," I scowled. "Well, why didn't you hang on to him?" he demanded. "Don't you know they's a big bounty on his pelt? We could have split the dough." "I've had a belly full of old Brigamer," I replied irritably. "I don't care if I never see him again. Look what he done to my best breeches. If you wants that bounty, you go after it yourself." "And let me alone," unexpectedly spoke up Jack, eyeing us balefully. "I'm free, white, and 21. I hangs myself if I wants to." "You won't neither," says Bill sternly. "Me and your pa is old friends, and I aim to save your wuthless life if I have to kill you to do it." "I defies you," squawked Jack, making a sudden dive between Bill's legs, and he would have got clean away if I hadn't snagged the seat of his breeches with my spur. He then displayed startling ingratitude by hitting me with a rock, and whilst we was tying him up with a hanging rope, his language was scandalous. "Did you ever see such a idjit?" demands Bill, setting on him and fanning hisself with his Stetson. "What are we gonna do with him? We can't keep him tied up forever." "We gotta watch him close till he gets out of the notion of killing hisself," I says. "He can stay at our cabin for a spell." "Ain't you got some sisters?" says Jack. "A whole cabin full," I says with feeling. "You can't hardly walk without stepping on one. Why?" "I won't go," says he bitterly. "I don't never want to see no woman again, not even a mountain woman. I'm an embittered man. The honey of love has turned to tarantula pison. Leave me to the buzzards and the cougars." "I got it," says Bill. "We'll take him on a hunting trip way up in the high Humboldts. They's some of that country I'd like to see myself. Reckon you're the only white man which has ever been up there, Breck. If we was to call you a white man." "What you mean by that there remark?" I demanded heatedly. "You know damn well I hain't got nary a drop of Injun blood in me. Hey, look out!" I glimpsed a furry hide through the brush, and thinking it was old Brigamer coming back, I pulled my pistols and started shooting at it, when a familiar voice yelled wrathfully, "Hey, you cut that out, darn it!" The next instant a peculiar figure hove into view. A tall, gaunt old ranny, with long hair and whiskers, with a club in his hand, and a painter hide tied around his middle. Sprague's eyes bugged out, and he says, "Who in the name of God is that?" "Another victim of feminine wiles," I says. "That's old Joshua Braxton of Chawed Ear, the oldest and toughest bachelor in South Nevada. I judge that Miss Stark, the old maid school teacher, has renewed her matrimonial designs onto him. When she starts rolling sheep's eyes at him, he always dons that there garb and takes to the high Sierras."
"It's the only way to protect myself," snarled Joshua. "She'd marry me by force if I didn't resort to strategy. Not many folks comes up here and such as does don't recognize me in this rig. What you varmints disturbing my solitude for? Your racket woke me up over in my cave. When I seen old Brigaber hightailing it for distant parts, I figured Elkins was on the mountain."
"We're here to save this young idiot from his own folly," says Bill. "You come up here because a woman wants to marry you. Jack come up here to decorate a oak limb with his own carcass because one wouldn't marry him."
"Some men never knows their luck,"
says old Joshua enviously.
"Now me, I yearns to return to Chawed Ear, which I've been away from for a month. But whilst that old mud hen of a Miss Stark is there, I haunts the wilderness if it takes the rest of my life."
"Well, be at ease, Josh," says Bill. "Miss Stark ain't there no more. She pulled out for Arizona 3 weeks ago."
"Hallelujah,"
says Joshua, throwing away his club.
"Now I can return and take my place among men. Hold on," says he, reaching for his club again. "Likely they'll be getting some other old harridan to take her place. That newfangled schoolhouse they got at Chawed Ear is a curse and a blight. Will never be shed of husband-hunting, rithmetic shooters. I better stay up here after all."
"Don't worry," says Bill. "I seen a picture of the gal that's comin' from the east to take Miss Stark's place. I can assure you that a gal as young and pretty as her wouldn't never try to slap her brand on no old buzzard like you."
"Young and purty, you says?" I asked with sudden interest.
"As a racin' filly," he declared. "First time I ever known a schoolmarm could be less'n 40 and have a face that didn't look like the beginnin's of a long drought. She's due in Chawed Ear on the evenin' stage, and the whole town turns out to welcome her. The mayor aims to make a speech if he's sober enough, and they got a band up to play."
"Damn foolishness," snorted Joshua. "I don't take no stock in education."
"I don't know," says I. That was before I got educated. They's times when I wished I could read and write. We ain't never had no school on Bear Creek."
"What would you read outside of the labels on the whiskey bottles?" snorted old Joshua.
"Funny how a purty face changes a man's viewpoint," remarked Bill. "I remember once Miss Stark asked you how you folks up on Bear Creek would like for her to come up and teach your children, and you taken one look at her face and told her it was agin the principles of Bear Creek to have their peaceful innercence invaded by the corruptin' influences of education. You said the folks was all banded together to resist such corruption to the last drop of blood. It's my duty to Bear Creek to provide culture for the risin' generation," says I, ignoring them slanderous remarks. I feels the urge for knowledge a heavin' and a surgin' in my bosom. We're going to have a school on Bear Creek, by golly, if I have to lick every old moss back in the Humboldts. I'll build a cabin for the schoolhouse myself."
"Where'll you get a teacher?" asked Joshua. "Chawed Ear ain't gonna let you have theirn."
"Chawed Ear is too," I says. "If they won't give her up peaceful, I resorts to force. Bear Creek is going to have culture if I have to wade fetlock deep in gore to provide it. Let's go. I'm raring to open the ball for arts and letters. Are you all with me?" "No," says Jack, plenty emphatic. "What we gonna do with him?" demands Glanton. "Oh," I says, "we'll tie him up someplace along the road and pick him up as we come back by." "All right," says Bill, ignoring Jack's impassioned protest. "I'd just as soon. My nerves is frayed riding herd on this young idjit, and I needs a little excitement to quieten 'em. You can always be counted on for that. Anyway, I'd like to see that there schoolmarm gal myself. How about you, Joshua?" "You're both crazy," growls Joshua. "But I've lived up here on nuts and jackrabbits till I ain't sure of my own sanity. Anyway, I know the only way to disagree successfully with Elkins is to kill him, and I got strong doubts of being able to do that. Lead on. I'll do anything within reason to help keep education out of Chawed Ear. 'Tain't only my personal feelings regarding school teachers. It's the principle of the thing." "Get your clothes on and let's hustle then," I says. "This painter hide is all I got," says he. "You can't go down into the settlements in that rig," I says. "I can and will," says he. "I look as civilized as you do with your clothes all tore to rags 'count of old Brigamer. I got a hoss close by. I'll get him if old Brigamer ain't already." So Joshua went to get his hoss, and me and Bill toted Jack down the slope to where our hosses was. His conversation was plentiful and heated, but we ignored it, and was just tying him onto his hoss when Joshua arose with his critter. Then the trouble started. Captain Kidd evidently thought Joshua was some kind of varmint because every time Joshua came nigh him, he'd taken in after him and run him up a tree. And every time Joshua tried to come down, Captain Kidd busted loose from me and run him back up again. I didn't get no help from Bill. All he'd done was laugh like a spotted hyener till Captain Kidd got irritated at them guffaws and kicked him in the belly and knocked him clean through a clump of spruces. Time I got him untangled, he looked about as disreputable as what I did because most of his clothes was tore off of him. We couldn't find his hat neither, so I tore up what was left of my shirt and he tied the pieces round his head like a Apache. Excepting Jack, we was sure a wild-looking bunch. But I was disgusted thinking about how much time we was wasting, whilst all the time Bear Creek was wallering in ignorance. So the next time Captain Kidd went for Joshua, I took and busted him betwixt the ears with my 6-shooter, and that had some effect onto him. A little. So we sought out, with Jack tied onto his hoss and cussing something terrible, and Joshua on a gaunt old nag he rode bareback with a hackamore. I had Bill to ride betwixt him and me so's to keep that painter hide as far away from Captain Kidd as possible. But every time the wind shifted and blowed the smell to him, Captain Kidd retched over and taken a bite at Joshua. Sometimes he bit Bill's hoss by accident, and sometimes he bit Bill. And the language Bill directed at that poor animal was shocking to hear. We was aiming for the trail that runs down from Bear Creek into the Chawed Ear Road, and we hit it a mile west of Bowie Knife Pass. We left Jack tied to a nice shady oak tree in the pass and told him we'd be back for him in a few hours, but some folks is never satisfied. 'Stead of being grateful for all the trouble we'd went to for him, he acted right nasty and called us some names I wouldn't have endured if he'd been in his right mind. But we tied his hoss to the same tree and hustled down the trail and presently come out onto the war-paint Chawed Ear Road, some miles west of Chawed Ear. And there we sighted our first human, a feller on a pinto mare, and when he seen us he give a shriek and took out down the road toward Chawed Ear like the devil had him by the britches. "Let's ask him if the teacher's got there yet," I suggested. So we taken out after him, yelling for him to wait a minute. But he just spurred his hoss that much harder, and before we'd gone any piece, Joshua's fool hoss jostled agin Captain Kidd, which smelt that painter skin, and got the bit between his teeth, and run Joshua and his hoss 3 miles through the bresh before I could stop him. Bill followed us, and of course, time we got back to the road, The feller on the pinto mare was out of sight long ago. So we headed for Chaudiere, but everybody that lived along the road had run into their cabins and bolted the door. And they shot at us through the windows as we rode by. Bill said irritably, after having his off ear nicked by a buffalo rival, he says, "Darn it, they must know we aim to steal their school teacher." "Oh, they couldn't know that," I says. "I bet they's a war between Chaudiere and Warpaint." "Oh, what are they shooting at me for, then?" demanded Joshua. "How could they recognize you in that rig?" I asked. "What's that?" Ahead of us, away down the road, we seen a cloud of dust, and here come a gang of men on hosses, waving guns and yelling. "Well, whatever the reason is," says Bill, "we better not stop to find out. Them gents is out for blood, and," says he as the bullets began to knock up the dust around us, "I judge it's our blood." "Pull into the bresh," says I. "I goes to Chaudiere in spite of hell, high water, and all the gunmen they can raise." So we taken to the bresh, and they lit in after us, about 40 or 50 of them. But we dodged and circled and taken shortcuts old Joshua knowed about, and when we emerged into the town of Chaudiere, our pursuers weren't nowheres in sight. In fact, they weren't nobody in sight. All the doors was closed and the shutters up on the cabins and saloons and stores and everything. It was peculiar. As we rode into the clearing, somebody let bam at us with a shotgun from the nearest cabin, and the load combed Joshua's whiskers. This made me mad, so I rode at the cabin and pulled my foot out in the stirrup and kicked the door in. And whilst I was doing this, the feller inside hollered and jumped out the winder, and Bill grabbed him by the neck. It was Esau Barlow, one of Chaudiere's confirmed citizens. "What the hell's the matter with you buzzards?" roared Bill. "Is that you, Glanton?" gasped Esau, blinking his eyes.
"Of course it's me," roared Bill. "Do I look like a Injun?"
"Yes. Ow! I didn't know you in that there turban," says Esau. "Am I dreaming, or is that Josh Braxton and Breck Elkins?" "Sure it's us," snorted Joshua. "Who you think?" "Well," says Esau, rubbing his neck and looking sideways at Joshua's painter skin, "I didn't know. Where is everybody?" Joshua demanded. "Well," says Esau, "a little while ago Dick Lynch rode into town with his hoss all of a lather and swore he'd just outrun the wildest war party that ever come down from the hills. 'Boys,' says Dick, 'they ain't neither Injuns nor white men. They're wild men, that's what. One of 'em's big as a grizzly bar with no shirt on, and he's riding a hoss bigger'n a bull moose. One of the others is as ragged and ugly as him, but not so big and wearing a patchy headdress. The other's got nothing on but a painter's hide and a club, and his hair and whiskers falls to his shoulders. When they seen me,' says Dick, 'they sot up awful yells and come for me like a gang of man-eating cannibals. I've fogged it for town,' says Dick, warning everybody along the road to fort themselves in their cabins. Well," says Esau, "when he says that, such men as was left in town got their hosses and guns, and they taken out up the road to meet the war party before it got into town." "Well, of all the fools," I says. "Say, where's the new teacher?" "The stage ain't arrived yet," says he. "The mayor and the band rode out to meet it at the Yaller Creek crossing and escort her into town in honor. They left before Dick brung news of the war party." "Come on," I says to my warriors. "We likewise meets that stage." So we fogged it on through the town and down the road, and pretty soon we heard music blaring ahead of us, and men yipping and shooting off their pistols like they does when they're celebrating. So we judged they'd met the stage and was escorting it in. "What you gonna do now?" asked Bill, and about that time a noise bust out behind us, and we looked back and seen that gang of chaw-deer maniacs which had been chasing us, dusting down the road after us, waving their Winchesters. I knowed there weren't no use try to explain to 'em we weren't no war party of cannibals. They'd salivate us before we could get close enough to make 'em hear what we was saying. So I yelled, "Come on! If they get her into town, they'll fort theirselves agin us. We takes her now. Foller me." So we swept down the road and around the bend, and there was that stagecoach coming up the road with the mayor riding alongside with his hat in his hand and a whiskey bottle sticking out of each saddlebag and his hip pocket. He was orating at the top of his voice to make himself heard above the racket the band was making. They was blowing horns and banging drums and twanging on Jews' harps, and the hosses was skittish and shyin' and jumping. But we heard the mayor say, "And so we welcomes you, Miss Devon, to our peaceful little community, where life runs smooth and tranquil, and men's souls is overflowin' with milk and honey." And just then we stormed around the bend and come tearing down on 'em, with the mob right behind us, yelling and cussing and shooting, free and fervent. The next minute, they was the damnedest mix-up you ever seen. What with the hosses bucking their riders off, men yelling and cussing, the hosses hitched to the stage running away and knocking the mayor off on his hoss. We hit 'em like a cyclone, and they shot at us and hit us over the head with their music horns. And right in the middle of the fray, the mob behind us rounded the bend and piled up amongst us before they could check their hosses, and everybody was so confused they started fighting everybody else. Nobody knowed what it was all about except me and my warriors. But Chaw-Deer's motto is, "When in doubt, shoot." So they laid into us and into each other, free and hearty. And we was far from idle. Old Joshua was laying out his fellow townsmen right and left with his elm club, saving Chaw-Deer from education in spite of itself. And Glanton was beating the band over their heads with his six-shooter, and I was trampling folks in my rush for the stage. The fool hosses had whirled around and started in the general direction of the Atlantic Ocean, and the driver and the shotgun guard couldn't stop 'em. But Captain Kidd overtook it in maybe a dozen strides, and I left the saddle in a flying leap and landed on it. The guard tried to shoot me with his shotgun, so I throwed it into an alder clump, and he didn't let go of it quick enough, so he went along with it. I then grabbed the ribbons out of the driver's hands and swung them fool horses around on their hind legs, and the stage kind of revolved on one wheel for a dizzy instant and then settled down again, and we headed back up the road lickety-split, and in an instant was right amongst the fracas that was going on around Bill and Joshua. About that time, I noticed that the driver was trying to stab me with a butcher knife, so I kind of tossed him off the stage, and there ain't no sense in him going around threatening to have me arrested, account of him landing head first in the base horn, so it taken 7 men to pull him out. He ought to watch where he falls when he gets throwed off of a stage going at a high run. I also feels that the mayor is prone to carry petty grudges, or he wouldn't be so bitter about me accidentally running over him with all 4 wheels. And it ain't my fault he was stepped on by Captain Kidd neither. Captain Kidd was just following the stage 'cause he knowed I was on it, and it naturally irritates him to stumble over somebody, and that's why he chawed the mayor's ear. As for them other fellers which happened to get knocked down and run over by the stage, I didn't have nothing personal agin 'em. I was just rescuing Joshua and Bill, which was outnumbered about 20 to 1. I was doing them Chaw-Deer idiots a favor if they only knowed it, because in about another minute Bill would have started using the front ends of his 6-shooters instead of the butts, and the fight would have turned into a massacre. Bill has got an awful temper. Him and Joshua had did the enemy considerable damage, but the battle was going agin 'em when I arriv on the field of carnage. As the stage crashed through the mob, I reached down and got Joshua by the neck and pulled him out from under about 15 men which was beaten him to death with their gun butts and pulling out his whiskers by the handfuls. And I slung him up on top of the other luggage. About that time we was rushing past the dog pile which Bill was the center of, and I reached down and snared him as we went by. But 3 of the men which had hold of him wouldn't let go. So I hauled all 4 of 'em up onto the stage. I then handled the team with one hand and used the other to pull them idiots loose from Bill like pulling ticks off'n a cow's hide, then throwed them at the mob which was chasing us. Men and hosses piled up in a stack on the road, which was further messed up by Captain Kidd plowing through it as he come busting along after the stage. And by the time we sighted Chaudiere again, our enemies was far behind us, though still rambunctious. We tore through Chaudiere in a fog of dust, and the women and children which had ventured out of their shacks squalled and run back again, though they weren't in no danger. But Chaudiere folks is peculiar that way. When we was out of sight of Chaudiere, I give the lines to Bill and swung down the side of the stage and stuck my head in. They was one of the purtiest gals I ever seen in there, all huddled up in a corner and looking so pale and scairt I was afraid she was going to faint, which I'd heard Eastern gals has a habit of doing. "Oh, spare me," she begged. "Please don't scalp me." "Be at ease, Miss Devon," I reassured her. "I ain't no Injun, nor no wild man neither. Neither is my friends here. We wouldn't none of us hurt a flea. We're that refined and soft-hearted you wouldn't believe it." At that instant a wheel hit a stump and the stage jumped into the air, and I bit my tongue and roared in some irritation. "Bill, you condemned son of a striped polecat, stop this stage before I comes up there and breaks your cussed neck." "Try, you beef-headed lummox," he invites. But he pulled up the hosses, and I'd taken off my hat and opened the door. Bill and Joshua clumb down and peered over my shoulder. Miss Devon looked tolerable sick. Maybe it was something she ate. "Miss Devon," I says, "I begs your pardon for this here informal welcome, but you sees before you a man whose heart bleeds for the benighted state of his native community. I'm Breckinridge Elkins of Bear Creek, where hearts is pure and motives is lofty, but culture is weak. You sees before you," says I, growing more enthusiastic about education the longer I looked at them big brown eyes of hern, "a man which is growed up in ignorance. I can't neither read nor write. Joshua here, in the painter skin, he can't neither, and neither can Bill." "That's a lie," says Bill. "I can read and—" I kind of stuck my elbow in his stomach. I didn't want him to spoil the effect of my speech. Miss Devon was getting some of her color back. "Miss Devon," I says, "will you please, ma'am, come up to Bear Creek and be our school teacher?" "Why," says she bewilderedly, "I came west expecting to teach at Chaudiere, but I haven't signed any contract, and—" "How much was them snake hunters going to pay you?" I asked. $90 a month," says she. "We pays you 100, I says, "board and lodging free." "Hell's fire," says Bill. "They never was that much hard cash money on Bear Creek. We all donates coon hides and corn liquor," I snapped. "I sells the stuff in war paint and hands the dough to Miss Devon. Will you keep your snout out of my business?" "But what will the people of Chaudiere say?" she wonders. "Nothing," I told her heartily. "I'll tend to them." "It seems so strange and irregular," says she weakly. "I don't know." "Then it's settled," I says. "Great! Let's go." "Where?" she gasped, grabbing hold of the stage as I clumb into the seat. "Bear Creek," I says. "Varmints and hoss thieves hunt the brush. Culture is on her way to Bear Creek." And we went fogging it down the road as fast as the horses could hump it. Once I looked back at Miss Devon and seen her getting pale again, so I yelled above the clatter of the wheels, "Don't be scared, Miss Devon. Ain't nothing gonna hurt you. B. Elkins is on the job to protect you, and I aim to be at your side from now on." At this, she said something I didn't understand. In fact, it sounded like a low moan. Then I heard Joshua say to Bill, hollering to make himself heard, "Education, my eye! The big chump's looking for a wife, that's what. 10 to 1 she gives him the mitten."
"I takes that," bawled Bill, and I bellered,
"Shet up that noise. Quit discussing my private business so darn public. What's that?" It sounded like firecrackers popping back down the road. Bill yelled, "Holy smoke, it's them chawed-ear maniacs. They're still on our trail and they're gaining on us." Cussing heartily, I poured leather onto them fool hosses, and just then we hit the mouth of the Bear Creek trail and I swung onto it. They'd never been a wheel on that trail before, and the going was tolerable rough. It was all Bill and Joshua could do to keep from getting throwed off, and they was seldom more'n one wheel on the ground at a time. Naturally, the mob gained on us, and when we roared up into Bowie Knife Pass, they weren't more'n a quarter mile behind us, whooping bodacious. I pulled up the hosses beside the tree where Jack Spragg was still tied up. He gawped at Miss Devon, and she gawped back at him. "Listen," I says, "here's a lady in distress which we're rescuing from teaching school and chawed ear. A mob's right behind us. This ain't no time to think about yourself. Will you postpone your suicide if I turns you loose, and get onto the stage and take the young lady up the trail while the rest of us turn back the mob?" "I will," says he with more enthusiasm than he'd showed since we stopped him from hanging himself. So I cut him loose and he clumb onto the stage. "Drive on to Kiowa Canyon," I told him as he picked up the lines. "Wait for us there. Don't be scared, Miss Devon. I'll soon be with you. B. Elkins never fails a lady fair." "Yep," says Jack, and the stage went clattering and banging up the trail, and me and Joshua and Bill taking cover among the big rocks that was on either side of the trail. The pass was just a narrow gorge, and a lovely place for an ambush, as I remarked. Well, here they come, howling up the steep slope, yelling and spurring and shooting wild, and me and Bill give 'em a salute with our pistols. The charge halted plumb sudden. They knowed they was licked. They couldn't get at us because they couldn't climb the cliffs. So after firing a volley which damaged nothing but the atmosphere, they turned around and hightailed it back towards Chawed Ear. "I hope that's a lesson to 'em," says I, as I riz. "Come, I can't wait to get culture started on Bear Creek." "You can't wait to get sparking that gal," snorted Joshua. But I ignored him and forked Cap'n Kidd and headed up the trail, and him and Bill follered, riding double on Jack Spragg's horse. "Why should I deny my honorable intentions?" I says presently. "Anyone can see Miss Devon is already learning to love me. If Jack had my attraction for the fair sex, he wouldn't be lugging around a ruined life. Hey, where's the stage?" Because we'd reached Kiowa Canyon, and they weren't no stage. "Here's a note stuck on a tree," says Bill. "I'll read it." "Well, for Lord's sake," he yelped, "listen to this. Dear boys, I've decided I ain't gonna hang myself, and Miss Devon has decided she don't want to teach school at Bear Creek. Breck gives her the willies. She ain't altogether sure he's human. With me it's love at first sight, and she's scared if she don't marry somebody, Breck will marry her, and she says I'm the best looking prospect she saw so far. So we're heading for war paint to get married. Yours truly, Jack Sprague. "Oh, don't take it like that," says Bill, as I give a maddened howl and impulsively commence to rip up all the saplings in wretch. "You've saved his life and brung him happiness." "And what have I brung me?" I yelled, tearing the limbs off a oak in an effort to relieve my feelings. "Culture on Bear Creek is shot to hell, and my honest love has been betrayed. Bill Glanton, the next ranny you chase up into the Humboldts to commit suicide, he don't have to worry about getting bumped off. I attends to it myself. Personal."
Texas John Alden. I hear the citizens of Warhoop has organized theirselves into a committee of public safety, which they says is to protect the town agin me, Breckinridge Elkins. Sech doin's as that irritates me. You'd think I was a public menace or something. I'm pretty dern tired of their slanders. I didn't tear down their cussed jail. The buffalo hunters done it. How could I when I was in it at the time? As for the Silver Boots Saloon and Dance Hall, it wouldn't have got shot up if the owner'd showed any sense. It was Ace Middleton's own fault he got his hind leg busted in 3 places, and if the city marshal had been tending to his own business instead of persecuting a poor, helpless stranger, he wouldn't have got the seat of his britches full of buckshot. Folks which says I went to Warhoop a purpose to wreck the town is liars. I never had no idea at first of going there at all. It's off the railroad and infested with tin-horn gamblers and buffalo hunters and such like varmints, and no place for a trail driver. My visit to this lair of vice came about like this. I'd rode point on a herd of longhorns clean from the lower Pecos to Goshen, where the railroad was, and I stayed there after the trail boss and the other boys headed south to spark the belle of the town, Betty Wilkinson, which gal was as purty as a brand new bowie knife. She seemed to like me middlin' tolerable, but I had rivals. Notably a snub-nosed Arizona waddy by the name of Biz Ridgway. This varmint's persistence was so plumb aggravatin' that I come in on him sudden-like one mornin' in the back room of the Spanish Mustang in Goshen, and I says, "Listen here, you sandburr in the pants of progress. I'm a peaceable man, generous and retirin' to a fault, but I'm reachin' the limit of my endurance. Ain't they no gals in Arizona that you gotta come pesterin' mine? Why don't you go on back home where you belong anyhow? I'm askin' you like a gent to keep away from Betty Wilkinson before something unpleasant is forced to happen to you." He kind of reared up and says, "I ain't the only gent which is sparkin' Betty. Why don't you make war talk with Rudwell Shapley, Jr.?" "He ain't nothing but a puddin'-headed tenderfoot," I responded coldly. "I don't consider him in no serious light. A gal with as much sense as Betty wouldn't pay him no mind. But you got a slick tongue and might snake your way ahead of me, so I'm tellin' you." He started to get up in a hurry, and I reached for my bowie. But then he sunk back down in his chair, and to my amazement, he busted into tears. "What in thunder's the matter with you?" I demanded, shocked. "Woe is me," moaned he. "You're right, Breck. I got no business hanging around Betty, but I didn't know she was your gal. I ain't got no matrimonial intention onto her. I'm just kind of consolin' myself with her company whilst being parted by cruel fate from my own true love." "Hey," I says, pricking up my ears and uncocking my pistol. "You ain't in love with Betty? You got another gal?" "A
picture of divine beauty," vowed he, wiping his eyes on my bandana. "Gloria Lavenner, which swings in the silver boot over to Warhoop. We was to wed." Here his emotions overcome him, and he sobbed loudly. "But fate interfered," he moaned. "I was banished from Warhoop, never to return. In a thoughtless moment, I kind of pushed a bartender with a claw hammer, and he had a stroke of apoplexy or something and died, and they blamed me. I was forced to flee without telling my true love where I was going. I ain't dared to go back because them folks over there is so prejudiced agin me, they threatens to arrest me on sight. My true love is eating her heart out, waiting for me to come and claim her as my bride, whilst I lives here in exile." Biz then wept bitterly on my shoulder, till I throwed him off in some embarrassment. "Why don't you write her a letter, you dad-blamed fool?" I asked. "I can't write nor read neither," he said, "and I don't trust nobody to send word to her by. She's so beautiful, the critter I'd send would probably fall in love with her hisself, the low-down polecat." Suddenly he grabbed my hand with both of his'n and said, "Breck, you got an honest face, and I never did believe all they say about you anyway. Why don't you go and tell her?" "I'll do better than that if it'll keep you away from Betty," I says. "I'll bring this gal over here to Goshen." "You're a gent," says he, wringing my hand. "I wouldn't entrust nobody else with such a sacred mission. Just go to the Silver Boot and tell Ace Middleton you want to see Gloria Lavenner alone." "All right," I said. "I'll rent a buckboard to bring her back in." "I'll be counting the hours till you heaves over the horizon with my true love," declaimed he, reaching for the whiskey bottle. So I hustled out, and who should I run into but that poor sapified shrimp of a Rudwell Shapley Jr., in his monkey jacket and tight riding pants and varnished English boots. We like to had a collision as I barged through the swinging doors, and he squeaked and staggered back and hollered, "Don't shoot!" "Who said anything about shooting?" I asked irritably, and he kind of got his color back and looked me over like I was a sideshow or something, like he always done. "Your home," says he, "is a long way from here, is it not, Mr. Elkins?" "Yeah," I said. "I live on Wolf Mountain, way down near where the Pecos runs into the Rio Grande." "Indeed," he said kind of hopefully. "I suppose you'll be returning soon?" "Nah, I ain't," I says. "I'll probably stay here all fall." "Oh," says he dejectedly, and went off looking like someone had kicked him in the pants. I wondered why he should get so down in the mouth just because I weren't going home. But them tenderfoots ain't got no sense, and they ain't no use wasting time trying to figure out why they does things, 'cause they generally don't know theirselves. For instance, why should an object like Rudwell Shapley Jr. come to Goshen, I wanted to know. I asked him once, point blank, and he says it was a primitive urge to see life in the raw, whatever that means. I thought maybe he was talking about grub, but the cook at the Laramie restaurant says he takes his beefsteaks well done like the rest of us. Well, anyway, I got onto my hoss, Captain Kidd, and pulled for Warhoop, which laid some miles west of Goshen. I weren't wasting no time, because the quicker I got Gloria Lavenner to Goshen, the quicker I'd have a clear field with Betty. Of course, it would have been easier and quicker just to shoot Biz, but I didn't know how Betty'd take it. Women is funny that way. I figured to eat dinner at the Halfway House, a tavern which stood on the prairie about halfway between Goshen and Warhoop. But as I approached it, I met a most peculiar-looking object heading east. I presently recognized it as a cowboy named Tump Garrison.
and he looked like he'd been through a sorghum mill. His hat brim was pulled loose from the crown and hung around his neck like a collar. His clothes hung in rags. His face was skint all over, and one ear showed signs of having been chawed on long and earnestly. "Where was the tornado?" I asked, pulling up. He gave me a suspicious look out of the eye he could still see with. "Oh, it's you, Breck," he says then. "My brains is so addled I didn't recognize you at first. In fact," says he, tenderly caressing a lump on his head the size of a turkey egg, "it's just a few minutes ago I managed to remember my own name." "What happened?" I asked with interest. "I ain't sure," says he, spitting out 2 or 3 loose tushes. "Leastwise, I ain't sure just what happened after that there table leg was shattered over my head. Things is a little foggy after that, but up to that time my memory is flawless. Briefly, Breck," says he, rising in his stirrups to rub his pants where they was the print of a boot heel, "I diskivered that I warn't welcome at the halfway house, and big as you be, I advises you to avoid it like you would the yaller jandis." "It's a public tavern," I says. "It was," says he, working his right leg to see if it was still in giant. "It was till Moose Harrison, the buffalo hunter, arrove there to hold a private celebration of his own. He don't like cattle, nor them which handles 'em. He told me so hisself, just before he hit me with the bung starter. He said he weren't aimin' to be pestered by no dern Texas cattle pushers whilst he's enjoyin' a little relaxation. It was just after issuing this statement that he throwed me through the roulette wheel." "You ain't from Texas," I said. "You're from the Nations." "That's what I told him whilst he was doing a war dance on my brisket," says Tump. "But he said he was too broad-minded to bother with technicalities. Anyway, he says cowboys was the plague of the range, irregardless of where they come from." "Oh, he did he?" I says irritably. "Well, I ain't hunting trouble. I'm on a errand of mercy. But he better not shoot off his big mouth to me. I eats my dinner at the halfway house, regardless of all the buffalo hunters north of the Cimarron." "I'd give $1 to see the fun," says Tump, "but my other eye's closing fast, and I got to get amongst friends." So he pulled for Goshen, and I rode on to the halfway house, where I seen a big bay hoss tied to the hitch rack. I watered Captain Kidd and went in. "Sst," the bartender says. "Get out quick as you can. Moose Harrison's asleep in the back room." "I'm hungry," I responded, setting down at a table which stood nigh the bar. "Bring me a steak with pertaters and onions and a quart of coffee and a can of clean peaches, and whilst the stuff's cooking, give me 9 or 10 bottles of beer to wash the dust out of my gullet." "Listen," says the barkeep. "Reflect and consider. You're young and life is sweet. Don't you know that Moose Harrison is pison to anything that looks like a cowpuncher? When he's on a whiskey tear, as at present, he's more painter than human. He's killed more men—" "Will you stop blattin' and bring me my rations?" I requested. He shakes his head sad-like and says, "Well, all right. After all, it's your hide. At least try not to make no racket. He swore to have the lifeblood of anybody which wakes him up." I said I didn't want no trouble with nobody, and he tiptoed back to the kitchen and whispered my order to the cook, then brung me 9 or 10 bottles of beer and slipped back behind the bar and watched me with morbid fascination. I drunk the beer, and
whilst drinking, I got to kind of brooding about Moose Harrison having the nerve to order everybody to keep quiet whilst he slept. But they're liars which claims I throwed the empty bottles at the door in the back room, a purpose to wake Harrison up. When the waiter brung my grub, I wanted to clear the table to make room for it, so I just kind of tossed the bottles aside. And could I help it if they all busted on the back room door? Was it my fault that Harrison was such a light sleeper? But the bartender moaned and ducked down behind the bar, and the waiter run through the kitchen and followed the cook in a sprint across the prairie, and a most remarkable beller burst forth from the back room. The next instant the door was tore off the hinges, and the enormous human came bulging into the barroom. He wore buckskins, his whiskers bristled, and his eyes was red as a drunk Comanche's.
"What in tarnation?"
remarked he in a voice which cracked the window panes.
"Does my gall-blasted eyes deceive me? Is that there a cussed cow-puncher sitting there wolfing beefsteak as brash as if he was a white man?"
"You ride herd on them insults," I roared, rising sudden, and his eyes kind of popped when he seen I was about 3 inches taller than him. "I got as much right here as you have."
"Name your weapons,"
blustered he. He had a butcher knife and 2 6-shooters on his belt.
"Name 'em yourself," I snorted.
"If you think you're such a hell whizzer at fist and skull, why shuck your weapon belt and I'll claw your ears off with my bare hands."
"That suits me," says he. "I'll festoon that bar with your innards."
And he takes hold of his belt like he was going to unbuckle it. Then, quick as a flash, he whipped out a gun. But I was watching for that, and my right hand .45 banged just as his muzzle cleared leather. The barkeep stuck his head up from behind the bar.
"Heck," he says, wild-eyed. "You beat Moose Harrison to the draw, and him with the edge. I wouldn't have believed it was possible if I hadn't saw it. But his friends'll ride your trail for this."
"Warn't it self-defense?" I demanded.
"A clear case," says he. "But that won't mean nothing to them wild and woolly buffalo skinners. You better get back to Goshen where you got friends."
"I got business in Warhoop," I says. "Dang it, my coffee's cold. Dispose of the carcass and heat it up, will you?" So he drug Harrison out, cussing 'cause he was so heavy, claiming I ought to help him. But I told him it weren't my tavern. I also refused to pay for a decanter which Harrison's wild shot had busted. He got mad and said he hoped the buffalo hunters did hang me. But I told him they'd have to catch me without my guns first, and I slept with 'em on. Then I finished my dinner and pulled for Warhoop. It was about sundown when I got there, and I was pretty hungry again. But I aimed to see Biz's gal before I done anything else. So I put my hoss in the livery stable and seen he had a big feed. Then I headed for the Silver Boot, which is the biggest joint in town. There was plenty hilarity going on, but I seen no cowboys. The revelers was mostly gamblers, or buffalo hunters, or soldiers, or freighters. Warhoop weren't popular with cattlemen. They weren't no buyers or loading pens there, and for pleasure it weren't nigh as good a town as Goshen anyway. I asked the barman where Ace Middleton was, and he pointed out a big feller with a generous tummy, decorated with a fancy vest and a gold watch chain about the size of a trace chain. He wore mighty handsome clothes and a diamond horseshoe stick pin and waxed mustache. So I went up to him. He looked me over with very little favor.
"Oh, a cowpuncher, eh? Well, your money's as good as anybody's. Enjoy yourself, but don't get wild."
"I ain't aiming to get wild," I says. "I want to see Gloria Lavenner." When I says that, he give a convulsive start and choked on his cigar. Everybody nigh us stopped laughing and talking and turned to watch us.
"What did you say?"
he gurgled, gagging up the cigar.
"Did I honestly hear you asking to see Gloria Lavenner?"
"Sure," I says. "I aim to take her back to Goshen to get married."
"You deleted expletive,"
says he, and grabbed up a table and broke off a leg and hit me over the head with it. It was most unexpected and took me plumb off guard. I hadn't no idea what he was busting the table up for, and I was too surprised to duck. If it hadn't been for my Stetson, it might have cracked my head. As it was, it knocked me back into the crowd, but before I could get my balance, 3 or 4 bouncers grabbed me and somebody jerked my pistol out of the scabbard.
"Throw him out,"
roared Ace, acting like a wild man. He was plumb purple in the face.
"Steal my girl, will he? Hold him while I bust him in the snoot."
He then rushed up and hit me very severely in the nose, whilst them bouncers was holding my arms. Well, up to that time I hadn't made no resistance. I was too astonished. But this was going too far, even if Ace was loco, as it appeared. Nobody weren't holding my legs, so I kicked Ace in the stomach, and he curled up on the floor with a strangled shriek. I then started spurring them bouncers in the legs, and they yelled and let go of me, and somebody hit me in the ear with a blackjack. That made me mad, so I reached for my buoy and my boot, but a big red-headed maverick kicked me in the face when I stooped down. That straightened me up, so I hit him on the jaw, and he fell down across Ace, which was holding his stomach and trying to yell for the city marshal. Some low-minded scoundrel got a stranglehold around my neck from behind and started beating me on the head with a pair of brass knucks. I ducked and throwed him over my head. Then I kicked out backwards and knocked over a couple more. But a scar-faced thug with a baseball bat got in a full-armed lick about that time, and I went to my knees feeling like my skull was dislocated. 6 or 7 of 'em then throwed theirselves onto me with howls of joy, and I seen I'd have to use violence in spite of myself. So I drawed my buoy and started cutting my way through 'em. They couldn't let go of me quicker if I'd been a cougar. They scattered every which way, splattering blood and howling blue murder, and I riz rarin' and rampacious. Somebody shot at me just then, and I wheeled to locate him when a man run in at the door and pointed a pistol at me. Before I could sling my knife through him, which was my earnest intention, he hollered, "Drop your deadly weapon. I'm the city marshal and you're under arrest." "What for?" I demanded. "I ain't done nothing."
"Nothin',"
says Abe Smiddleton fiercely as his menials lifted him onto his feet.
"You've just sliced pieces out of 5 or 6 of our leading citizens, and here's my head bouncer, Red Krogan, out cold with a busted jaw, to say nothing of pushing my stomach through my spine. Ow! You must have mule blood in you, blast your soul! Sentry," he ordered the marshal. "He came in here drunk and raging and threatening, and started a fight for nothing. Do your duty. Arrest the cussed outlaw."
Well, Pap always tells me not to never resist no officer of the law. And anyway, the marshal had my gun, and so many people was hollering and cussing and talking, it kind of confused me. When they's any thinking to be did, I like to have a quiet place to do it, and plenty of time. So the first thing I knowed, Sentry had handcuffs on me, and he hauls me off down the street with a big crowd follering, making remarks which is supposed to be funny. They come to a log hut with bars on the back window, take off the handcuffs, shove me in, and lock the door. There I was in jail without even seeing Gloria Lavenner. It was plumb disgustful. The crowd all hustled back to the Silver Boot to watch them fellers get sewed up which had fell afoul of my buoy, all but one fat cuss which said he was a guard, and he sat down in the front of the jail with a double-barreled shotgun across his lap and went to sleep. Well, there weren't nothing in the jail but a bunk with a hoss blanket on it and a wooden bench. The bunk was too short for me to sleep on with any comfort, being built for a 6-foot man, so I sat down on it and waited for someone to bring me some grub. So after a while the marshal come and looked in at the winder and cussed me. "It's a good thing for you," he says, "that you didn't kill none of them fellers. As it is, maybe we won't hang you." "You won't have to hang me if you don't bring me some grub pretty soon," I says. "Are you gonna let me starve in this darn jail?" "We don't encourage crime in our town by feeding criminals," he says. "If you want grub, give me the money to buy it with." I told him I didn't have but $5 and I thought I'd pay my fine with that. He said $5 wouldn't begin to pay my fine, so I give him the 5 spot to buy grub with, and he took it and went off. I waited and waited, but he didn't come. I hollered to the guard, but he kept on snoring. Then pretty soon someone said, "Psst," at the winder. I went over and looked out, and they was a woman standing behind the jail. The moon had come up over the prairie as bright as day, and though she had a cloak with a hood throwed over her, by what I could see of her face she was awful purty. "I'm Gloria Lavender," says she. "I'm risking my life coming here, but I wanted to get a look at the man who was crazy enough to tell Ace Middleton he wanted to see me." "What's crazy about that?" I asked. "Don't you know Ace has killed 3 men already for trying to flirt with me?" says she. "Any man who can break Red Crogan's jaw like you did must be a bearcat, but it was sheer madness to tell Ace you wanted to marry me." "Aw, he never give me time to explain about that," I says. "It warn't me which wants to marry you. But what business is it of Middleton's? This here's a free country." "That's what I thought till I started working for him," she says bitterly. "He fell in love with me, and he's so insanely jealous he won't let anyone even speak to me. He keeps me practically a prisoner and watches me like a hawk. I can't get away from him. Nobody in town dares to help me. They won't even rent me a horse at the livery stable. You see, Ace owns most of the town, and lots of people are in debt to him. The rest are afraid of him. I guess I'll have to spend the rest of my life under his thumb," she says despairfully. "You won't neither," I says. "As soon as I can get word to my friends in Goshen to send me a loan to pay my fine and get me out of this fool jail, I'll take you to Goshen where your true love is pining for you." "My true love?" says she, kind of startled like. "What do you mean?" "Biz Ridgway is in Goshen," I says. "He don't dare come after you hisself, so he sent me to fetch you." She didn't say nothing for a spell, and then she spoke kind of breathless. "All right. I must get back to the Silver Boot now, or Ace will miss me and start looking for me. I'll find Santry and pay your fine tonight. When he lets you out, come to the back door of the Silver Boot and wait in the alley. I'll come to you there as soon as I can slip away." So I said all right, and she went away. The guard sitting in front of the jail with his shotgun across his knees hadn't never woke up. But he did wake up about 15 minutes after she left. A gang of men came up the street, whooping and cussing, and he jumped to his feet. "Curses! Here comes Brant Hanson and the mob of them buffler hunters, and they got a rope. They're heading for the jail." "Who do you reckon they're after?" I inquired. "They ain't nobody in jail but you," he suggested pointedly. "And in about a minute they ain't gonna be nobody nigh it but you and them. When Hanson and his bunch is in liquor, they don't care who they shoots." He then laid down his shotgun and lit a shuck down a back alley as hard as he could leg it. So about a dozen buffalo hunters in buckskins and whiskers come surging up to the jail and kicked on the door. They couldn't get the door open, so they went around behind the shack and looked in at the winder. "It's him, all right," says one of them. "Let's shoot him through the winder." But the other said, "Nah, let's do the job in proper order." And I asked them what they wanted. "We aims to hang you," they answered enthusiastically. "You can't do that," I says. "It's agin the law." "You killed Moose Harrison," said the biggest one, which they called Hanson. Well, it was an even break, and he tried to get the drop on me, I says. Then Hansen says, "Enough of such squibbling. We've made up our mind to hang you, so let's don't hear no more arguments about it. Here," he says to his pals, "tie a rope to the bars and we'll jerk the whole winder out. It'll be easier than busting down the door. And hustle up, 'cause I'm in a hurry to get back to that poker game at the Rarin' Buffalo." So they tied a rope onto the bars and all laid onto it and heaved and grunted. Some of the bars come loose at one end. I picked up the bench aiming to bust their fool skulls with it as they clumb through the winder, but just then another feller run up. "Wait, boys," he hollered. "Don't waste your muscle. I just seen Santry down at the Topeka Queen gambling with the money he'd taken off that dern cowboy, and he give me the key to the door." So they abandoned the winder and surged round to the front of the jail, and I quickly propped the bench agin the door, and run to the winder and tore out them bars which is already loose. I could hear 'em rattling at the door, and as I clumb through the winder, one of 'em said, "The lock's turned, but the door's stuck. Heave agin it." So whilst they hev, I run around the jail and pick up the guard's shotgun where he dropped it when he run off. Just then the bench give way inside and the door flew open, and all them fellers tried to crowd through. As a result, they was all jammed up in the door and cussin' something fierce. "Quit crowdin'," yelled Hansen. "Holy catamount, he's gone. The jail's empty." I then up with my shotgun and give 'em both barrels in the seat of their britches, which was the handiest to aim at, and they let out a most amazin' squall and busted loose and fell head first into the jail. Some of 'em kept on going head down like they'd started and hit the back wall so hard it knocked 'em stiff, and the others fell over 'em. They was all tangled up in a pile, cussin' and yellin' to beat the devil. So I slammed the door and locked it and run around behind the jailhouse. Hansen was trying to climb out the winder, so I hit him over the head with my shotgun and he fell back inside and hollered, "Help! I'm mortally injured." "Shut up that unseemly clamor," I said sternly. "Ain't none of you hurt bad. Throw your guns out the winder and lay down on the floor. Hustle before I gives you another blast through the winder." They didn't know the shotgun was empty, so they throwed their weapons out in a hurry and laid down, but they weren't quiet about it. They seemed to consider they'd been subjected to cruel and unusual treatment, and the birdshot in their sterns must have been a stingin' right smart, because the language they used was plumb painful to hear. I stuck a couple of their pistols in my belt. "If one of you shows his head at that winder within an hour," I says, "he'll get it blowed off." I then snuck back into the shadders and headed for the livery stable. The livery stable man was reading a newspaper by a lantern, and he looked surprised and said he thought I was in jail. I ignored this remark and told him to hitch me a fast hoss to a buckboard whilst I saddled Captain Kidd. "Wait a minute," says he. "I hear tell you told Ace Middleton you aimed to elope with Gloria Lavender. You taking this rig for her?" "Yes, I am," I says. "Well, I'm a friend of Middleton's," he says, "and I won't rent you no rig under no circumstances." "Then get out of my way," I said. "I'll hitch the hoss up myself." He then drawed a buoy, so I clinched with him, and as we was wrastling around, he sort of knocked his head against a swingle tree I happened to have in my hand at the time, and collapses with a low gurgle. So I tied him up and rolled him under an oats bin. I also rolled out a buckboard and hitched the best-looking harness hoss I could find to it. And them folks is liars, which is going around saying I stole that there outfit. It was sent back later. I saddles my hoss and tied him on behind the buckboard and got in and started for the Silver Boot, wondering how long it'd take them fool buffalo hunters to find out I was just bluffing, and weren't lying out behind the jail to shoot 'em as they climbed out. I turned into the alley which run behind the Silver Boot, then tied the hosses and went up to the back door and peeked in. Gloria was there. She grabbed me and I could feel her trembling. "I thought you'd never come," she whispered. "It'll be time for my singing act again in just a few minutes. I've been waiting here ever since I paid Santry your fine. What kept you so long? He left the Silver Boot as soon as I gave him money." "He never turned me out, the low-down skunk," I muttered. "Some, friends got me out. Come on, get in the buckboard." I helped her up and give her the lines. "I got a debt to settle before I leave town," I said. "You go on and wait for me at that clump of cottonwoods east of town. I'll be on pretty soon." So she pulled out in a hurry, and I got on to Captain Kidd. I rode him around to the front of the Silver Boot, tied him to the hitch rack, and dismounted. The Silver Boot was crowded. I could see Ace strutting around, chawing a big black cigar, and joking and slapping folks on the back. Everybody was having such a hilarious time, nobody noticed me as I stood in the barway. So I pulled the Buffalo Hunter's .45s and let bam at the mirror behind the bar. The barman yelped and ducked the flying glass, and everybody whirled and gaped, and Ace jerked his cigar out of his mouth and bawled, "It's that darn cowpuncher again! Get him!" But them bouncers had seen my guns, and they was shying away, all except the scar-faced thug which had hit me with the bat, and he whipped a gun from under his vest. So I shot him through the right shoulder, and he fell over behind the Monte table. I begun to spray the crowd with hot lead, free and generous, and they stampeded every which way. Some went through the window, glass and all, and some went out the side doors, and some busted down the back door in their flight. I likewise riddled the mirror behind the bar, and shot down some of the hanging lamps and busted most of the bottles on the shelves. Ace ducked behind a stack of beer kegs and opened fire on me, but he showed poor judgment in not noticing he was right under a hanging lamp. I shot it off the ceiling, and it fell down on his head, and you ought to have heard him holler when the burning aisle run down his worthless neck. He come prancing into the open, wiping his neck with one hand and trying to shoot me with the other, and I drilled him through the hind leg. He fell down and bellowed like a bull with its tail cotched in a fence gate. "You darn murderer!" says he passionately. "I'll have your life for this!" "Shut up," I snarled. "I'm just paying you back for all the pain and humiliation I suffered in this den of iniquity." At this moment a bartender riz up from behind a billiard table with a sawed-off shotgun, but I shot it out of his hands before he could cock it, and he fell over backwards hollering, "Spare my life!" Just then somebody yelled, "Halt, in the name of the law!" And I looked around and saw it was that tin-horn marshal named Santry with a gun in his hand. "I arrest you again," he bawled. "Lay down your weapons." "I'll lay your carcass down," I responded. "You ain't fittin' for to be no law officer. You gambled away the $5 I give you for grub, and you took the fine money Miss Laventer gave you, and didn't turn me out. And you give the key to them mobsters which wanted to hang me. You ain't no law. You're a darn outlaw yourself. Now you got a gun in your hand same as me. Either start shootin' or throw it down." Well, he hollered, "Don't shoot," and throwed it down and hoisted his hands. I seen he had my knife and pistol stuck in his belt, so I took them off of him and tossed the .45s I'd been using onto the billiard table and said, "Give these back to the Buffalo Hunters." But just then he whipped out a .38 he was wearing under his arm and shot at me and knocked my hat off. Then he turned and run around the end of the bar, all bent over to get his head below it. So I grabbed the bartender's shotgun and let bam with both barrels just as his rear end was going out of sight. He shrieked blue ruin and started having a fit behind the bar. So I throwed the shotgun through the roulette wheel and stalked forth, leaving Ace and the bouncer and the marshal wailing and wallering on the floor. It was plumb disgustful the way they wept and cussed over their trifling injuries. I come out on the street so sudden that them cusses which was hiding behind the hoss trough to shoot me as I come out was took by surprise and only grazed me in a few places. So I throwed a few slugs amongst them and they took to their heels. I got on Captain Kidd and headed east down the street, ignoring the shots fired at me from the alleys and windows. That is, I ignored 'em except to shoot back at 'em as I run, and I reckon that's how the mayor got the lobe of his ear shot off. I thought I heard somebody holler when I answered a shot fired at me from behind the mayor's board fence. Well, when I got to the clump of cottonwoods, there weren't no sign of Gloria, the hoss, or the buckboard. But there was a note stuck up on a tree which I grabbed and read by the light of the moon. It said, "Dear Tejano, your friend must have been kidding you. I never even knew anybody named Biz Ridgway. But I'm taking this chance of getting away from Ace. I'm heading for Trevano Springs, and I'll send the buckboard back from there. Thank you for everything. Gloria Levenner." I got to Goshen about sunup, having loped all the way. Biz Ridgway was at the bar of the Spanish Mustang, and when he seen me, he turned pale and dived for the winder, but I grabbed him. "What you mean by telling me that lie about you and Gloria Levenner?" I demanded. "Was you trying to get me killed?" "Well," says he, "to tell you the truth, Breck, I was. All's fair in love and war, you know. I wanted to get you out of the way so I'd have a clear field with Betty Wilkinson, and I knowed about Ace Middleton and Gloria and figured he'd do the job if I sent you over there. But you needn't get mad. It didn't do me no good. Betty's already married." "What?" I yelled. He ducked instinctively. "Yeah," he says. "He took advantage of your absence to pop the question, and she accepted him, and they're on their way to Kansas City for their honeymoon. He never had the nerve to ask her while you was in town, for fear you'd shoot him. They're going to live in the East 'cause he's too scared of you to come back." "Who?" I screamed, foaming slightly at the mouth. "Rudwell Shapley, Jr.," says he. "It's all your fault." It was at this moment that I dislocated Biz Ridgway's hind leg. I likewise defies the criticism which has been directed at this perfectly natural action. An Elkins with a busted heart is no man to trifle with. End of Bear Creek Collection, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org.